Everyone for posterity. You know, it is Friday night, so I expect that a lot of people are alive and a lot of people are doing shenanigans and a lot of people are out and about and doing crazy things. But normally, we do the heated hippie. Unfortunately, for me, we had not enough people available today. It could be because it was Cinco de Mayo, people are out touching grass. It could be because, we just didn't book far enough ahead in advance, or it could be just because, basically the panel scene isn't what it used to be, unfortunately. All of that being said, content is content, and uh, I tuned in for like 30 seconds to President Sunday versus Lab for What is a Woman, and I was horrified by what I already heard. So Rakaro, hello. Nico Bates, hello. So again, for posterity, is if anybody clicks on this out of curiosity, obviously 95% of our channel, Drazar, yeah, it was pretty rough for the few minutes that I caught, but we're gonna get caught up on that. But basically, what I would say, content's content. We're gonna go live, have some fun, maybe make some dono money, et cetera, have a good time. And what else was I thinking? Yeah, no huge expectations tonight. We'll do another heated hippie next Friday. So the heated hippie isn't going anywhere. We just need to dial in the content and the timing and the contestants and all that kind of stuff. So corner camera. I can't promise that I'm gonna stay sober tonight. It's gonna be rough. So console document says, "What is heated hippie?" So heated hippie is hopefully eventually the spiritual successor to the Hippie Dippy, which was the bigger panel debate show on Twitch and YouTube politics. Basically, six autistic people get into the same room and then they just scream at each other for a while. And we've been doing that every other Friday for, since the beginning of this year. Jesus. Trazar already starting out the night strong with a $20 dono. Waiting on the text to speech.
It is a train wreck.
Beautiful. That's my favorite kind of thing. And actually, I might not be able to stay sober because I don't know if I'm going to be able to deal with the cringe. It's nothing to do with Lav. As a matter of fact, I've been checking up on gender critical stuff separate from Lav, so I think I'll be able to understand her arguments fairly well. I heard President Sunday say that law and law enforcement don't act as deterrents against crime, which was mind-blowingly stupid. And then he basically said, "Source, trust me, bro." And I was scared. So, console document. Can you join? Yeah. If you want to come on a heated hippie in general, and you're an autistic person with a web camera who likes to yell at people about politics and social issues, then of course, DM me on Twitter, DM me on YouTube or Discord. You can't join tonight if that's what you're asking. So, unless you're like donut operators, fucking alter ego. But I'll post the Discord link just in case exclamation point Discord isn't working. There you go. All right, yeah, but if you have a webcam, you can DM me and we can take it from there. So thank you for the dono, Drazar. And if you guys, geez, guys, all right, listen, I appreciate you. Thank you for already doing the donos. We do have the baby on the way, but I haven't even done anything yet. Like, jeez. So, need to make a drinking game of it. Sidebar: if you get the chance, definitely recommend the new movie Covenant by Guy Ritchie. Great war movie. Yeah. So I'm a big fan of Guy Ritchie in general. I'm a big fan of Jake Gyllenhaal. So I would not be surprised. So one of the things, I guess we're just warming up. So I'll warm up with chat. We only have like a dozen people here cross-platform anyway. So I'll warm up with you guys. So Guy Ritchie's awesome. He's also directing something with Henry Cavill. I think it's like the history of ungentlemanly warfare, and it's like Henry Cavill with a fucking mustache twirled beard wearing a Nazi uniform killing Nazis. So obviously, um can I talk on Discord? Is it just Zoom? It's Discord, bro, but we're not doing this tonight. That's just an in general invite. You can invite me. But I generally I like Guy Ritchie. So Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking. As a matter of fact, let's just tangent. Let's go ahead and be retarded. So I've loved Guy Ritchie since Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, which I think is one of his first movies. And stylistically, I would say it has like his fingerprint all over it of creating. Let me just make sure it's Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Is it Guy Ritchie? Guy Ritchie? Yeah. So, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels is a Guy Ritchie film, and it's like a classic. It's like there's a bunch of actors in here that went on to do crazy things, including Jason Statham before he was a action hero. It's a badass English gangster movie about like jacking a bunch of like pot, and then all these like eclectic characters bump into each other, and then it all comes together in like a whirlwind of violence at the very end of the climax, which I think set up, of course, the classic movie Snatch. And then I do like Guy Ritchie's blend of like action hero, comedy, and ultra violence. There's just something that I think is like really fun about that. And so, yeah, so good times. So yeah, so basically, I'm really excited. I'll watch The Covenant. I'll watch his new thing, The History of Ungentlemanly Warfare, or whatever the fuck. And we will get some autism on tonight. Yes, it is one of Brad Pitt's best roles. That and Fight Club, I think, is up there as far as Brad Pitt's best roles. So then, let me scroll up. Connor, you should talk about the lack of meaning and purpose that is pervasive among young people in today's culture sometime. Yeah, so Astronaut Farmer, it's been on the back burner. It's not supposed to be on the back burner. Let's talk about content for a second. So I'm trying to go live as frequently as possible, almost daily, almost nightly, while I'm on paternity leave, because obviously I can use the money in order to, supplement my income while I'm on paternity leave since I'm only getting partial pay. The partial pay was a little bit better, so I'm not as desperate as I thought I was going to be. But but obviously going live, hanging out with you guys, watching content is really fun. But what I've tried to do and what I'm going to do is do at least one scripted video essay per month. Obviously, for the past couple of months, it's been Destiny drama, just because one, it gets good views. Two, I enjoy the content. Three, everybody loves a little bit of drama. Four, I felt like I could bring some serious things out of it. But I wanted to redo my foundation series. So some of you guys have talked to me about, how to stop drowning. A lot of people really like that video. Or is life worth it? Some people like that video. And I kind of want to redo them, but I want to redo them in like the kind of edited style that I did, where I'm taking a serious topic. I'm spanning out my ideas as articulately as I can in an essay format. Then I'm going in and editing it to a high quality, and then I'm posting it for you guys so it can, the content can kind of stand the test of time rather than just me being a ranting figurehead into the camera for 20 minutes. That's, of course, how we started here on this channel. But I want to make sure that I'm producing things that aren't just going to have like a small following. Which I respect you guys. I love you guys for being here, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to have something that eventually could rival, Contra or Vosh or Destiny or Sean or any of these bigger people. So while the content might be a little bit different, the focus might be a little bit different, et cetera, et cetera, I still eventually want to be that size. And of course, the Warhammer 40K content is doing well. We're basically getting between like 10 and 20,000 views as long as it's a video breakdown. And sometimes we're getting a few 100,000 views. And we're about to hit 40,000 subs. So YouTube on the 40K side is doing great. So we just have to leverage that into doing stuff on the Twitch and YouTube political side. So, Wrath of Man. True. Unrelated to this, do you have any opinion on how transformative React content should be, or do you feel anything goes? Yeah, so I'm Christian Valeris. We're not doing Heated Hippie tonight. We're basically there was a bunch of scheduling conflicts, so we just pushed it back to next week. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. It's just going to be a debate review and getting stoned tonight. So sorry if you were looking forward to Heated Hippie. How transformative should React content be? So I hate React versus Breakdown. I hate React content as a format. So if you're just watching something and you go, oh, 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 wow, that is so cool. Oh, which by the way, like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just talk a little bit of shit. There's this guy named like Royal Marine Reacts, and I watched him go up to like 500,000 subs just doing that, where he was like watching popular things and just going, oh. And I was like, motherfucker, like he's getting like a few 100,000 views. He's just making weird sounds with his voice, all that kind of stuff. So that, that's fucking lame that this dude is like exploding up and up and up in the algorithm. But then I go check out his channel too. And basically he just like kind of hit the nerve a few times. And those videos exploded and are still exploding. But as far as like retention, he has like really low retention. So if he just does like a passion video, or if he just does like a random React video for content that doesn't hit, he has a 500,000 subs, and when he's posting to his channel, if it's not content that is like immediately awesome, it's like 10,000 views, and it's like, ooh, like your rate, your loyalty. I'm happy that you skyrocketed into the fucking stratosphere as far as like subs and views go on a few videos, but you have no loyalty and no retention. So I would rather build something slow and high quality than just do that. And then as far as like how transformative it should be, I think what I told Games Workshop, because they sent me another nasty gram, is I'll cut out 30 to 40% of their content just to make sure that I'm not just like literally ripping their content. I'll replace everything in the like that's already done that is 100% of their content, and then I'll try to add literally 30 to 50% additional commentary on top of the original product. So I think breakdown, if you're adding new stuff, I think that's the way to go. Layer cake is amazing. Big fan of layer cake. So there's only been like 3 shows I've appreciated watching other people react to. True. Oh gods, yeah, real Barbette, I'm not going to help you go where you need to go. I've seen that guy's videos. Are you talking about Ryan Forrest? Maybe. Slow and reliable like all good cults. Precisely. All right, but we have dallied long enough. I appreciate your patience while we've been dallying and interacting with chat. But let's do some drugs and watch some autism. So basically, it's Cinco de Mayo. I recommend you crack open your favorite Hispanic beverage. I will be doing some marijuana so I can endure the cringe. And Rooster Teeth has no problem with people reacting to that. Last I heard, yeah, maybe, but like I'm 40k over Halo. But let's get it going.
You know what? I think
Persona?
Yes. Honestly, yes. Unequivocally, yes. That was costuming is important for the job. I got my iconic hood on today. Okay,
That's true. That's true. Maybe I should. It used to be knee socks, so.
I have my spray on artificial hair.
Nice.
Okay. Well, first of all, welcome to both of you. Thank you for agreeing to do this. I know.
Yeah. Lest anyone have any confusion about this. This is all Wick's fault.
True. Oh yeah, I invited them both to be here. So this is on me.
Old school.
I am responsible for whatever happens. So today we're going to have just a discussion about what is a woman. It's a broad topic. I'm sure we'll get into other areas of it. But just some ground rules here. We are going to stick mainly on topic. It can get a little tangential, but we're not going to go towards outside dramas or anything like that. That's not the purpose of what we're doing today. No slurs, nothing tossed. That's nothing that's going to get me demonetized. But other than that,
what are we on? Are we on Twitch?
We are on Twitch and YouTube right now. So.
Okay, Twitch is really weird about gender topics, so you might want to just single stream.
I understand. I accept the risk. Just no slurs is what I'm asking, right? So no, don't drop the T slur, the F slur, none of that. Okay.
Sure. I got banned for 2 weeks for saying that I don't think a trans woman is a woman, though, and that's the whole debate. So
I believe the debate by your request is what is a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure.
I wanted it to be our trans women. That was your choice. I agree. It's a better title, but.
Well, we'll get into it.
We're going to debate the title first.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, give me a moment. Welcome, one and all, to Wick TV, cross-ideological platform where we bring together people with opposing viewpoints and we discuss topics from the political to the cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, the question is, what is a woman? We're going to allow both of these individuals brief opening statements, and then we're just going to get into it. And with that, on with the show. First of all, any questions before we begin? Any other things that you guys want to know? Any questions about format?
Yeah, define brief. I don't think we agreed on a time, but I anticipate I'll need about between 5 and 10 minutes.
For your opening statement?
Yeah. Heady topic.
Oh, no.
I sent it to you.
You sent it, but that's not.
I sent it to you in advance. You approved it.
Yeah, but that's not 5 minutes. If it takes you 5 minutes to read that, something has gone wrong.
I'll read quickly.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh God. Okay. Fine. We'll start with you, and then we'll allow Phemoid to go. Go ahead.
No, I think Lav should go first.
You can think whatever you want. I flipped the coin.
I think it's unfair to Lav to make her wait through my opening statement. Let me poison the well.
Go first.
Start us off.
Very well.
Come on, King. You got this.
What is a woman? Ladies first.
Touche. Thank you, Lav, for not ducking out. Thank you, Wick, for making me go through this. Fuck you. To begin, I want to highlight that even the very framing of this debate, as Lav predicted, is conceptually fraught. The question we are supposedly debating tonight is, what is a woman? I take this question to mean, what is it that the word woman identifies? A sex, a gender, a set of bodily characteristics, a social role? If we proceed etymologically, the word woman as we pronounce it today comes from the Old English word wifman, I think I'm pronouncing that right, literally wife man or female servant. We of course refer to the male in heterosexual relationships as either simply the man or husband, meaning quite literally the master of the house. You can already see the problem with the question, what is a woman, in that it comes to us not as a simple designator of a visual archetype, a human possessing breasts and a vulva as opposed to a penis and testes, but with heterosexuality baked in. The word woman is a modification of man, taken to be a sort of universal person to whom she is but secondary and created as a help, as in the biblical account of Eve's creation. If woman means anything beyond a particular social context, one in which one's place within a rigidly heterosexual system is constitutive of one's identity, then it cannot bear any relation to this. We should not like to say outside of heterosexual patriarchal culture that women as a category do not exist. By woman, we want to identify something more universal as man in the aforementioned etymological account. Something that can describe a type of person present within all cultures, both patriarchal, matriarchal, heteronormative, and those that recognize a wider array of social roles and sexualities. Where to find this universal type? I argue that there isn't one, but let's run down the list. As the account just given indicates, it is not to be found in some common experience, because no common experience exists. Experience varies widely across cultures and individuals. Even with the example just given, not even women under heteropatriarchal models were understood straightforwardly. Aristotle's account of men and women as sharing the same essence yet differing as an accident of matter springs to mind. It is also therefore not to be found in a performative social role as Judith Butler understands it, since woman does not describe a universal category. It quite simply is the performance of a specific role within or derived from a specifically heterosexual and patriarchal linguistic structure that only recognizes woman by opposition to man and retroactively treats sex as the immutable cause of the characteristics this heterosexual frame imposes on subjects. Excuse me. Nor is it to be found in a type of body. Not only do amputees, people with birth defects, and hermaphrodites exist in our world, there is, for instance, a condition called Klinefelter syndrome, in which cis men with penises, testes, no ovaries, and no breasts nonetheless have two X chromosomes. There are likewise cis women with both X and Y chromosomes who have breasts, vulvas, and ovaries. This may happen to girls with androgen sensitivity syndrome. And thus, woman as a universal category is not even to be found in sex, which is itself gendered by a hegemonic heterosexuality, which insists that binary sex is what governs behavior. Woman is an identity constructed within a very specific heteronormative framework. However, constructed does not mean invalid or less real. It simply emphasizes that one's identity is as much a part of one's contingent situation as one's location in time and space. Trans women, therefore, are women. All gender may be an unnatural artifice, but then so are we. Thus, if someone is so constituted that their identity is that of a man or a woman, even against the pressures of an enforced heteronormativity and heterosexuality which wants to conflate sex, gender, and desire altogether, so that not only physical characteristics but sexual orientations become associated with one gender or the other within a binary, as for instance in the psychological theory of Richard von Krafft-Ebing, who described homosexual men as having their object of sexual desire inverted from that appropriate to men, then if the shoe fits, wear it. Thank you.
Okay. Wow.
And the shoe is a high.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to quote fucking Kevin from The Office. It's like, why have many word when few word do same job? Holy shit. So, and also like I know I'm guilty of rants and I will be ranting tonight as well. But I have to agree with Destiny that like brevity is the soul of wit. And so we could have taken that and boiled it down. And what I took away from that is that, because he said this like 3 times, women, etymologically, is not a man, and sociologically, based off of the position, based off of the word root, is a subservient class of men. And then when you go to the stereotypical definitions, they're insufficient because there's not a universal experience of what being a woman is. There's not a universal experience, or there's not a universal biology, and there's not I don't know what the fuck else he said. There's something else that's not universal. So all he said so far is what women aren't, not what they are. And this is the thing where I think the sex essentialists and conservatives and gender skeptics have a lot easier of a time defining things, because they can say it's adult human female. And then they can, when you bring up the exceptions, they can just say, well, those are exceptions. So if you're talking about somebody with Klinefelter syndrome, or if you're talking about somebody who is a hermaphrodite, if that's outdated language, I'm sorry, but somebody who has, both testes and ovaries. And also, literally just hearing this argument earlier today, apparently, I'm not saying this is true, this is just what a gender essentialist YouTuber said, or excuse me, a gender critical person, which I think Lav is. this is what they said, is that even amongst like hermaphroditic people, there tends to be a skew towards one direction. So there tends to be like people who are heavily female, but then happen to have like testes and a penis, and then there's people who are like heavily male, but then happen to have ovaries. I don't know if that's true. I just know that that's what's said. So yeah, I feel like the gender skeptical people have definitionally a much easier job than the social constructionists. But let's see what they have to say.
You cut out there, but I'm sure what you said was very funny.
It was a high heel icing.
The shoe, yeah, the shoe is a high heel.
You mean the form of footwear traditionally associated with the male members of the European royalty?
Yeah. Those are a little long-winded, buddy. Anyway,
That's how I roll.
So I think, and I'm here to say that a woman is an adult
First
female,
questionable statement.
an adult human female. A female is the sex that holds the novel, larger sex gamete. Feminists and women have fought for women to remain a protected sex class, a material reality and not an idea or postmodernist, post-constructualism construct. I suspect this debate will go a few places in terms of rhetoric, and we will talk about gender and its relation to the sex body. Gender identity definitions are completely circular or reliant on gender-based stereotypes. I want to decimate gender roles, obviously. Men have attributed to themselves the prototype of what it means to be human, positioning women as their inferior. Women as a gender is a role that revolves around masochism, self-hatred, passivity. I resent I am to be seen as fragile, submissive, pink, and ditzy as a woman. I resent that I must be a hole for fucking, a mouth for fucking, and an ass for fucking, a nurse, a saint, a mother, an object, that my hair has to be long, my legs shaved, my eyelashes always at the feminine length, even when I am sick, even when I am dying to be a woman. I will not be pushed into these things to affirm my spot in my own sex class or protected class, and when a male does these things, it and should not give him access to my bathroom, my sports, my prisons, my crisis centers, my affirmative action opportunities, and my body in a medical setting, and the right to call himself a woman in anything other than fictitious play pretend. I'm arguing as a feminist. Feminism is about the liberation of the female sex. I resent the idea women are defined by their performance of femininity, or that sex-based oppression is entirely hypothetical and women can identify out of experiencing it, and that men can identify into experiencing it.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. So I get this is you're gonna have to give me some latitude, okay? Because I think it's one thing to identify and follow arguments versus agreeing with them. So I actually disagree with lab/Phemoid. Hey Bear, can I have a hug? Ha! All right, I love you. All right, have a good night. All right, see ya. So I disagree. So I think that these things are correlated, and I don't think that like social constructionism is this slam poetry. No, she's a former pop artist, so she tends to write lyrically. But I think that there is a social construction that is on top of sex. So this is something that I literally heard today. So bear in mind, I'm still conceptualizing things, but this is something that I think is true. So when you describe something that is physically real, this is hematite, right? It's a part of my bracelet that I broke earlier today. Hematite is a kind of stone. I don't know its like physical properties, but you can describe it, and you can repeatedly describe it, and basically come to the same object over and over and over again. The language surrounding, this object, this specific object, is a social construction. We have created language as like verbal utterances in order to describe things, but the things that we're describing are ultimately real. And I think that sex, despite its exceptions, and despite hermaphrodism, despite intersexuality, despite exceptions, despite Klinefelter syndrome, we can largely arrive at a material definition of sex, and then rules by their necessary creation almost require exception. So this whole like line of argumentation, like, well, there's exceptions, therefore we shouldn't have rules, is a very like postmodern, leftist, progressive idea that I do not agree with. However, I do think that male and female, if those are the terms that we're going to use for sex, we can put that aside and say this is the physical description of sex. And then we can talk about gender, where gender is something that is sprouting out of sex, and it does involve some level of social performance that might be partially social, partially environmental, but also could be rooted in the biology itself. So, what is hematite called in Mexico? I think it's called aqua. God damn it. So basically, when we're talking about gender, we're talking about what's like sprouting out of the biology. So I have testosterone in my system. I have testes. I have a penis, all that kind of stuff. There's going to be correlated, not causative, but correlated behaviors. I'm more likely to engage in weapon play as a child. I'm more interested, on average, to be interested in objects over people. I am more interested in basically like material objects, like I just said. And then I'm going to skew towards certain interests based off of my gender and sex. Also, I'm more likely to behave in certain behaviors. So, rape, murder, robbery, theft, high risk behaviors, traffic accidents, speeding, all of that kind of stuff. All of that is statistically correlated with both my gender, social expectations, and my biology. So there's something that's like floating on top of sex, and I would say that's like the social expression of gender. And then if within gender, if there's overlap where you're interested in some stereotypical feminine things, or if you're interested in some stereotypical masculine things, then the concept of gender should be breakable or moldable enough that you can have some feminine traits or some masculine traits. And then I also think that there can be biological and sociological exceptions for people who are born with a certain sex, so they're born female or they're born male, but then either because of endocrinology or biology or environment or happenstance, they happen to identify with the opposite gender and as such want to transform themselves as much as possible into the opposite gender. So, the reason why neither one of these people fit my understanding of these conceptions is because this gentleman over here is going to say, well, as soon as you identify as the opposite category, you basically are that category. You know, I'm kind of talking shit, but that's entirely possible. And then she's going to say that that's not possible. So neither one of these people are probably going to have the answer that I'm looking for. But let's see what else they have to say.
And with that, I guess we'll open it up. I will start with a question, if I may, to both of you. And this is something that President Sunday mentioned in his opening statement. I'm curious if you agree, Lav. He said that there is no such thing as a shared female or woman experience. Do we think that's true?
No.
Why not? Can you elaborate a little bit?
I think all things that women share, that they are male. So it's the biological reality of being female. Whether or not
Can you restate? I didn't catch that last thing. What did you say exactly?
The biological
reality of being female.
Of being female. Sorry, I just heard the biological reality of male. Your audio is just dipping a little bit from time to time. Just
that's really annoying. Is that a me problem? Are you hearing that also, Wick?
Time to time, it's a little bit, right? But I can understand what you're saying.
Maybe I'll just hold it here.
Whatever you need to do.
I don't know what I need to do. But yeah, I think we all share the biological reality of being female, and then obviously that has different connotations, denotations, depending on the person.
Okay.
Oh, okay. My favorite part of that response is how it completely ignores the very concrete example I gave, wherein the very word woman itself, think about it for 5 seconds. It's a derivation from man. Man does not contain any such prefix. We are presuming a heterosexual patriarchal situation in order to define woman even as a discrete category in that way. That's not universal. Even if it were the case that at some point in time that described every single society in existence, we can imagine very easily societies in which it doesn't uphold. We would not therefore say, there's no common experience there at all. What you're describing is a very particular cultural contingency, and you're simply asserting that it's universal.
It's the material reality of being female. So that's
the
not
material reality of being female is contingent on time and place.
I'm sorry.
Among other things, even within a single time and place, there will be women who are lesbian. There will be women who are amputees. There will be hermaphrodites.
They're still female.
Which means what precisely?
Which means that you are the sex that holds the stationary larger unit. You are capable of creating a child within your womb.
There are women without wombs.
Yes, but it's because of a disease that affects their female.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. You're defining Lav. Lav, that doesn't work. You're defining the female by reference to an organ. If the organ isn't present, that doesn't work. You can't just insist after the fact, after the organ's gone, oh, well, it's still female.
It's of the nature to. It's the capability. Being able to hold the female gamete, being the sex that creates the larger female sex gamete.
Okay, but what is the sex then? How are you distinguishing these?
Our biological role in reproduction.
But it is not simply the case, first of all, that there are only two sexes along those lines, because there are once again people we will both describe as women who do not produce larger gametes, and there are hermaphrodites.
But they're still of the nature to produce larger gametes.
What do you mean by of the nature to produce larger gametes? Nature has
And
not
also-
supplied them with the tools to produce larger gametes.
So are you saying that male and female doesn't exist because they were aberrations?
No, I'm saying male and female are genders.
What?
So male and female, you're arguing are genders and not sex-based.
Yep,
Can you elaborate on that, please?
absolutely. So when we identify organs and cells and chromosomes and things of that sort as being those that are of the substance of femaleness, we are not actually discerning femaleness in those cells. We are registering that people who approximate to the cultural image of a woman, which is culturally contingent, obviously, typically bear these characteristics. Case in point, the situation of cis men who have two X chromosomes and cis women who have an X and a Y chromosome. These are not determinative of gender, clearly, and yet we associate these as being the sex chromosomes.
Are you using gender and sex interchangeably?
Yeah, but in a different direction from you. So you're going to argue with an essentialist understanding of sex that gender is to sex as sex is to nature. I'm going to argue that sex itself is gender at a different level of remove because it is actually identified in those cells. We are registering that.
This is actually important. Let's go back a
So
little.
male and female, you're arguing are genders and not sex-based.
Yep,
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah,
absolutely.
This
So-
is a bad take, but I need to take a note.
When we identify organs and cells and chromosomes and things of that sort as being those that are of the substance of femaleness, we are not actually discerning femaleness in those cells. We are registering that people who approximate to the cultural image of a woman, which is culturally contingent, obviously, typically bear these characteristics. Case in point, the situation of cis men who have two X chromosomes and cis women who have an X and a Y chromosome. These are not determinative of gender, clearly, and yet we associate these as being the sex chromosomes.
Are you using gender and sex interchangeably?
Yeah, but in a different direction from you. So you're going to argue with an essentialist understanding of sex that gender is to sex as sex is to nature. I'm going
No, god damn it. Okay, so this has happened over and over and over again, and it fucking pisses me off. Like honestly, this is one of the most frustrating things to deal with as a debate moderator. And so the content must flow, right? No offense to you guys. I love you dearly. I appreciate you being here with me on a Friday night. Happy Cinco de Mayo. I hope you're imbibing of alcoholic beverages and or marijuanas. And I hope you're celebrating our Hispanic brothers and sisters of the, great American continent. However, how fucking ever, I pointed out last night that using the word you is almost always a rhetorical failure. It's something that I've tried to eliminate from my lexicon, and when I do it, it is a failure of my own. And when I see creators, large or small, use the word you, I view it as a rhetorical failure. So he just said that you're going to be gender essentialist and that you're going to you're going to interchangeably use sex and gender. And that is absolutely not true because he already doesn't understand the gender critical perspective, which again, I DM Lav a couple of questions and I'm pretty sure she's comfortable identifying with that thing. So the gender essentialist perspective, as far as I understand it, or excuse me, the gender critical perspective, as far as I understand it, is the fact that sex is real. The way that I was articulating the hematite, like we were saying earlier, you can come up with a series of descriptors that will lead you back to hematite 99.9% of the time. And if there is a piece of hematite that is not pure, or it's adulterated, or if it has modifications, but it has some of the properties of hematite, but it's not completely hematite, that does not invalidate the concept of hematite. And we're completely reliant, especially in like the industrial, Western, cis heteropatriarchal, all the things that are supposed to be negative, but I view as positive. Within our societies, we have used our hyper-specific descriptive factors in order to arrive at like a 99, 98% accuracy when we're describing things. Okay? And so if we can use the terms male and female, and at a 98, 99% accuracy, arrive at males and females, the aberrations do not eliminate the rule. As a matter of fact, whenever you create a rule, it almost necessarily creates exception. So he's just already shit the bed by saying you and assigning a position. So exceptions do not eliminate the rules. And then what Lav may say, we're going to allow her to say it in her own words, is that you should eliminate the expectations of gender. So just because you are female does not mean that you should have long hair and play with dolls and like the color pink and wear dresses and wear high heels and fawn after the attention of men and all this bullshit. As a matter of fact, if you want to do stereotypically masculine attributes, then our society, through abolishing or minimizing the conception of gender, should allow you as a female to do whatever the fuck you want to do. Whereas, and vice versa applies to males. So, anyways, already shit the fucking bed. Let's see if it gets recovered.
I'm going to argue that sex itself is gender at a different level of remove, because it is actually identified by reference to gender profiles. Case in point. We did not have an understanding of these biological factors when we identified the sexes.
But we knew that there were two. We knew that there was a smaller, weaker sex, and we know.
No, we
there
didn't. There have been
sex.
hermaphrodites in.
That was not the general. That was not the standard. So when
the standard doesn't matter. If you're making a universal claim, it needs to be universal. Universal claim doesn't admit of myriad exceptions. I just listed a list.
This is retarded.
I want to hear Lab's response to this. I'm very curious. What would you say to all of that? Go ahead.
I am a gender atheist. I think that gender is a completely post-structuralist understanding of the sexes. I think that it's based in stereotypes and immaterial reality. I think that it's a list of oppressive roles that we keep the sexes in. There is no evidence of gender identity in the brain. We've tried to test it. We can't empirically trace it. Throughout the early 19th centuries, when people started, or when doctors or sexologists started to study these things, and still we have no evidence of gender identity in the brain. We can't really identify what even gender means definitionally. In fact, I would really like President Sunday to give me a definition of gender, with the caveat that it is not describing stereotype, or it is not a circular definition. So you can't use gender in the first half and the second half.
What do you suppose gender is? What do you think it refers to? What part of culture or human experience?
I am almost positive I just described.
I'm sure you are, but maybe say it again for those of us who are a little bit slow. What do you suppose the word gender is picking out in particular? Why do you suppose we use that and not simply biological sex?
Well, there are actually a couple reasons. So I think that one is that in the 1970s, post-structuralist, postmodernist feminists tried to assert that females were not becoming housewives because they wanted to, but it was something that was pushed on them. It was not something that was biologically essential, but something that
describes you, does it not?
But something that was constructed.
But that describes your position, does it not?
Eliminate gender, you fucking fool! Listen.
You don't believe that women are biologically predisposed to be housewives?
Yes, I know.
Well, okay.
So maybe you can understand my confusion then.
Do you understand her definition though of gender?
Well, I'm given to understand that gender as a concept is absurd, but it directly stems from feminist efforts to distinguish between to undermine biological determinism. The idea that your anatomy is in some way determinative of your social role.
Yes, and it was supposed to be it's constructualism, right? So it's
you know what that means?
All of this. Yes, I know what this means. It means
maybe,
that words determine.
Well, I'm very dim, which is why I accepted this debate. Maybe you can help me explain it, please.
It means more. It means that that there are two things determining our reality: that words and also biology, right? So, or not biology, but just experience, your material reality, right? You look very confused. Are you not?
I am
grasping
indeed
the concept.
I'm not entirely certain what I'm grasping. So you just confused biology and experience. I'm a little bit perplexed.
I don't know how you can simultaneously be dense and smug. How is that possible? How can you not be listening to the words of your opponent and not understanding their conceptions and also be smug about it? I don't know how that's fucking possible at all. I would reiterate what I've already said, but nothing has been established yet because he's actually not understanding what the fuck she just said, which is basically she's saying that sex is real, gender is a series of stereotypes in social construction that has been put on top of sex that I don't agree with. I want to abolish or eliminate the ephemeral social stereotypical definitions that we associate with gender and I want people to be the sexes that they are, but then if there is some aberration or exception, then they can do whatever the fuck they want. It's actually fucking amazing. Yeah, Eugene Peterson said Sitch and Adam would call this weaponized stupidity. Yeah, it's actually kind of amazing. So let's take a look at it. And Logan Ross, like, I don't agree with you. So he says, as a wise kindergartner said once in the 1990s, boys have penises, girls have vagina. I agree with you 98% of the time. I still think that there's exceptions to the rule, and we can create a society that necessitates those exceptions. But let's just see if somehow magically we can escape the fucking vortex of weaponized stupidity. Let's see.
Well, you don't think that sex is real, so I don't know what happened.
Well, I think. Well, hang on. I think gender is real. If I'm describing linguistic and cultural systems, I'm describing things that are real.
So you take the Judith Butler approach in which you don't take into account material reality in your post-structuralist.
Judith Butler
are the reality.
Judith Butler is specifically concerned with material reality. How we partition it, how we
I don't think that you've ever read a Judith Butler book. Judith Butler is a post-structuralist, postmodernist. You did not read that book.
Let me quote.
You did not read that book.
I don't think you understand what a postmodernist is or what a structuralist is. First of all, when we're talking about a structuralist, we're talking about somebody who understands concepts as being both produced and constrained by linguistic systems. They're not denying the existence of anything materially. They're saying that the labels we apply to things in the world make sense by reference to other things. So you believe that
you believe that gender exists over sex, which is sex is material reality. Gender is immaterial.
The question.
Well, let me interject here.
Can I answer this very quickly and then I'll interject?
Yeah, quickly. Sure. Because I want to get us on a shared.
I understand. So the question is not about whether or not, for example, you require certain sets of organs or certain cells to reproduce. The question is, how do we understand these as constituting specific human types? And this is always going to be social. Case in point, even if we take a sex determinative stance, where sex is what defines your social role, in the absence of the opposite sex, that has no meaning. So if you're on a desert island, if sex is determinative of gender,
you are still a female or a male.
Function, but only by treating female as some kind of immutable magical substance that is conferred by a specific set of organelles or a culture's association of those with other things. So when you say still a female, you revert as soon as I say, well, hang on, there are women who lack these reproductive functions.
I did not revert at all.
Well, what I was
Someone
going to say,
is still a female.
What I was going to say is that you revert from treating females being defined by having these factors to, well, females defined from me perceiving that they ought to have those factors. That's a very different statement.
It's not perceiving.
They ought to have these factors because it's a material
perceiving
reality.
That they ought to have is
we're talking about labels.
Is very
Here's a
silly.
Here's a question.
In every reproductive system, all mammals in which we are have counterparts for sexual reproduction. They have reproductive roles. There is a
mammals are a social construct. We are all reptiles. So Lev,
do you believe that man and woman? Quick, Sunday, you're gonna have to let her at least finish her thought. Okay, I get it, right? You want to jump in, hit that buzzer, but you got to let her at least finish her thought before we get in there. Just for the sake of conversation. Is that okay?
Thank you.
I don't know, Wick. Is it okay?
I don't know, but I want to ask you a question as soon as she's done answering. So finish, Lav, and then I will ask you a question.
I jumped the gun.
I sort of forgot what I was saying. But sex explains our biological role, right? It explains the two types of human there can be in order to reproduce. It is not a construct. There is a female and there is a male. There are aberrations in which genes get mixed up, and there are certainly what we would call mistakes, right? Or like I said, aberrations. But that is not the general. We know that in order to reproduce, there is a female and there is a male.
Yes.
So
you think?
Oh,
no,
please.
No, Wick.
No, I do have a question for you, but
I agree. No.
Okay.
So we heard.
Right, no offense to Sunday. I get really annoyed when people try to fucking mind read me when they're doing like debate critiques and all that kind of shit. But I'm really wondering if he had a response that wasn't going to be a repeat, because like we're 20 minutes in, 25 minutes in, and we are looping already. In which Lav has asserted the same definition over and over and over again that is like entirely coherent, which is basically that language is a social construction. However, we are describing material things. Once we describe those material things, there can be aberrations and exceptions, but I am describing a material thing that has these features based off of this definition that has long been understood by people, and even if in history we didn't have as much science to understand it, and there are exceptions and there are rules, These are still the rules as we have understood them as a culture and as a society for a very long time, and we're describing an actually material thing. Now, can you give me your definition? She's done that like 2 or 3 fucking times, and Sunday has just scoffed and just said, there are exceptions to the rules, therefore I don't like your definition. And then when Lav tries to pin him down and say, hey, you're using a social constructionist definition, but all you're doing is you're associating a bunch of stereotypes and then calling it gender. Do you have a different definition that isn't circular? He's just fucking walking away and repeating the same shit. So this is actually pretty bad. Gender critical feminists agree with Sunday. Boots, you would have to fucking explain that shit to me. Because gender critical feminists agree with Sunday. I've only been listening to one gender critical feminist besides Lav, and I don't think they agree with what you just said. But I'm all ears. I'm all ready to learn shit. I am agnostic. But let's continue.
Her definition of gender, I'm curious as to yours. She did ask you, and I don't know if you ever answered it. And just for the sake of the class,
You retreated. Talking about my retreat.
It depends on frame of reference. So, as a constructivist who is analyzing the history of the use of gender, they're going to take a different stance, for example, from somebody who's embedded within a specific culture, where there's sort of a natural attitude towards gender as like being simply sex A or sex B. So, my understanding of gender, I do in fact take largely from Butler. My understanding of gender is that gender is precisely that, understood from the outside. So, it's a social role that is enforced and produced by a certain linguistic system. That's sort of so in our discourse, for example, when we talk about people as kinds, we refer to men and women as oppositions to each other, and we understand ourselves as we identify ourselves both internally and with respect to other people. I'm a guy who, stuff like that, right? Even the joker is like, look, I'm a man of simple tastes. It's sort of like discreetly in the back there. Now, my position contra the natural attitude is not that this is simply identifiable as sex. I think this is precisely what I've just described. It's a role understood within sort of a social matrix, sort of like a language system
Based
in
off
which
of what?
we understand things. Based off, what do you mean based off of what? Based off of practice, how people talk to each other. How people regard each other, how people identify themselves against other people.
So you are an essentialist.
I am a gender. What?
You are an essentialist.
No. No, I deny the existence of an essential gender. However, you can understand a system that treats of an essential gender, or recognize that it still produces people who do legitimately identify. Hang on, recognize that it does produce people who legitimately identify with respect to those genders, and then treat those identities as what they are. They're still identities. They're still valid within that system, and you can still respect them as human beings when they self-avow that identity.
So, what do you call a drag queen that does not?
A drag queen is very specifically somebody who is playing with the rules of a system and subverting them while also referencing them. So, for example,
so is a trans woman by that measure.
Ooh, okay, hold on. Before we get into a counterpoint, I actually like this answer from President Sunday. So if you thought that this was just going to be the lab simping hour, incorrect. I actually do participate in these debate spaces, and I like rhetoric and I like argumentation, and I don't have to agree with something in order to appreciate it. So while kind of conceding that he was basically buying into the fact that these are socially constructed and maybe referential and they're kind of ephemeral and stereotypical and all that kind of stuff, he's still saying that we have all of these associations within our society. So if people identify with and kind of do these things, and then they are the thing they claim to be. So, for instance, I do associate with being, I am both male, as far as I know. I'm assigned male at birth. I do not have Klinefelter syndrome. I have penis and testes. And I also have stereotypical behaviors that match the social role of a man. I do like being able to provide for my wife. I do like hunting and gathering resources. Not in a literal sense, like, scurrying acorns off the ground and hunting hogs with spears. But I do enjoy working and then transferring my material resources to a family. I do enjoy that social role that has been provided to me. I like fighting. I like guns. I like violence. I like war. I like politics. I like power. I like money to a certain degree. So all these stereotypes that are associated with masculinity, I identify with, and I'm okay with saying that I am both male and I'm a man. I have no issues with that definition. And on top of that, I think that this opens up the door, because Lav's going to slam the door on trans people. I think that somebody can be a male or a female where they were born with the testes, or they were born with the ova or the uterus or whatever, and then they identify with the gender role under a constructionist lens of the opposite gender. And while they might not be able to fully transition their sex, they can take on secondary sex characteristics that are typically associated with the opposite gender, and then they can socially be identified as the opposite gender. Now, you can say like it's if you don't agree with that, you can say it's a facsimile, you can say it's a stereotype, you can say it's offensive, you can say that it's incorrect, you can say that it's not within God's nature. But I think that at least this definition, this internal definition, is coherent, makes room for gender nonconforming people, and is a coherent enough definitional structure. So Drazar Sunday is just getting bodied. Hey, listen. I did not have high estimations of his performance so far, but I felt like that was a coherent point. So I'm going to take it where I can get it. Okay. Boots says, Lav has a poor understanding of Butler. Gender is real and sex is real as well. Both are social constructs, but the sex construct is necessarily limiting based on biology. I'm okay. So this guy speaks like Jeff Goldblum with a mouthful of food. We need to do that like text to speech thing where we just get like Sunday and Jeff Goldblum like mixed up together, and then do the deep fake shit where President Sunday is pretending to be Jeff Goldblum. I'm sure Sunday likes having very specific defined concepts when they help his argument. Yeah, sure. I think that's the problem with debating like postmodernists and constructionists and all that kind of stuff is they only adhere to definitions when they feel like it. As someone that is usually a Sunday hater, I have to defend him here. If Lav is willing to deconstruct gender, why not deconstruct sex as well? Because she believes that there's an underlying biological reality that you're pointing to. I think we've said that. Mitchell Johnson says, what's up in here? We're heated hippie. Too many people fell through, so we weren't able to put a show together tonight, but we'll be back next Friday. And we're just doing some autism review. So Lav, our favorite feminist, is arguing with President Sunday, our favorite autist, about what the fuck is a woman. Sex is a social construct is the most intellectually dishonest opinion a human being can hold. Depends if you get into the language game shit, but I think that if you say that you're describing an underlying material reality, then it's fine. Underlying reality doesn't delineate social construct from something true and real, though. Boots, you would have to explain what you mean by that. German origin for male and female is weremen and wifmen. Cool. Is Lav a turf? Yeah, kind of. Man meant human? True. Yeah. So we're not disagreeing with each other, chat. Let's get back into the content.
No, a trans woman is not playing with those. A trans woman is actually performing the role of a woman. They are a woman.
Performing the role of a woman. Performing the role of a woman and being a woman are not the same thing.
They are precisely the same thing. Even if we take a biologically essentialist route as you have, you were specifically talking about performing a
biological essentialism.
Lav, you gotta, just real quick, Lav, you gotta let him actually, because I'm curious too. Like, how are they? What is the difference? And I want to hear this answer, so please don't interrupt him. What is the difference for when it comes? What roles are they performing? Right? Can you explain?
Oh, what roles are women in particular performing?
Trans women in particular, and how is that different than drag queens? I'm just curious.
Yeah. So localizing it to our culture, because this is always culturally contingent. A trans, what was that sound?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
A trans woman is somebody who identifies as a woman in a heteronormative, heterosexual culture that instinctively associates womanness with having specific body parts and being like a specific configuration. Stereotypes. Well, actually, not too far from the mark.
Yeah.
That being the case, they simultaneously break that system a little bit, but they're also conditioned by it. They do identify by its terms. So the system is not that effective in terms of actually like creating the appropriate subjects for it. But am I making sense to you, Wick? Does that?
No, I'm getting it now. But I'm curious now. So that now that we have that established, what you think here, I'm curious what Lav would say to that, right? So his definition of gender. What do you think? Is it on? Is it off?
It's ephemeral. It's bullshit. God damn it. Fuck. I wish people were tracking the arguments a little bit. So sorry for pausing again. I'll stop pause adding Andy in a second. But he didn't answer. So Lav asked, what roles are trans women performing that is parallel or identical to that of cis women? And if you want to do this, you can be stereotypical. You can say trans women typically have long hair. They typically like to speak effeminately. They typically like to receive, like you start listing off all the gender stereotypes. They like to receive gifts. They like purses. They like high heels. They like wearing pink. They like, flowers and femme shit and, soft music. And they like being kissed and held and cuddled and protected and provided for. And they like blah, 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 blah. But this is all gender. This is all the social construction that Lav herself criticizes and says is not a useful definition or identifier of how human beings reproduce. And she wants to eliminate these stereotypes so women and men, or males and females, have the freedom to socially express themselves how they see fit, regardless of the social pressures and stereotypes assigned to each gender. So I feel like that was a fucking dodge. But real women don't exist hours with this guy, apparently. Lav is a TERF, but not a gender-critical feminist. You keep boots, you say that. But literally, I have not seen the separation of fucking definition that you're allegedly ascribing. When gender-critical, what I have seen from the gender-critical content that I've consumed so far, which I will admit is small, gender-critical just means that you don't think gender is a worthwhile social construction on top of the body of sex. And you believe that sex is the determining binary between the sexes. And as a result, you should eliminate gender as much as possible, potentially literally abolish it, and then just have people bang and produce children, but then socially express themselves however the fuck they feel. So I don't know what you're saying that is separate from that, or that Lav has said that is contradictory to what I just said. So if you want to share a definition in chat, I am open ears. You are more than welcome to share your definition of gender critical separate from what I just said. But if you don't, then you're just kind of saying things without substantiating them. He never answers. I have seen a lot of folks talk and say nothing, but I've never seen it do smugly. Yeah, it's weird to be smug and dense at the same time. Yeah, what roles they are in this, like getting, but not that way. Yeah, so Mitchell Johnson, like the one that Lav might default to, which we'll find out in a second, is going to be like producing the female gametes, producing like ova, eggs, and then rearing and nurturing children, which is not necessary in order to be a female, but it's like stereotypically associated with being a female. So that is a role that trans women cannot perform without surgeries, without like adoption, without what do you call it, where somebody else surrogates, without that kind of additional choicing. So she's going to say they're not true females and therefore not true women because they're not fulfilling the sexual role assigned by female. But I think that you can argue that they are fulfilling those social roles, and there are women who fulfill those social roles because they too don't have functioning uteruses. So, anyways, I'm gonna let y'all chew on that while we get back into it.
What's your thoughts here?
I think if you're a progressive, if you identify as a progressive, you would want to decimate a gender role, right? Because if performing this social role makes you a woman, certainly there's a way that you could identify.
Oh, I see what's going on. I see what your problem is. You don't understand performativity. You think performativity.
I understand performativity theory.
Can you clarify it for me?
Performativity theory?
Yeah, can you explain it to me, please?
Sure. That literally, yeah. When you are performing, that becomes the.
You're hang on. Pause for a sec. You're cutting out again. Give it a second before you answer. Try now. Sorry. I want to be able to hear you.
So, Judith Butler's theory would explain that if people see you as if you are seen as a woman, then that is the reality. Then the internalized or the way that you view something would make it to be so.
Then explain it.
Sorry, that's incorrect. So performativity.
That's not incorrect.
That is quite incorrect. I'm afraid to say. Do you want me to explain performativity for you?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so performativity is the idea that within a certain cultural setting, with its linguistic structures and things like that, you could think of it as like the world of a video game almost. It's all simulated. There are processes that emerge within that.
Gender performativity posits that gender is made up of acts that mark a person as man or woman. And it is through the repetition of those gender acts that the illusion of stable gender identity is created,
this is true,
which I just gave an example of.
Well, not exactly, because how you described it is of an agent choosing to act
gender,
out a role.
This is what Judith Butler says
choosing
in her
to
book.
Act out a role. Choosing
in
to
her
act
book,
out a role.
Judith Butler says gender reality is performative, which means quite simply that it is real only to the extent that it is performed. right? So
In
if
this
someone would
sense,
see someone,
external
if someone would
partners.
see you as a woman, then that is real because that is what they are perceiving you.
I've got
I
a
was
paragraph to
completely
read for you.
correct.
I've got a paragraph to read for you. In this sense, gender is not a noun, but neither is it a set of free-floating attributes, for we have seen that the substantive effect of gender is performatively produced and compelled by the regulatory practices of gender coherence. Hence, within the inherited discourse of the metaphysics of substance, gender proves performative, that is, constituting the identity it is purported to be. In this sense, gender is always a doing, though not a doing, here's the important part, by a subject who might be said to pre-exist the deed. So the subject's self-understanding is also conditioned by the linguistic framework in which it's operating.
Maybe this will help the
So
discussion.
before, no, here, very quickly. So what Judith Butler is going to be highlighting over against someone like Simone de Beauvoir, actually not over against, actually consistent with, what Judith Butler is highlighting, when Simone de Beauvoir says that one is not a woman, one becomes a woman.
No,
What is the one?
That is completely, Simone de Beauvoir is taken out of context so frequently, it actually gets me
Why don't
so
you clarify
pissed
that?
off.
Okay, elaborate, please.
Simone de Beauvoir says in her book that one is not born a woman, one becomes one. What she's
Yes.
saying is that a female.
What is the one? What gender is the one?
A female. She's saying a female is put through the meat grinder. If you
No,
read
she's not.
How can you be smug and obtuse at the same time? Tap tap. Is this mic on? What is that book? I'm assuming it's fucking Judith Butler, bro. Listen. I'm a former law enforcement officer and a former fucking Marine. You think I spend my free time reading fucking Judith Butler and Simone de Beauvoir and all this fucking bullshit? Like, fuck off. Like, this isn't my shit. The only reason why I'm here is because two autistic people are fucking ripping each other to shreds over it. That's the only reason why I'm here. Well, it's hard to be a feminist and not be a hardline segregationist of males and men. True. Thanks for subscribing, user. Appreciate you. If it's in a book, it must be true then. True. No, I think he's just trying to demonstrate what fucking Judith Butler said, but I'm gonna debunk this in a second. So what sex is a natural kind to you, Eugene Peterson? I mean, I would say males and females, but obviously, like, mushrooms have like 472 different sexes, so we're talking about mammals and we're talking about humans. Who cares? This genre of content is garbage. Then go watch something else, Pickled Rick. Appreciate you. Come back on a different night. Everything is inherent to biology. You act everything in a rhythm called habit. Your emotions and personal traits have been naturally selected. Gender is a bimodal distribution, not a social construct. Yeah, but we're okay. Faucet Wizard, I kind of want to address what you're saying because I think you're like 80% of the way there. It's not a social construction in that it's independent of genetics or biology. I'm with you there. Like I think if you have males who have testes and they're super high in testosterone, then it's going to be like correlatedly associated with like higher levels of aggression and violence and all that kind of shit. So like I understand what you're saying there. And also when you're coming to femininity, if you have higher levels of like estrogen and all that kind of shit, then you're stereotypically, correlatively, are also going to have like stereotypically feminine behavior. They're more likely to be, you know, nurturing and kind and conflict avoidant and all that kind of bullshit. But I would say that is a performance based off of social expectation confluenced with biology. Whereas if you go back to sex, it's just raw biology. So what do you mean kind? True. A category which exists independent of humans. Yeah, I don't think there's any category that exists independent of humans. Male and female are subcategories of humans. True. Counterpoints is 0% of the way there. Boots, you better start explaining shit. All right, here we go. If you're here I'm gonna like review this shit, but if you're here in the next hour, your fucking smartass better be willing to get on a fucking Discord call. So, yeah. Because I'm not taking this kind of shit in fucking chat where you haven't explained a single fucking iteration of what you've been talking about. I've asked you about it like 3 or 4 times. You're not substantiating what you've claimed, and you're talking shit in chat. So you can either substantiate what you've said in chat. You can come on probably in the next half hour, and that's that. And if you don't, I'll just mute you because I'm not taking that shit. Fuck off. It's about people learning to like something that isn't a gender norm, and then a person who can't handle it telling them what they like is wrong. What? Who are you speaking to? Boots. They're in YouTube chat. All right. Anyways, we're moving on.
Any of her books, she talks about sex-based oppression and how gender is enforced on a woman so that when she is born, we know instantly what type she is, and then she's put through the meat grinder.
Okay. Boots says she's ready. I'm assuming with a name like Boots, it's she. So, but we'll find out momentarily. We're just gonna take a brief interlude, okay? I don't want Boots to distract the whole content. I don't want to be here for a fucking hour talking about this shit. But I am super curious. So there's a Discord, Boots. Come into the Discord and go into the call-in waiting room, and we're gonna figure this out. And I swear to God, if you repeat what I fucking said, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. So go into the call-in waiting room. I'm debating an anarchist who insists on killing gas executives. Any debate tactics I should use? Call them retarded repeatedly. Maybe a pedophile. All right, go back in here. All right, Boots, you got it's 10:08. You got 2 minutes to get in here. Let's go. Stop holding up the people. Let's go. Guzar says Boots is the only person that's more special than Sunday. Well, let's find out. Let's find out together. I would love to find out what I understand at a 0% level. Waiting on you, Boots. We're all just sitting here, very casually, hanging out. I'll talk to chat for the next 2 minutes. So, I'll keep checking. Go into the rules area. Oh, there they are. All right, let's go. Hello?
Hey.
Hi, Boots. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. It's so weird, like how condescending you are with like trying to rush me in. You have like 30 fucking viewers. It's not that big of a deal. I could just like, take my time to get in.
No. So, tell me, what am I understanding at the 0% level, and how is Lab not gender critical? Please explain that to me.
Yeah, so like Lav is more of a biological essentialist than she is gender critical.
Okay.
So
Can you explain your understanding of the definition of gender critical?
Yeah, so gender critical is somebody that's critical of the idea of gender. I think that you and I like kind of understand gender as the same thing. But what Sunday is talking about when he's talking about like gender and sex, so like we didn't have an idea of what sex was before like when we separated it from gender. So we saw gendered traits. We saw like women doing these things and women generally look like this. And we said, like, this is something that is, like, this is woman, and this is female. And then we, like, classified that in a group. And then we saw male as a separate group. And then we applied that when we classified animals in separate groups as well. So it's not that this is something that is, like, real. Like, obviously there are... And, by the way, like, just for your chat as well, I consider myself gender critical. Like I am not somebody that like would say that trans women are women, because of a variety of things. But when you say like that sex is something real, like no, sex is something that is based on something real. Like we have these biological differences, but this categorization is something that is totally different than sex. Sex is something that we have defined as humans.
Okay. So I'm tracking you so far, but I want to articulate something, and even if you don't agree with it, I just want you to tell me whether or not you understand it. Okay? So you don't have to agree with anything I'm saying. I'm just gonna lay it out as logically as I possibly can. So basically, the argument that I've heard is when you're talking about an object, we can be talking about sex, we can be talking about zebras, we can be talking about snakes, we can be talking about knives or kitchenware or something like that. There is something that you, of course, this is referential. It's linguistic. We have created utterances with our voices in order to refer to something, and in that way, language is all a social construction, right? But there is a material object that these utterances are referring to that are typically repeatable. So, when you say male or female, typically what you're talking about, okay, is you're talking about male, you're talking about somebody who's going to have a penis and testes, and typically is going to produce testosterone. And then when you're talking about female, you're going to be talking about somebody who produces eggs, has a uterus, and is, basically produces estrogen.
Right.
Do you understand that I don't think that the exceptions necessarily break the rules?
I don't think the exceptions break the rules either. In fact, I don't
Okay.
think that there are exceptions.
Okay, so well, then that's interesting because I think we might disagree there. So just out of curiosity, trans people, I think that they could have like an endocrinological issue in utero or afterwards that makes them feel like the opposite gender. I think that there could be like genetic considerations that make that happen. I also have this theory when it comes to people who are homosexual. And then, what was the other part? And then there are like intersex people. So what I would view those as exceptions to those rules. How are those people not exceptions in your mind?
Well, because I think so. No matter what, like a human being and like any animal or plants or whatever that we confine to this gender binary is going to produce either male or female gametes, whether it be like, XY chromosomes or like Z something chromosomes, whatever birds produce. I don't know. There's like a bunch of different varieties, but there are like egg producing and sperm producing. But regardless of that, there is like I don't want to say abnormalities because that sounds kind of cruel to people who are intersex, but
right.
No matter what, you have this a female or a male phenotype that was intended to produce like male or female gametes, but does not. So there might be abnormalities. Like say that like you're a male who is unable to like process testosterone, or like your body is unable to react. I don't know. It's like a very common like thyroid thingy. Like you might present feminine and your penis may not grow, but you are still male. You still were intended to do this if your body were not like
sure.
You didn't have a defect.
Okay, I feel so. Do you view what you just articulated as different from what Lab has articulated in any way?
Yes, because I don't think that this is something that is real in the same way that Lav does. So Lav thinks that what she is doing, like, so what she describes as gender is something that is like really arbitrary and sort of based on the whims of human beings. And I think that gender is attached to your sex. It is something that most women and most men are going to exhibit as they grow up.
Can I just back up a little bit?
Well, hang on. I want to finish this though,
no, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Sex is also something that is defined by humans. It's not something that is necessarily what I said was a natural kind. So a natural kind is something that exists as a category outside of humans categorizing it. So like in the Thomas Bagadas conversation, he was talking about water. This is an important one. So it's like water is H2O.
Right.
That is what water necessarily is. So another chemical formulation is not going to be water. It's not going to be H2O. This is a natural kind to him. I don't see sex as something like this. It doesn't exist outside of us.
Yeah. So what's the difference? So for instance, like I would say that all of the things that you just articulated, like H2O, or you view these things as necessarily describing things that either produce sperm or eggs, and these things do. I thought you said that these do exist outside of us. So, for instance, like other mammals have this, and other,
But but that's not outside of human categorization.
I'm not tracking. So why is it not real, or why would H2O be real outside of human categorization in a different way than binary sex?
So if you think about like an alternate world where they have like the same rules of physics that we do, H2O would still be H2O there. That would still be water there. We would call it water. They might call it something else, but that would still be a category of things. But imagine in that world, they did not define, like, they didn't delineate between the sexes. Instead, they delineated between people with brown hair and blonde hair. And this was something that was like an important difference to them. It's totally possible to do that.
Say
you delineated between people who were very aggressive and people who were not aggressive, or people, you could even do it with people who had like higher testosterone and lower testosterone.
Yeah, so maybe I'm like inferring a certain level of like evolutionary psychology. I understand that you could make social categorization differences different than the ones that we do, but at the same time, I don't necessarily know if those would logically follow. Maybe I'm projecting my own biases here. But then, is it not true that, let me just make it parallel. Let me try to cut to the core of what I'm asking. H2O has a certain chemical construction that even if they were using different words, you would still be able to arrive at the same object, probably with similar description, even if you're using a completely different language set. And it would exist outside of human categorization. When it comes to humans, we are describing a series of attributes that are materially real as far as we understand them. Like, I physically have a penis and I physically have testes, and 99% of men share this attribute with me. And then when it comes to women, they have a vagina and a vulva and a uterus. And this is something that is physically verifiable in 99% of, human beings. And then you have to mishmash those two people together in order to have kids. How is that not describing a material reality?
So that is a categorization of reality, but that's one that we as humans have chosen to make. So we could easily do the same thing with people with brown and blonde hair. Or we could do the same thing with people who are aggressive and people who are not aggressive. Or we could do the same thing as we do now with animals. So, like, we are describing their genes, but we put them into categories. So we can say that a dog and a hike...
Why is that more ephemeral than H2O if you can, like, verify? Let's just use brown hair as an example. You can see my hair on the camera. It's brown. You're using a description. There's a certain level of, like, I forget if it's, like, keratin or melanin or whatever the fuck that makes it this color. But you can physically verify something that's, like, descriptive and repeatable over and over and over again. How is that any less real?
What, brown hair versus blonde hair and then H2O?
Yeah. How is blonde hair not verifiable as having like less melanin or keratin?
No, it absolutely is. So we can verify that, and we can say that this is a category that is important to us as humans. Like, I don't believe in natural kinds, so I wouldn't say that H2O is something that is a natural kind. I wouldn't say that this is something that exists outside of humans. Just as I wouldn't say that sex exists outside of humans. Like, this is a category that we have formed is important to us.
Then so if I'm understanding you correct, I think I'm tracking you now. You're saying that this is a philosophical difference between you and Lav, where she's saying firmly this is a material thing that exists outside of human categorization, whereas you're saying no, it's still human categorization.
Right, and she's willing to deconstruct this like idea of gender that she has, but she realizes that gender is something that is like inherently tied to sex. Like, this is where so Judith Butler, which is what Sunday is talking about here, and normally, first of all, I fucking hate agreeing with Sunday. I fucking hate President Sunday most of the time. Okay, he hates me too. Fair. He's tweeted about. Okay, I don't want to go into it, but he's correct about Judith Butler when he's saying that we see these gendered characteristics. We interpret this as like, okay, well, there's a very real difference between us. Let's categorize this as something real, and let's put this on other species as well. So we like separate. Okay, so there's male and female, and then there is male and female in goats, and there's male and female in plants, and like the one with the phallus is the male, and the one with the hole is the female. Like, this is not something that's real outside of us. So, like, what Lav should be doing, like, Lav is mostly correct. Like, I agree with Lav on most stuff, but she hasn't read any of the shit that she's talking about, and it's very frustrating, because if she's willing to, like, deconstruct these gender norms, then she should be totally willing to deconstruct sex as well. The only reason that sex is valuable is because it's something that is impressed upon us, by us as in women, by men. as something that is like reinforcing this patriarchal structure.
Yeah, okay, but then like isn't there so for instance, isn't there some level of utility because I would defer to utility just because you can blow apart a definition or find exceptions or, basically say that this is just a social construction that it has utility only for humans. Well, we are humans, so we have social utility when it comes to these things. And when we're talking about identifying binary sexes and when we're talking about like sexual reproduction and what has testes and what has eggs, we find these rules and can verify these rules over and over again. So for instance, like you can find exceptions, like birds don't have penises and vaginas, they have like cloacas, so they both have like holes where they just like rub that shit together and then like eggs and sperm like mix together and then the female gets pregnant. But if you were a bird breeder, it would still serve you to know like the plumage and the plumage of males versus females and the size differences and all that kind of stuff, because if you wanted to reproduce, which I think is probably the most important thing that we do as living creatures, then you would need to know that knowledge in order to basically reproduce. So why is that utility not real?
No, I agree with you that there is utility in it, but do you actually think that that's the most important thing that we do as creatures? Like I understand that like that we feel like we have to perform for the other sex in this way, but I don't think that this is like the most important thing for us now as human beings. Like I feel like we're more advanced than that.
No, I think we're like 3 meals away from like 3 missed meals away from like reverting to absolute barbarism. I think that basically like we're teetering on a logistical miracle of modern invention. And when you eliminate the logistical miracle of modern inventions, you basically revert back to animalistic barbarism, like almost instantaneously. So I guess,
Animalistic
uh,
barbarism is like necessarily patriarchal, right?
yeah, I agree. Yep.
Because we value strength as something that,
Yeah. If
supports
you
our species.
Yeah, if you can't find food, then you're gonna want to find a strong person who can beat up other people and find you food.
Right. But as we don't have to live by that anymore, and I understand that we might be a few steps away from it, but we could also be a few steps away from so you're thinking in this like super individualistic obviously we live in like a super liberal society now, so like that is the way that we think about it, but there's no reason to think that like empathy and care for the group, which are thought of as being typically feminine characteristics, would not benefit us more. It's just that your way won out because stronger equals better, right?
No, I mean I agree with this, and then I'm not the kind of person, or at least I've lived long enough to believe that human beings are both cooperative and competitive. I'm a centrist after all. But
Okay.
but basically like that's my thing is I default to nature as being more powerful than social construction. So I think social constructions are useful. Like I love civilization and running water and electricity and institutions and fractional reserve banking that allows me to own a house and all this bullshit that seems pretty ephemeral. But at the end of the day, maybe this is my temperament as a man and as a somebody who sympathizes with conservatives. But I do mentally prepare for a world that does not have all of those what I view as privileges. I think these are privileges that are dancing on a knife's edge.
But you're acknowledging that even the sex that we take as a given is a social construct. It's something
Um,
that we have defined as being important.
yeah. I would say
So that's not
linguistically,
nature.
I view us as extensions of nature. So for instance, like beavers build dams, that's like an artificial construction. I view everything that we've created as an extension of that to the ultimate degree. I don't view humans as separate from nature. I think we're an extension of nature.
Sure, I agree, but we have like when it comes to sex, like we see
Mhm.
male and female beavers and we are delineating the two of them when there is nothing like in beavers that says that they are necessarily different.
I think beavers by necessity know the difference between male and female beavers. And I think they probably, if I was to empathize with the beaver real quick, I think that they probably pick up on stereotypical cues that denote male and female. So if the females are smaller, if they smell better, if they have certain behavioral characteristics, if they perform, if they have some kind of weird mating ritual that they perform in a certain way, these are all social hints, maybe on a simpler level than human beings. But they pick up on these physical and social hints in order to identify the opposite sex, and then they mate with the opposite sex depending on what they want for, to procreate. Now, I'm sure that there's like homosexual beavers and there's aberrants who do their own thing.
Okay,
and all that
I
kind of
don't
shit, but
disagree with you on any of that. But
Yeah.
when we are applying that to humans, there is nothing that attaches this like diminutive, emotional, empathetic, dress wearing, long hair having, painted nails having side of women that has been placed upon them to like anything attached to their biology.
See, maybe this is where I become a gender essentialist and we disagree. I think that these are all so the same way that I know peacocks. I know the colorful ones are males, so I know that might be an inverted example. But I view this all as the social sexual dance that all creatures perform. So
But
when
the
you
social
see,
sexual dance.
yeah, but I don't view that as separate from nature.
So, but it can be socially conditioned as well.
Sure. But I think the reason why women are more raised to be like demure or subservient, not in all cultures, but in a majority of cultures. I think that the reason why women were probably raised to defer to men is because of like probably male violence in a relationship, but also male violence on a systemic level. So for instance, like it pays the women who probably stood up to Genghis Khan were probably murdered, and the women who allowed themselves to be assaulted, they survived. So I think that was like probably a natural pressure that, of course, is like a blend between social and physical. But I think that we've both, like men and women, have learned what behavior sets will ensure their survival.
Okay, but do you think that there's something in Genghis Khan that has made him like assault women?
Yes, I think Genghis Khan was probably a very high testosterone, hyper aggressive male who was raised in a patriarchal society that taught that violence was the way to secure status, and he took that to the 10,000th degree and was reinforced by thousands of other men who believed the same thing. And then, as an extension, they basically influenced the world.
Right, but this is what I'm saying. So you're saying like he may have been high testosterone, that's fine. But he was raised in a society that valued this sort of thing, that valued strength and like oppression as something that is valuable. So of course, like other men would worship him or whatever.
Right.
Like this is not something that is inherent to Genghis Khan. This is not part of him. That's why I said inherent. So like his high testosterone, we might measure that and say like, okay, well this is probably like a true fact about Genghis Khan. This is something that is true about him. But that doesn't mean that aggression is something that is natural to him. This is conditioned.
Yeah, so we're going to disagree on this because I'm pretty sure that if you do samples of like prison populations or whatever, it like the top rate of prison offenders all like they score like insanely high on testosterone.
Yeah, that's fine. So there's nothing that in that says that this is something that is natural to them or it's something that's conditioned. Like societal
why wouldn't
conditions
testosterone
can influence your hormone levels. Like this is known.
Sure, but don't you think that biology also affects your endocrinology probably to a significant degree?
Yes. But I'm
Okay.
not willing to say that this is caused by this person being a man, which is something that we have said is in this category. And this is caused by this person being a woman. Because I don't know. There can be these categories that we have these like expectations of these groups, and they just perform according to these groups,
All right.
and that's what they feel they must do.
DK, I see you in chat. Keep
He's
talking.
right next to me, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So
well,
if you
he's
want to talk to him.
he's physically next to you.
Literally, physically. Do you know DK?
DK edits.
Yeah, that DK. That's my
DK,
partner.
so you're simping for your partner in chat, in my chat,
look,
and you're
okay,
acting
look,
like
hold on. I'm not reading your
He's
chat.
acting. He's no. I don't care. I'll continue my conversation with you. I'm more than happy to continue my conversation with you. But you're pretending to be like an objective bystander in this conversation, where you're like, oh yeah, I really like Counterpoints, but he's way off the mark here. It's your fucking girlfriend? Are you shitting me?
Dude, you know he's just a shit stirrer, though. I mean, if you know anything about fucking DK.
Okay, all right, listen. Okay,
Dude, I feel bad now. I fucking called him out for that shit. Come on now.
No. Actually,
bad me.
that is fucking hilarious, because I kind of did recognize you from what you had a pretty aggressive conversation with Lab too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So I caught a little bit of that. Okay. So I kind of recognize you from that, but I also there's so many people in the space that it's hard to keep track of everybody. But that's fucking funny. All right. Anyways, so all right, DK shit posting as usual, getting me in trouble as usual, posting thumbnails that shit talk Lab over my
getting me in trouble as usual as well. What the fuck?
It's fine. DK the shit stirred. Now that I know that it's that DK and he's your partner, I'm okay with that. So anyways, let's get back to it. So
for the truth.
That's fine.
Yeah, before we get back to that, I am supposed to ask you for the truth about Destiny and Lauren Southern.
Okay, so the truth, as far as I know it, to answer it definitively, is that Lauren was having some emotional difficulties. Destiny was a good friend during a tough time. They became emotionally close, and then it was inappropriate, and as a result, they are not as close as they used to be. That is the narrative that I have received from my proximity to these people. Some people,
that is such a distilled narrative.
Well, some people insist that it's less serious than that, and some people are insisting that it's more serious than that, and I am not these people, and I was not physically present during their interactions, so I actually don't know who to believe. So that is what I was told. That is what I believe. And also on top of that, Lauren, like I know some of, Lauren's a good person as far as I can tell. I obviously don't share all of her beliefs, but as far as I can tell from my personal interactions with her, she's not a person who is making up her talking points specifically to fleece her audience. She is somebody who actually believes what she says. So whether or not it's misguided or whether or not it's incorrect is a completely different thing. She's a believer in a industry that rewards being fake as fuck. So maybe I'm a Lauren simp, but that's what I believe.
No, I think that's totally understandable.
Yeah. So she's good people, so I don't like people talking shit. So that if that makes me
I don't know. Look, I don't
think
that anybody's like talking shit about her. I think honestly, like all of the hate is more on Destiny.
Well, and I like Destiny too. I think he's a good dude. I think he's intelligent. I think he's rhetorically powerful, etc., etc. I do think that when he gets into a falling out with people, sometimes it can be aggressive to a degree that I don't like. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think Destiny is a terrible person.
Jesus fucking Christ! All right. Okay, so hold on. Let's get back to you and me, okay? So DK, I'm sure is already working.
Wait, hang on. Wait, does that
DK
offend
is
you?
already
Like
working
for me to say that? Is that gonna like
for you to say what?
Out of his orbit? I don't want to say that.
No. And here's my thing is I like Destiny personally. But I also don't want to have the kind of relationship where I will hold back what I believe in order to maintain a relationship. So I'm gonna say what I think. So yeah. So no, if you have a negative opinion of the man, then that is okay. I think he has...
Well, my negative opinion is kind of based on just like, what I can see. Although he does like put a bunch of his life online, so it's not like everything is hidden in the way that like my life is hidden from you.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like I kind of get enough to get a negative opinion.
Well, okay, so what I would say is if he was my friend, I put this in a video. If he was my friend, I would be yelling at him about some of his social behaviors. I would. So
Yeah, he doesn't really like that though. So
no, he's a fiercely independent person. So a lot of people like that about him. I think that it has hurt him in some categories, but that's okay. He's a grown man. I'm a grown man. We can figure it the fuck out. But I do want to finish these series of thoughts because you said I had 0% understanding. Now that you date DK and you're basically a known, he's a known shit poster. So now I know that you have to be some kind of shit poster.
I'm not a shit poster, okay?
Yeah.
Look, people associate me with DK, so I get called a turf all the time when I'm not
Well,
a turf, and
you
I'm
have to
not.
be
Well,
willing.
I'm like,
You have to be willing
I'm
to tolerate some level of shit
look,
posting. If you're
okay, I
dating
can
DK.
pull out some drama when I want to, but that doesn't mean that all the time I'm talking about it, okay? Like I
Okay.
can be serious. Like I'm the fucking nerd here.
Okay.
In the relationship.
So let's get back to the serious stuff then. Going back to the serious stuff. The what the fuck was I thinking? Getting to the serious stuff. So gender critical. Okay. That term. I don't know if you agree with my assessment of the definition. But I am watching a guy called King Critical. He's literally like a 3,000 sub YouTuber. But he kind of talks in a way that makes him seem like he should be bigger than he is.
Yeah,
But
I do like King Critical. I do like him.
yeah, and so like I've been watching his content. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it, but I think it's really interesting to have somebody kind of articulate the steel man of what I think Lab is kind of scratching at. And what I would say, what I understand from his videos and what I've understood from speaking with Lav real quick, was basically the fact that let's say that you and I'm more on Lav's side of I think that sex is describing something that's real and like physically real, almost as verifiable as water. It has exceptions. I do understand that it's socially constructed because we as humans have deemed it to be a useful construction. I understand that. I concede that. But that is a real thing that is going to continue to be real as long as there are human beings, there will be people who produce sperm and who have testes and penises, and there are people who will have vaginas and ovaries and eggs, and this will be how the human beings propagate for times to come. And there are associated behaviors that are not deterministic. So, if I understand,
well, yes, but it doesn't. Okay, so I agree, but it's not that it necessarily has to be that way. It's that that's the way that it is, and we can see it in the foreseeable future.
well, so if I understand correctly, sex, they would solidify sex. If I'm understanding you correctly, you would not solidify sex. And then gender, they're a lot more ephemeral on, where they're saying that, sex is the solid thing. Gender is the ephemeral, social constructionist, correlated behaviors, blah, blah, blah bullshit. And
Well,
effectively,
even King Critical would say that sex is a social construct as well.
okay. Then, but would you agree that they believe it to be more firm than the way that President Sunday described it?
It's not more firm. So
I kind of
honestly, I
disagree
think
with you here, but
okay.
based off
So
of what
I
I've
think
heard.
that Sunday and Lav should agree on this point.
Mhm.
And they should disagree on something down the line. So Lav and President Sunday should both agree that sex may be a construct, but Lav should say it is a necessary construct because it is affecting the way that women, the gender, are expected to behave in reality.
Yeah, so I don't agree with this. So the way that I would articulate the worldview as I understand it is that sex is more firm. It is definitionally these things that we can verify in reality. And by the way, I'm like this is almost verbatim King Critical what I'm saying right now. And then gender is the ephemeral thing, and what we should effectively do, is eliminate the expectations of gender. That way people can express themselves however the fuck they want to, regardless of whether or not they're assigned female or male at birth. So if you have masculine women, or if you have feminine men, or if you have trans women or trans men, not necessarily that they believe in that construction because they highly correlate sex and gender. But basically, you should eliminate these expectations. Male and female should be the only thing that exists. And then after that, it's all us kind of playing a social game. So what am I getting wrong?
There's nothing wrong in that, but I don't think that Lav agrees with that. So Lav is a biological essentialist. So she believes that the womb is something that should be valued.
Mm-hmm.
That women's like women's things should be valued, whereas like there is nothing necessarily to women that says like women's empathy should be on an equal level as men's lack of emotion / aggression or whatever. Like this is not something that is inherent to the sex distinction that we have constructed.
Okay. I'm siding with Lab here, and sorry, I'm rolling my eyeballs into the back of my sockets because DK is still simping in chat. So I agree here I agree with Lab's perspective that we should value the correlated but not necessary behaviors associated with females, and we should value the correlated but not necessary behaviors in males. So if males disproportionately, let's say that we eliminated gender, if we eliminate gender, and after eliminating, which by the way I don't think is possible, but let's just say that we did it, and there were human beings who happened to produce testosterone, but they enjoyed violence, they liked serving in firefighting, law enforcement, first responding, they disproportionately enjoyed stressful jobs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and they thrived in those roles, then I have no problem with that and think that that should be valued by our society because those are necessary and stereotypical roles associated with masculine people. Then,
right. So if one were born as a male and didn't conform to those stereotypes, would they still be valued?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But they would also, for me, because I'm not as like go along to get along, they would still have to serve some other socially productive role. So if they weren't associated with these stereotypically masculine behaviors, but they were associated with stereotypically feminine behaviors, but they performed these feminine behaviors well, I wouldn't give a shit. So for instance, if there was kind of like an effeminate male who enjoyed teaching and nurturing children and they didn't commit any crimes or abuse the children, I have no fucking problems. They're still serving a socially vital role. And then the same thing with females. If they disproportionately, stereotypically followed feminine roles, I think that should be lauded. And then if there happen to be some masculine females who thrived in the male-dominated spaces, I wouldn't give a shit. I think that's both laudable and necessary for a functioning society.
So the distinction that you're making, though, is like what we had before we like delineated between sex and gender. So it's like women are good when they're like super women, but they're also good when they're like more masculine.
Yeah,
and I think that the idea is to sort of dissolve.
That I think do well.
Yeah. I mean, like that's fine, and like the like gender layout that we have today. But so when gender critical people are talking about dissolving that, so it's not that a woman when she's born has to either conform to these like super feminine roles or conform to these super masculine roles. She is a valuable person by just existing and performing in any way she chooses, whether it be on this pole that you have decided or this pole that you have decided, or like anywhere in between. Like there's nothing that ties a valuable woman to being beautiful. That's absurd to me.
Sure. And I think that there's a lot of ways. So this is kind of like a revelation from serving in law enforcement. I think that there are certain occupations and certain social roles that have to be filled by a certain kind of person. So I would say infantry, basically like warfare, is going to, by necessity, almost be like 99% gendered male and attract. And if there's any kind of females who participate in that situation and do well, they're probably going to be masculine. I just think that's going to happen.
Well, you're kind of conflating terms here. So, like, if there were no gender in this world, then it would be like mostly men who did this. Is this what you're saying? And that like
Mostly
women would do it, but
males.
these women would act like yeah. Okay, so I use woman and man to refer to like adult
Gender.
human. Of no, I don't. I use feminine
Really?
and masculine to refer to gender. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's gonna
I
take
mean,
me it's gonna take me a second to like wrap my mind around your lexicon. So yeah, I think it's gonna be disproportionately masculine people, and I think it's gonna be disproportionately males. And regardless of whether or not you like, let's say we just abolish the categories, I still think that what we're describing as physically real, people who have testes, people who have penises, people who stereotypically have broader shoulders and more upper body strength, even if you eliminated the descriptive category or the word, I still think that those people are going to be found amongst the things that they're stereotyped as being attracted to.
yeah. Wait. Stereotyped as being attracted to.
Yeah.
How
Like
do you?
males are stereotyped as being attracted to violence. Absolutely.
Okay, I thought you meant like attracted to the opposite sex. Okay,
No.
that makes way
No.
more sense. Yeah. I think that you might be correct, and also it also might be correct that this is something that is not inherent in males, whereas like nurturing is not inherent in females. But we just don't
We're
know. Like we
we're
can't know that.
we're going to disagree here, and the
But you
reason
can't.
why.
You can't know
Yeah,
that.
I can. Yeah, I can.
How?
How? Because of the ways that our societies manifest, and also like the ways that in which we've tried to
But you agree that we've always
engineer.
lived in a patriarchal society.
Yeah, but there's people who try to engineer the opposite outcomes, and the outcomes still seem to come out the same. So, for instance, like chimpanzee males and human males, like they've done like blind studies in which there can't be any kind of like sociological influence, and they're still attracted to objects, and they're still attracted to weapons play. Like this has been like, I'm pretty sure pretty firmly documented. And it's also not only that, it's just, I mean, I'll use an anecdote. It's also incredibly relevant to my personal experience. I have a boy, and my boy, despite my wife being like way more progressive than me and trying to raise him in a, we're not weapons free, but a weapons reduced environment, he is still 100% attracted to violence, 100% attracted to weapons, 100% likes fighting, 100% likes Power Rangers and G.I. Joe and all that kind of bullshit. And by the way, I've done nothing, almost nothing to encourage it, because whenever I encourage it, my wife kind of smacks my wrist. And so, yeah, it seems to be naturally occurring. As a matter of fact, I kind of held back on encouraging him in those behaviors because I don't want him to overcompensate in that direction on one hand. And then on the second hand, like I want him to be who he is, not who I want him to be.
Yeah. Like that's fine, and I think that that's like your child, and other people might have similar experiences, and other people might have different experience. There's actually a really good or a really interesting theory as to why like boys prefer mechanical things, whereas girls prefer faces. And that's because like the what is it? I think it's the color vision of girls develops a lot earlier than that of boys, or something. It might be the opposite. I can't remember. But and the like the mechanical vision, like the moving vision of boys develops a lot earlier, so they're more attracted to those sort of toys, whereas like girls would be more attracted to faces with like the lips and the eyes, which is something they can recognize
Oh
with
my
their
God.
parents.
No, you actually, you just picked up on something that I think is incredible that I only realized in the past like 5 years. So my wife loves the Bachelor and the Bachelorette and shit. And I fucking I can't stand these fucking shows. I think it's so like socially embarrassing. But what I realized, what she was doing while she was watching the shows, which I thought was incredible, was she was not looking at the cringe relationships. She wasn't looking at the verbal spats and all that kind of stuff. What she was effectively doing was looking at body language and communication and emotional communication and the differences between verbal utterances versus what you know to be true, and also almost like weeding out snakes, right, from like a social perspective. Like, how do you weed out people who seem to articulate that they want what's best for you, but are actually incredibly self-serving, narcissistic fucking assholes who are participating in some level of social get together with you for their own ends. And that's actually what the show is attractive people who have a lot to lose trying to weed out the snakes in their midst to make sure that they're selecting the correct partner for their life. And if you think about that for a second, that's one of the most important skills that a socially intelligent human being could develop. And it's an incredibly, especially as a woman, it's probably the most important skill that you could develop as a woman, at least in our society. And it's something that if I hadn't seen her doing it, it would have not even been a part of my calculus, and still in a lot of ways is not.
Well, okay, so like I understand what your wife is doing because
hold on.
the reason that I watch like
Can I ask you? Do you watch those programs? Do you
look,
look for that level of
listen,
social intelligence?
listen to me, okay? Okay, I only watch terrible reality shows when I'm watching them to laugh at them with my partner. But I do acknowledge that we are watching for different things. But and I do sort of do this like, is this real? Is this not real? Is this person lying? Is this fake? Is this an actor? Sort of thing. But I don't like the
implication that it's evolutionary psychology and therefore necessarily natural engendered behavior.
Well, I mean, I just don't like Evo Psych in the first place. I think that it's like incredibly unscientific and lacks a lot of explanatory power for most of like societal things that we do. Because if you're going by like Evo Psych being a thing, then Evo Psych has to explain all psychological phenomena.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing, is there's this you and I are coming from different perspectives basically. So I actually really like Evo Psych. I still think it could be like post hoc rationalization. Like I'll concede that instantaneously that it could completely be like post hoc rationalist cope. But I also find the explanations like infinitely more compelling than just saying that we're gonna like let's just say that we achieved whatever fucking Lav, or what I think Lav wants, where we just effectively socially ban the categories of gender, and then we allow people to do whatever they want to do. I still think that you're going to have clusters around behavior sets based off of biology. And I think that if you, even if you 100% like absolutely manipulate, I would view it as manipulation, manipulated society in order to be a sterile, neutral place in which male and female people operated in 0 to 18, there was no social influence in one direction, I still think that people would cluster around these behaviors.
Sure, but that says nothing as to the validity of Evo Psych. So like just because you find it compelling, like obviously we find it compelling. We have to find it compelling or else it wouldn't survive because there's no scientific backing for it.
Sure. But at the same time, like, I don't think that, so my thing is, I don't think that Jews, like 2,000 years ago or whatever, I don't think they banned pork because they felt like it. I don't think it was an arbitrary distinction. I think that they saw people who were consuming pork get disease and basically like get sick and die and shit themselves to death. And then they said, based off of what we can observe, we are going to prohibit the consumption of pork. And as a result, they died less because of dysentery or improperly cooked pork. When it comes to the prohibition of shellfish, I think it's the same thing. I think they saw somebody who had allergies, They ate some shellfish and they fucking died. And so I think that if you look at like religious behaviors or ritualistic behaviors or the behaviors of human beings, oftentimes it can be looked at through the lens of trying to attract partners and propagate the genes and have children and all that kind of shit. And then I think the same thing, we were talking about like kind of nonsensical human behaviors that maybe couldn't be viewed through the natural lens or whatever. I don't view human beings as separate from nature. I view it as all a part of a very complex mating ritual in which you are trying to find a good partner for yourself, and there's a 95% chance that you are trying to propagate your genes.
Sure, and I agree with most of that, but there's nothing in like us not eating pork, according to like Leviticus, that says we evolved to reject pork. Like you specifically said that like we've seen people eating pork and we see this as something bad. It's not something in our brains that has changed to think of pork as bad.
Yeah, but I don't think evopsych is rawly genetic either. I think it's just saying that people are gonna base their behaviors off of what optimizes their survival.
Okay, but that's not really like what evopsych. Okay, so
I mean, if I Google evopsych, is that what it's gonna say?
I mean, that's not what it is. Like,
hold on. Listen, I don't trust you. You put up with DK shit. So
when have I lied during this conversation?
I don't think you've lied, but there's plenty of people that I interact with who don't know they're lying. What is evolutionary theory and psychology? Hold on, I'm going to read the definition. Evolutionary psychology aims the lens of modern evolutionary theory on the workings of the human mind. It focuses primarily on psychological adaptations, mechanisms of the mind that have evolved to solve specific problems of survival and reproduction. It's exactly what I just said.
Mechanisms of the mind which have evolved. Evolution doesn't happen from like one person seeing something and deciding it's bad.
It does if that becomes a cultural meme that then has relevance into reproduction.
No,
and
so
survival.
evopsych is like a structural thing. It is like the structure of the mind changes based upon like evolutionary factors. This is why I don't like evopsych. Like I agree with you that like people saw pork and like thought it was bad and wrote that in, and then people didn't eat pork from there on out for like a while. Like I agree. That's totally true. But I don't think that there's anything in the mind that changed.
Well, I mean, obviously there's something in the mind that changed because they made a decision not to consume pork anymore, and that was a decision that they made as a culture.
Okay, I was using mind in the way that I assume you use mind because you're a physicalist, so the brain, something in the brain that changed.
I still think that like wiring, we'd have to get into a whole new subject, but basically I think wiring changes based off of choices and reinforcement of choices. Like my understanding of neuroplasticity basically says that once you make a choice, that is you reinforcing a physical component of your brain. So, for instance, like I smoke,
but then the people that are born from you will have similar
instructions,
connections.
Yes, absolutely. Like so, for instance, when you're talking about like alcoholism or consumption of drugs or anything like that, I think that there's probably a whole bunch of evidence that goes to support that like addiction is at least partially genetic. 100%.
But that's addiction. That's not like.
But do you know what addiction is?
Do I know what mechanisms caused? No, I don't.
No, so
but
as far as I understand addiction is like the hijacking of the instinct of survival for physically negative things. So for instance, like alcohol or tobacco. Alcohol has temporary benefits to you where maybe it like helps you regulate your emotions, you feel good a little bit, it dampens pain, it kills your neurons and all that kind of stuff.
Sure, but it might just be like a preference for the like immediate release of dopamine. Like there's no yours is a theory, just as like mine is a theory. We can see
why
that
dopamine?
Well, because this is what we one of the many chemicals that we associate with pleasure.
Okay, and why do we get? Why does your brain release pleasure when it's engaging in certain behaviors?
Well, because that's what the substances that we ingest release.
I would disagree. So basically, what I would say is that
animals have the same release when they ingest them.
Sure. And what I would say is it would be related to a behavior. So I think, because I would root everything in like evolution and survival, I would think that your body and brain would be reinforcing these things because it thinks that it enhances its capacity to survive.
And you can think that, and that's a theory, but this is untestable.
Okay, well,
that's why I say that
assholes with webcams talking shit on the internet.
I mean, it is definitionally pseudoscience.
True.
Because this is unfalsifiable.
It's my favorite kind of science. I love my pseudoscience.
I mean, like literally same, but
no, I'm a Jordan Peterson stan. I fucking love Jordan Peterson. I love Jungian and Campbellian psychology. I'm
a big fan of Jordan Peterson as well.
Excellent.
Mostly, I mean, not necessarily because of the Jung, but because of I'm a big fan of Lacan.
All right, then I'm gonna pull a Destiny and say, hey buddy, you got anything else? Because I'm gonna get back to the reaction and the breakdown and all that kind of stuff. Actually, I'm gonna use the restroom and grab some water. But do you have anything else you want to share with the class before we call it?
Yeah, I want to finish up by saying just pay attention to how little Lav listens to President Sunday in this debate, because he has a far greater understanding of the text that she is claiming to have read than she does.
Okay.
I think that he's interpreting them very well. Now, whether or not I agree with him is irrelevant. I do agree with him on most of them.
Then let me ask you something about performativity then. Just while we're at it, we'll come together on this. So performativity, Lav. If I heard her correctly, she was saying, or she said, and I don't want to rewind it because I'm fucking lazy. She basically said that, like, when it comes to performativity, it's your ability to perform social behaviors insofar as they are recognized by exterior people who validate your behavior, right? And then what Sunday said, which he's like, no, you're wrong, ha ha ha, you fucking idiot. Like, that was pretty much his entire reaction to that. And then what he said back,
very good faith.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much what he said. And then what I heard from him was he was saying it's your ability to perform within a social structure. Well, the way that I understand a social structure would only be valid if there was exterior people who were reacting to your performance. You're talking about social, you're talking about multiple people behaving. So if you had somebody who was behaving in certain behaviors that were associated, like, let's use trans women as an example. If they engaged in certain behaviors, but then nobody recognized them as a woman, then the performativity would be moot because they wouldn't be participating in the social structure. But then, if other people recognize it, then they're integrating themselves into the social structure. So for me, this is like them saying the same thing from different directions and being at like 95% confluence, but he's still acting like what she said was the stupidest thing that he's ever heard.
Well, I mean, she's just wrong. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of what Judith Butler is talking about when it comes to performativity. Like, if you heard my talk with her, like, you heard me starting to explain it by saying, like, when a child is born, somebody says it's a girl, and this is a performance. This is performative language that implants this image of girl onto this child, right? It's not that you can choose to go outside of this structure. It's that this structure is necessarily imposed upon you. So it's not like you perform according to it. Like, this is just who you are according to who you have been performatively assigned.
Okay. Is there, because I would, based off of a theory, thank you for becoming a member, Butters. I appreciate you. So
all my homies hate Butters. I have no idea who that is.
So my question would be, I don't think that you can eliminate a social structure. I think the social structure will necessarily, through its very existence, impose upon you some level of expectation. And so this is why I'm a cis hetero patriarchal straight white man with blue eyes who is raising another cis hetero patriarchal straight white man with blue eyes, and wants that to continue. So, is there in your mind a social possibility of completely eliminating either gendered or sexual expectation from the human race, and would that be a good thing?
So yes, I think it's a possibility, and yes, I would think it'd be a very good thing. I don't think that when
So it would just be like a social vacuum, like people are just born and they're human, and then you just put no presuppositions on what they're going to become.
well, I mean, I don't. Okay, so when you say that somebody is born and they're a girl, are you putting all of these expectations on what they should become?
Potentially, but I also I have very different experiences with girl and women. I'm Irish, so the women in my family are very tough and very articulate and very intelligent and very mean, which is perhaps not like the Anglo conception of girl and woman. And I like my definition better because those are the kind of women I like. So yeah.
Okay, so but that's something that is malleable. Like it is something that is changeable. Like the
Mm-hmm.
if a woman in like, sorry, where did you say? Did you say you were Irish or Scottish? I can't remember.
Irish. Yeah.
Irish,
So
yeah. Did you say like
ethnically.
okay? So if somebody were more typically feminine in your culture, um, like a bit more meek, is that thought of as a negative?
Yeah. Yeah.
And do you think, but
Um,
you think that this is something that like that women are genetically predisposed to be?
or if you want to take out genetically and you want to change it to endocrinologically, then yeah, I think that
Okay, yeah.
I think estrogen typically is associated with like more agreeable behavior.
I think that like I'm trying to sign off here because I know that you're trying to go and like watch the rest of the video because I think it's really important.
No, it's fine.
But
If you say I disagree and you're a fucking moron, that's an okay note to leave it off.
I don't think I've been a moron at a single point in this conversation, so please don't. But
Don't do what?
I
Wait, what did I do?
well I'm not gonna be a moron because I've
Oh
never
no,
been a
no, I was
moron.
saying you could call me a moron as a closing
Oh,
statement, and I wouldn't
okay.
be offended.
I mean, you're like mildly retarded, but I don't want to be like too mean about it. You know,
Listen,
I
listen. It's you just embrace being retarded, and then it's the Tyrion quote from Game of Thrones: "Embrace what you are, and those words can never hurt you." So I embrace being retarded, and when people call me retarded, it doesn't hurt as bad.
Well, all right. So I think that like whether a boy is born in like America or a boy is born in Africa or a boy is born in Ireland or a boy is born in fucking Russia or Mongolia, I think that the expectations should not change for that person. I think that they should grow up and feel like they are allowed to be who they feel like they should be.
Okay.
Whether or not like the society expects them to be in a certain way or not. And I feel like they shouldn't be judged for that thing.
Okay. Yeah, then you and I will run this back because I do think that they should be judged for certain things, but it shouldn't necessarily be gendered. So for instance, if there's like pro-social productive behavior that they engage in that's stereotypically feminine or whatever, I don't think that they should
But
be thought of as less of a man.
there would be none of that if there were no expectations for either gender.
Sure. But I do think that there's like pro-social behaviors that correlate with the sexes and endocrinology and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, but we can put a pin in that, and it was fun arguing with you now that I know who you are and I know
You know nothing about who I am.
Okay, now I know what your username is in chat. I will be less offended if you shit talk me along with DK. I will realize that you're probably being not facetious. You're probably serious about what you're saying. But I will understand that DK. I think DK is one of the biggest shit posters in this industry, and then you as the partner of DK probably have a high threshold for shit posting, even if you don't view yourself as a shit poster. So
I'm a part-time shit poster.
Based.
But yeah.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the combo. Thanks for coming on. Sorry if I was mean, but this space brings out the negative aggression in everybody.
It's fine. You can be a cunt to me. It's fine.
Okay. I appreciate you. You have a beautiful night. I appreciate you, DK. I hope you guys hang out with us. We'll continue to react and probably fall short of your expectations, but we're gonna do it. So, all right. Catch ya. Bye. All right, ladies and germs. I am just gonna play the content. I'm going to. I have to get caught up on Dragon Ball Z. I have to get caught up. I saw a clip that made me like relatively interested to like kind of take a Jungian perspective on Dragon Ball Z. But I'm just gonna play this for you guys. I'm gonna pull a Hassan and let you stare at my chair while I go get water. But I'll be back, and I'm assuming that we're gonna loop. So let's do it.
Of things that are imposed on her, and she comes
out
of it a woman.
That's gender. That's gender. Well done.
And
You've
she
located
comes
in the
out of it
world.
a woman.
You made a novel contribution.
She was not saying that males can be women. Judith Butler is saying that males can be women. Judith Butler is males can be women because she's saying the only thing that exists is perception. Judith Butler argues the only thing that exists is perception, and that reality is not reality.
Reality is not reality. What? You lost me. Say it again.
Yeah, if you weren't talking over me, you could have listened a little better, I bet. Judith Butler asserts that reality is in perception.
Do you believe reality is not in perception? Where do you find reality?
I believe that there are biological.
You believe, Miss Atheist? You believe on what basis? On the basis of your perception,
we can empirically
What is empiricism, Lav? It's using your senses to confirm patterns of tests. You say, look, we've tested this here. We've used our senses. We've determined this is the case, and we can do so consistently. That's what empirical testing is.
Sunday, I've never actually seen a debate of yours, but it's becoming increasingly clear to me that you just say a lot of words that sound very smart without any real understanding of what you're saying. I can simplify it, and you're jealous of that clearly.
Clearly.
But even if we're not talking about any of this, because we're just going to get in a big rhetorical battle, and it's going to be super boring, and neither of us, like, you're just going to be retarded, and I'm just going to be trying to take you out of it. I want you to, in your framework, to explain how a butch woman who is not a mother, a butch female, sorry, you don't even understand female. A butch female is a woman who is not hold on. A butch female who does not have children, who does not wear makeup, who could even be mistaken as a male, but calls herself a woman. Explain how that in your framework can be true, and also that a male identifying with femininity can be a woman.
One becomes a woman is completely permissive of a person with a penis and testes, etc., being raised and conditioned to identify and perform the role of a woman.
Let's say a female does not perform that role. Is she not then a woman?
You're thinking
it would come down to self-ID.
The reason why
it would come down to self-identification.
Well, no. This is why I was going to say you actually don't understand performativity. Because if you actually read, for example, I'm being acutely on the point. Have you read Judith Butler's Bodies That Matter?
I haven't read Bodies That Matter.
Have you read Gender Trouble?
Yes.
Really? In your conversation with Boots, you said you didn't.
You're
a fast reader, faster than me.
That's not true.
I bought that.
Wait, that's not true. I said that I have not read everything about Judith Butler. I did say that I read one Judith Butler book, and that is the one.
I'm pretty sure the entire debate was you actually defending the notion
that
I don't understand Judith Butler by reference to other things written by other people.
So just real quick.
But very quickly, to answer that question, to get back on topic, thank you, Wick, for keeping me in line. That's why I need you.
Yeah, I don't care about the other debates, to be clear.
This is why I'm saying you don't understand performativity, because Judith Butler is very clear to specify that in this Lacanian frame. I know you don't know what that means, but in this Lacanian frame, when we are talking about one who performs, we are not talking about someone who, as an agent separate from the world, external to it, picks a gender or a sex and wears it like a robe. We are talking about someone who is conditioned as that. Therefore, externally, we understand woman and man within a particular cultural context as not a performer performing a role, but as precisely the performance of a role. We are talking about it as a doing. This is explicit in Butler. So you simply don't understand the theory, I'm sorry to say. I commend it to you because it will actually inform you very well.
So if a woman does not perform
No. It's actually a little bit different than that. It's not if a female doesn't perform. A female is a performance, case in point. You have to refer to biological functions, to things that things can and do in the world. Do you see?
So you just don't believe in that. You don't believe in the distinction between female and male.
I do believe in the distinction between female and male. I think it's culturally contingent. It's an invention. Case in point, Lav, do you believe that man and woman is something given to us by nature? Do you think these are categories given to us by nature?
Yes.
I know that for some an inexplicable reason, there are two sexes which join together and procreate, and you need one and the other to
I
procreate.
didn't ask you that. I asked you, do you think man and woman are given by nature?
Yes.
I'm not going to answer your question because
you don't think they're given by nature?
man and woman, man is a gender, woman is a gender. Those are constructs.
Male and female.
Female and male are not.
Really? Why do you suppose female and male are not? Do we not identify them socially? Are these not labeled things?
We do
Just
identify
because
them
something,
socially, but we can also test
just because
them.
the understanding of a concept is socially constructed doesn't mean it doesn't.
I want her to answer the
connect to
question.
some sense
Stop,
of the world.
stop, both of you, stop. I want her to answer the question. You asked.
Whatever 4690 says, you should do more Tim Pool. That was big tips. True. So yeah, just a little money shout out. So last night we made like $200. Holy fucking shit. So apparently we'll just become Tim Pool Sims. But this was where the content was today, so I'll do this. Maybe we'll do Tim Pool tomorrow. I don't know. We're actually going to have, providing that erudite and nicotine are available, we're going to do a death panel. So basically we're just going to get stoned and talk about death with nicotine, erudite, and don't fail me now, Johnny Scarlett, because Johnny Scarlett is like huge into like morbid topics and all that kind of stuff. So we're probably just going to sit around for 2 hours, get stoned, and talk about mortality. Try to give myself a panic attack. So that probably won't be fun, but it will be fun for me, and that's all that matters for tomorrow. However, Lauren and my very favorite friend John Dutois, I believe, are on Tim Pool right now. I think they're live on that right now. So if people want to watch me review Lauren Southern and John Dutois, because we actually worked together on the documentary that should be getting released momentarily, then I would love to break that down. And maybe calling out Tim Pool's like he, he's like, I'm a centrist and I'm a liberal and I'm a libertarian, but I think that Trump is right about everything. Like maybe ripping that apart could be fun for me. I don't know. I don't know if that would be fun for you, but we'll see. And Lauren Southern is not unintelligent, X Rocks Fist. You are incorrect. She is intelligent. So you can think that she's wrong. You can think that she's ideologically captured. You can think that she's serving the incorrect masters. But she is capable, similar to Lab. I know a lot of people don't like me thinking that Lab is intelligent. Lab is capable of digesting complex information and regurgitating that information and having insight. And Lauren is capable of doing that as well. She is capable of whatever. Did I listen to her post with her time with righties? Yes. Yes, I did. I liked it. Maybe we'll break that down on stream sometime. Anyways, let's get back into the content. But so far, I feel like my description of Lab's position has been more accurate and also in line with King Critical as well. So I get that. I appreciate Boots coming on and telling me that I was wrong, but I feel like she understood my position and I understood her position. We just don't agree. And I actually think that I probably agree with King Critical and Lav on some of the descriptive stuff, but then I think that like you don't have to eliminate the social construction of gender on top of sex. So then I think that, trans women and trans men should be able to participate in the social performance of gender and be accepted to whatever degree. You can tolerate them where you don't think that they actually are the thing that they say they are within the social performance of gender, or you can be very progressive and you can say, nope, they fulfill the social performance as gender. So yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Why do you always caveat my intelligence? You're so annoying. Because Lav, I think that, hey, listen, if you want to talk about this one-on-one sometime, we can do that too. I don't think I caveat your intelligence. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's because everybody else thinks that you're a fucking idiot. That's why. But I don't think you're a fucking idiot at all. I think you're insightful and intelligent. I just think that you're not used to the rhetoric and debate format of YouTube politics, although I was impressed with your appearance on whatever, and I was impressed, or at least I am warm to your performance so far tonight. So yeah. Old School says, to buy some Oregonian beer, better than Mary Jane. Also enjoying the return to commenting on politics. Thank you, Old School. I appreciate you. What is a woman? A miserable pile of secrets? Jesus. That's sexist and beautiful. It would be interesting to see Tim Pool asserted political identities dismantled as a misidentification or disingenuous. Yeah. So if the content is there and the donos are there, I'm perfectly happy to do that. But let's do this tonight because I like it. I like talking about gender and sex and all that kind of stuff from a fundamental perspective.
Ask her a question. I'd like her to answer.
I did already.
I forgot the question.
You asked her, right? If male and female are socially constructed, or if they were endowed by nature, if there was something essential about them.
Man and woman. He said man and woman.
I understand, but I think
I did.
I'm curious, Lav, if you think male and female are constructions or if they are endowed by nature.
I answered. I said, for some inexplicable reason, if we want to talk about religion and what things ought to be and belief systems, what we're going to start talking about is gender, because gender is a faith-based argument. What we can observe in males and females in our reality, when we look around us, what is tangible, what we know to be true is that there are two sexes in mammals, and that they have to, and that you need a sperm and you need an egg to procreate. We have reproductive roles. That is not a construct. To create a baby, you need a sperm and an egg. That is not a construct. That is reality.
Well, the concepts are constructs. The association of needing.
Oh, shut the fuck
Call it what
up.
you want.
And
Call it
fulfilling a
what you
particular
want.
social role are constructs.
Yes, but
These are
usually we
non-normative.
have Okay, so what would you call someone who carries an egg gamete?
Someone who carries an egg gamete.
Yeah, what would you call
I'm
it?
one of
Oh,
those.
you
I'm one of those
pussy.
birthing people.
Nice.
What
All
am I saying?
right.
It's almost like we have a word for it.
All right. I don't like Sunday. That was a good meme. That was a fucking good meme.
That female.
Local penis.
Birthing person is a construct. It means nothing.
You and I, Lav, we have a
Birthing
word for
person means nothing. It means
Lav,
nothing. What is
well,
birth?
What
is birth, Sunday? What is birth? It's something that we call the expulsion of a child from a woman. What is birth?
I don't think you understand.
This is where you
critical
go.
mistake. I don't think you understand the critical mistake that you've made. You've actually just shot yourself in the foot. You've
don't
referred
think so.
everything to a consensus among us of what these terms mean. You are specifically implicating society and the identity of these factors. You are arguing that sex is a social construct when you do so.
He's still describing something real, you
Everything
fucking
is a social
moron.
construct in your view
No,
of things.
not everything is a social construct.
Yes.
What things
Everything
aren't?
articulated as everything is a social construct. Our concept of everything is socially constructed. I didn't come up with that.
Okay, so
I
nothing
got
is
that
real.
from my environment.
Okay, so nothing is real. How do we make laws?
That doesn't mean nothing is real. The social constructs
How do
themselves
we legislate?
are real.
How do we legislate?
They're not
if
just.
nothing-
They're not just
if
real.
words don't
They're
exist?
not just real. You're referring one nominal system to another nominal system. That's immaterial. When something is socially constructed, we are talking about something that is. We are describing something in the world. What we are doing, however, is we are specifying whether its terms are in some sense given from outside the realm of human action and human communication, human thought, or whether they're generated by it. And that's immaterial as to whether or not the outside world
I
from
agree
that
with you, but to create legislation, so let's join reality
create
again.
legislation.
To create
But legislation is just a
legislation,
legislation
we
is a
need-
nominal cultural system, Lav. We're not getting closer to reality. We're actually getting farther. Now we're
Okay,
specifying
you
the
live.
culture.
You know that episode of SpongeBob.
Wait, can I
where
take 5
Squidward-
seconds? I need to refill my wine.
Go refill your wine. It's okay.
Yay!
You don't need my permission. Okay,
Well,
Lav.
I'll talk to you about it.
Lav.
There's this-
Yeah, me and chat. Go
There's
ahead.
this episode of SpongeBob where Squidward goes to this like limbo where noise makes a bunch of like weird squiggles and he's in like a fully white room. It's what talking to President Sunday is like. Nothing is real.
Bro!
We can't identify anything. We can't talk about reality. It's impossible to have a conversation when he's trying to. Anytime you make an appeal to what is tangible, it becomes then non-existent. Unless it's him who's talking about it. It's very
Bro.
silly and funny.
Well, he is, I'm assuming, back now. Are you ready? Sunday, continue? Okay. So I guess to try to get this back on some sort
That
of
wasn't 5 minutes. I guess time is a
track.
constant.
Well, he said 5 seconds.
It is.
but-
It is.
That's 5 minutes
Relativity,
to you.
baby.
That's fine.
Old school. I agree with you. So he's saying, coming from academia, I think Sunday is a former academic, probably kicked out for being insufferable. He really has like teacher's assistant, fucking professor understudy fucking vibes. He straight up has the fucking like dickhead fucking whatever, like what the fuck do they call a professor's assistant? I'm not a fucking academic because I'm not a fucking lab coat. I don't give a shit. But like whoever that fucking guy is, who's not a teacher, but he's going to be a teacher, so he does the substitute shit and he assigns homework and he basically like sometimes he'll grade your shit. Adjunct? No, TA. What does TA stand for? Teacher's aide? Nah, come on. There's got to be something more formal than that. For a professor? That's the title? Ugh. All right. Wow. Okay, that's embarrassing. I didn't know TA was wow. Okay. Okay, listen, it's an embarrassing title. I got it. All right, fair enough. Connor, you and I should talk about religion and the human condition in the future. Absolutely, Origin of Language. We will do it. As a matter of fact, I think you already DM'd me on Discord. We'll pick a date. All right, let's go.
5 minutes to you, but in actuality, it wasn't 5 minutes because there is a
Oh,
reality.
True.
That was like
Time
20
is
minutes
socially
to me.
constructed.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Mhm.
I wanna hit on
Fucking asshole.
oh god, this has gone so many places.
So many physicists in the audience are just so fucking mad right now.
I
Sorry,
do,
continue.
yeah, I
Yes,
do want
including me.
to touch on the concept of how we in our culture identify male and female, right? And I want to know from President Sunday's end, do you think that there is any utility to being able to identify someone as male or female from a biological sense?
Well, I mean, of course there is, but that's going to be with respect to the ends of the community, right?
Sure, but
So
can you
for
give me some examples of these
Oh, no,
utility,
no.
just for the sake of discussion, so we can
Well,
talk
sure,
about those?
sure. So, for example, if you're in like a hunter-gatherer / like foraging society,
No,
it's gonna be-
of our society today in America or Canada.
Oh,
I guess.
is the utility in it?
What is America really?
Probably.
We all
well,
perceive America.
I'm in Canada. I'm not even part of the same.
North America. Let's say North America.
What is North? What is?
True.
That's an excellent question, actually, Lav. What is North?
Oh, fucking kill me.
But seriously, what is it?
It
You
is just
fucking
our
pedant.
understanding of this way.
Well, clearly not, because compass is North. What is
True.
Sunday.
it? It's not just that. I mean, it is partially that, of course.
Sunday.
Like we labeled it North. There wasn't. It's not. You know that the globes
Oh,
aren't like
God.
actually representative, right? It doesn't actually say the North Pole on the planet.
Yes.
I know. Have you ever been there?
True.
Touche. Anyways, in answer to your
Nice.
question,
Schrodinger's North Pole.
in answer to your question, Wick, I think one of the reasons why gender abolition becomes very attractive in present day is precisely because we've identified that actually we don't really need these gender categories in order, for example, to
Kill me.
maintain things like our reproductive needs and so on and so forth. Trans men can, and I mean, it gets a bit more complicated than that, even before, if we just stick with the binary. Trans men being trans men doesn't mean they can't carry children. Trans women being trans women doesn't mean that they can't. I mean, sometimes they can't if the surgeries remove the capacity to do so, if they haven't frozen eggs, or they haven't frozen sperm, rather. But trans women being trans women doesn't mean they can't contribute to reproduction either. And
But they
non-binary people, of course, reproduce all the time.
But males cannot be
And
pregnant.
females.
What we
Fact.
call males cannot be
What
pregnant.
we call males. I mean,
Yeah.
you and I will call male something very differently. Don't bring me
What do you
into
think
this.
of what is a male to you?
I think a male is a gender. If you're talking about like
Fuck
somebody, if you're talking
off.
about like the larger or smaller gamete producers, we can make that distinction.
Yeah.
But-
Okay, let me ask Lav the same question because I'm curious your answer. We got yours. Lav,
Yeah.
what is the
Yes.
utility in North America, in the culture we exist today, to having to being able to identify male and female from a biological perspective? What are some of the utility to that?
Medical
well,
shit.
I think that there is clear
Reproductive
differences between the
shit.
sexes. Not in any. Well, I like to say this is that 90% of one sex can kill 90% of the other with their bare hands. So we have
True.
that. There's obviously a physical difference in most of the population, and there's obviously distinctions like a woman can carry a child for 9 months, so she's going to need accommodations for carrying that child. And also, we need to
What
accommodate.
about a woman who's had a hysterectomy? She can't carry.
And
a
we
child for
also
9
and we
months.
also
A
need to
female.
accommodate
Exceptions
for,
don't eliminate rules,
male
you
aggression,
fucking
because
pedant.
obviously men commit most violent crimes and most sexually violent crimes, and so
True.
we would
You ever
then
been in a
have
fight
to
with a
protect-
trans man before? Let me tell you, it's different than you'd expect.
We would then
Ugh.
have to. That is still a very small percentage of the population. When we're talking in generalities, how we make laws, it's to protect the general population. So most,
Yes.
right?
Thank you,
So
old school.
there are obviously exceptions to the rule, but when
On
we're
what
talking
evidence?
legislation, we're going to need to make some generalizations.
When you
right?
said, just out of curiosity, because you made a statement there, I want to dig in on it a bit, and I'm curious what Sunday would think of this as well. You said male
listening.
aggression, right? Do you think that that's a biological, essential trait to males, that all males
Yes.
have, at least in general, a greater capacity for aggression? Do you think that's a biological thing?
So I mean, people are constantly
Yes,
talking
on
about where it
average.
stems from. There's definitely a link with higher testosterone and violence in animals or aggression in every mammal, and
Yes.
certainly so with men as well. But also, it's definitely socialization as well. We just don't know which is which the main.
But it
contributor.
takes both.
So in a world in which, for whatever reason, maybe some disease or some dietary fad causes all women to have excess testosterone, and then as a result of them all becoming a little bit more aggressive, they socialize each other into being even more aggressive. They would all become men?
No, they would be females
No.
with aggression,
True.
and then we would have to maintain men as a protected sex class, right? Because if they were the ones being predated on, it would make sense to then create legislation to
Like
protect them.
hyenas.
Lav, the question that we are debating is what is a woman? You're referring once again to an additional, like a subculture within a subculture on the historical stage.
Wick asked me a question.
Law
Which is what you've done the
well,
entire
you're the one who
fucking
chose
time, you
legislation. That was
pedant.
your focal point. Law is nominal. These are things that this is the most literal social construction imaginable, or the most direct social construction imaginable.
And you can live in a reality in which we don't have to make laws to protect each other and to create and to live in a happy working society. You can live in that world.
You're describing
but I'd like to live in the material world.
You're describing the vast majority of human history, Lav. We've only had laws since the Roman Empire.
Sunday.
Bullshit.
If I may.
Bullshit. Number one, Code of Hammurabi. Number two, just because laws weren't written doesn't mean they weren't understood. Part of the reason why the Ten Commandments exist is because it was a categorization of pro-social behavior that people largely understood. So when they say, don't fuck your neighbor's wife, it's because for thousands of years, people were fucking each other's neighbors' wives, and then they got hit in the head with a fucking rock. So while it wasn't extrapolated out to a governmental institution that then administered some level of justice, we have had pro-social and anti-social rules probably as long as people have fucking existed. Even living creatures like fucking wolves and beavers and all the bullshit and bees and all that kind of shit have pro-social and fucking anti-social behaviors that are socially categorized and enforced. God damn it. These people, Sitch is totally right. Fucking weaponized stupidity. Being intentionally dense just to fucking win an argument like a fucking asshole while saying absolutely nothing. Very frustrating. Ugh. Be nice, he's only off by 6,000 years. True, King. Fucking true. God damn it.
Please.
So do you not think we need any kind of law?
Hey, ACAB, math is a social construction too, because it's verbalized utterances to create conceptions in our own mind. Therefore, we can't verify what you just said. Or even if we could, we're not going to. We're just going to be fucking pedants about it.
Laws to protect certain gender or sex classes?
Do I not think we need certain laws to protect certain gender or sex classes? I mean, clearly we do. We live in a strongly heterosexual, heteronormative
Oh my god, kill me.
Certain people
in which you can call a man a woman if she just wears lashes.
Well, no, because they're not a woman. They're not a man. They are a woman. They're not wearing lashes.
And you can be a woman if you are a gender stereotype. If you are performing the gender stereotypes, you can
if I were to wear big lashes, a bra, and like
Lav, you still around?
Dress, I'd be in drag. I would not be a woman.
Hey, Lav. Yeah, Phemoid. Lav. I'm going to keep calling you Lav, even if you don't want me to. If you want me to call Leia or Leah or something like that, you still around? I just DM'd you on fucking Discord. I would so much rather fucking just talk to you than fucking suffer through this fucking pedant. But, yeah, just let me know if you're around.
So I knew you were going to do this. So it really is self-determinant on self-ID.
But it's not actually.
It's whether or not you believe.
No, you're confused.
You just immediately.
No.
I'm not confused. You just caught yourself up.
Very confused.
The only thing that matters.
I really didn't laugh.
So there's this.
You don't have that cachet for this move. Just trust me. Listen, just hang on 1 sec. Before we do this, after you do this whole spiel. Just trust me. Just trust me, Lav. I'm doing you a favor, okay? We can do this in a friendly way, or we can do this the Sunday
Overlord.
way.
Thank you, so masculine man. Thank you for protecting me and my small feminine body.
That's just how Sunday do.
God damn it.
When we are talking about somebody in drag, we are talking about somebody who is specifically donning clothing that is discordant with their identity, in a sort of humorous commentary on that.
So identity is what matters.
No. Here's where you're confused. Self-identity.
I am not confused.
Self-identity. If only saying it would make it so. Self-identity concerns whether or not we address people by reference to their avowed identity, or whether we address people by reference to something else. So, for example, if a person identifies as a trans woman, but they're going, as they say, boy mode today, and they're wearing like a hoodie and like the clothing that I'm wearing right now, I would not therefore dispute with them on the grounds that they are not presenting as the stereotype of a woman. Self-ID is concerned with how we relate to one another in terms of levels of respect. However, in terms of what makes somebody a woman, that's not self-ID in the sense, once again, to return to performativity, which you tragically misunderstand. Had you read like 15 pages of Butler, you would know this. She is very specific that performativity does not refer to a self separate from the world, picking and choosing gender and sex designations, which are of the same category, as she argues very
He never said that.
As if they were like a form of dress-up. Instead, they are themselves produced in both the performing of their society and their performing of a role. They are themselves constituted by the linguistic matrix in which they are born, in which they live, etc. and so forth. And they find that the shoe of womanhood fits, but the one of manhood does not.
So what about a female who does not think that
we are in the presence of one right this moment? Let's see.
Can you answer her question though? If
Lab is
if
supposedly
a
around,
Just to
female,
finish the
so I
question.
think
I
we're just
didn't
gonna
hear the whole
call.
question. I think
Sure.
you finished
How
right
do you
off.
know that I'm a woman?
I don't. Taking your word for it.
So this you just deconstruct things, and at
I
some
didn't
point you
deconstruct
have
Jack.
you
That's not what
have to
deconstruction
engage.
is.
You have to engage with reality.
I don't know if you're a
Okay.
woman.
Okay.
Lev, I don't know if you're a cis man. Finster is very good at what he does.
It's only a matter of time before he is a she, though, right?
Is that a fact? I don't know if that's true. Does he identify as a woman? I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure most people could mistake him as one, and so to them he would.
Yeah,
be.
but that's deliberate. Like if I were able to.
But so to them he would be a woman.
Yeah, he would be.
So then
in
he
their
would be a
perception.
woman. So
Well, no,
Finster is a woman.
No, that's not how that works. That's not how
Then
that works.
Explain how it doesn't work.
Because we're not talking about the person disembedded from their society, fooling their society.
You're talking about his
costume.
You're talking about Finster's identification of himself.
I don't know.
And that is what
identification
matters.
Of himself.
Hello?
Hey, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I stepped away. What were you? What were you talking? What do you want to
No,
talk
I
about?
would. I'm suffering. I'm suffering through this fucking conversation where Sunday is being such a fucking pedant. It's exhausting.
It's ridiculous. Like,
yeah.
It's the worst thing I've ever experienced.
Yeah, and then I also just had a conversation with Boots in which I felt like my description of your perspective was more accurate than her description of your perspective. So I would rather just go to you and just get your fucking perspective rather than like trying to project my own shit onto it. So just if you don't mind, I'm just going to kind of launch into it. So sex is descriptive of something real, correct? Something physical in the world.
Yeah.
And human beings, if they're male or female, and words and definitions can be socially constructed in the fact that I am using utterances that are agreed upon by human beings to describe things, and in that way it's socially constructed. But ultimately, the descriptive words that I'm using,
it's describing the same thing.
They're describing a real thing, a physical thing.
Yeah, I was in my brain. I said they're describing the same thing because I went on a. I was in my brain. I was like, yeah, in French, girl is une fille, like une fille, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, but it's still girl.
And here it's a girl, but it's still describing the same thing, which is like a material reality.
Yeah, yes. A young person who is likely female or at least doing the social performance of a woman.
Yes, but then by President Sunday's standards, even saying like female wouldn't be accurate, person wouldn't be accurate. What is a person? Like it goes into this post-structuralist madness that is it is just here. It's just here.
But
it means nothing.
But what drives me crazy about it is the convenience with which things become solid. So for instance, like they will like endlessly say, well, like that's just a social construction and all of this is socially constructed in an alternative universe. We could create a different system in which blah, 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 blah wasn't material. And then you're like, okay, well, let's talk about what we need in order to describe some level of utility like law. And then all of a sudden, like law is a social construction, but it's also real. And it's like, pick a fucking lane for the sake of the argument. Don't like be all ephemeral and shadowy when I'm describing something that you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, and I'm saying that it's describing something that's physical in the world, and you just keep hiding behind that it's just like totally deconstructed. But then as soon as we start talking about something that's inconvenient for me to be solid, then all of a sudden it's fucking solid. It just feels like pedantry and fucking word games after a certain point.
Yeah, I mean it is word games, and then he keeps asking me if I like know what words means, and then he gets me to say what the word means, and then says I'm wrong, and so twice I Google it afterwards, and I was completely right. Like it's just all he does is like it's narcissistic word games where he sort of tries to like divert attention from what I'm saying to like this intangible, retarded thing, and I'm just sitting there like, okay. I understand. Listen, I can get into the whole post-structuralism talk, right? Nothing is real. We don't really have words for anything. I can get into it. I did get into it a little with him. I can go there. The problem is that when you have a message to send and when you talk about reality, and this is what I say later, I don't know if you got to it, but you know, we have like, there's like a luxury property where, you know, President Sunday's drinking wine, a white man in his room, very educated, clearly, access to lots of books, right? We don't make laws for men like him. We make laws to protect the vulnerable. We make laws to, you know, have some structure, literally, in society, right? So that everything doesn't go to shit. And I don't know.
I
It's
don't know. I said this earlier. I don't know how you can be smug and dense at the same time. Where you're simultaneously like, yeah, like you're acting like you completely know every single thing that's being articulated, but then you literally cannot repeat back the conception of your opponent 5 seconds after they fucking said it. And then also another frustration for me was when I think you differentiated like your definitions of like which are internally consistent of woman and female, where like female is, you know, somebody who produces the large sexual gametes, and then woman is adult human female. So these are at least internally consistent definitions, regardless of whether or not you disagree with them. And then you ask him for a definition that is not self-referential, that is not circular, and that does not have stereotypes associated with it, and he dodges completely. And like I was like, what? Bro, like you're coming into a conversation about what is a fucking woman. Even if you wanted to say, I'm sorry, I can't answer your question because I believe that a woman is a series of social constructions that align with stereotypes that correlate with the sex of female. Yeah, that correlate with the sex of female but are not necessarily causative. And I think that people should be able to move between these definitions. You could just, but why not? Why can't you just bite that bullet?
Because he calls himself a progressive.
But what? So but you could be a progressive who is still social constructionist.
No, you can't. You can't be a progressive that advocates that men can become women based off of stereotypes. It is optically so misogynistic and bad that you can't.
But like. But that's necessarily required in order to say that
for his argument,
trans women can become women because they're fulfilling the social roles of women.
Every lefty I have ever talked to, even, I mean, literally Vosh, Steven, all these people, they all give merit to it. Some of them will say, yeah, it's sexist, I don't give a fuck. But President Sunday can't. He won't.
It's so fucking, that's so fucking lame. Because, like, honestly, like, I think that you could bite the conceptual bullet by saying that women, the concept of woman and the concept of girl are a collection of socially constructed behaviors that correlate with female but are not necessarily female. And if you engage in the performance of the gender to a certain degree, even if you don't fulfill all of the constructs, you can still become a woman. So, for instance, like a trans woman, kind of like you were saying, sex has utility because you need a sperm and an egg in order to procreate. And as far as we know, this will probably be a relevant fact for the future of humanity unless we become transhuman robots. So, knowing that fact and knowing that that's a useful fact, you could still say trans women are women because even though they can't fulfill the specific egg production or the specific uterine production, they're being able to carry a fetus within a uterus, they still fulfill all these other social functions as women, and it's good enough for me to just call them women.
But you're not realizing that that's a very conservative idea. So President Sunday cannot have that. It is. Yeah. It is. If you're a progressive and you think that we're anti-gender role, and also I think that this is where the conversation lies, and President Sunday is pretty smart because this is where this goes, is there can only be one way of becoming a woman.
Yeah.
There can only be one way into being a woman. There cannot be multiple ways, right? Because if there are multiple ways, then there are different classifications and hierarchies within women, right? And they don't want that.
But isn't that true though? Like descriptively true.
Like, yes, but they don't want the trans activists. Listen, this is, I've dealt with trans activists for a long time. Yeah. They will not put up with, okay, we're different. They won't. But trans women have to be women, and they have to be the same as a woman, and it's the death of intellectualism.
But so then let's not allow intellectualism to die for the sake of this conversation. I still think that you could subscribe to a pro-trans, pro-LGBTQIA plus perspective and just say that, like, gender is a social performance, it's a social construction. I believe and by the way, this is not what I'm saying, but I also believe that male and female, because of the rules and the exceptions and the way that we articulate words and blah, 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 male and female is also a social construction. I think that people who are quote unquote assigned female at birth or male at birth can, transitively become the other gender through a certain level of social performance. And while their sex might not be identical because they're still producing sperm unless they have bottom surgery or eggs and the vice versa, they still become the social classification. And there are trans women and there are cis women and they're all God's creation. Like why the fuck is that so hard to articulate?
Well, because it has so many implications. I mean, it's if you
But
say,
what's the negative implication?
well, it just falls down this rabbit hole of, okay, well, if you don't believe in classification by sex, then you don't believe that women are different than men. You don't believe that women are predated upon by men. You don't think that, like, there are so many
Isn't
problems.
this ultimately anti-reality?
Yes. I mean, all of transgenderism is anti-reality. All of it is.
Well, let me ask you another question that Boots brought up that I viscerally disagree with. I did have a polite intellectual conversation with Boots, but I was still incredibly frustrated by this conception. But I kind of want to ask you about it, even though we'll probably just agree. Let's say that we completely somehow removed social expectation from like the human experience from 0 to 18. We just gave no positive or negative gendered expectations to children. We just identified all pro-social behaviors and all antisocial behaviors cross-gender, and then we just created the perfect sterile environment in which to raise children.
Yeah.
Do you think that people with testes, penises, and testosterone going through their body and ova and uteruses and estrogen going through their body would cluster around certain behavior sets? Or do you think that they would ultimately be identical? Okay, sorry. Like I'm just checking in because like doesn't that intuitively make sense?
It not only does it intuitively make sense, it has been tracked throughout history of every civilization ever. There is so much data to back up that men and women are different, that it's not gender roles, right? There are certain roles that are sex. The problem with saying sex roles is that then you are now, because under a patriarchy, giving a gender role would then mean that a woman is like a subordinate housewife, right? Because men think that if you're a woman, if you're a mother, then you aren't as smart as a man because men are more valuable because they work in math and whatever. But I think what a lot of liberal feminists get wrong is that they need to assert that a man is that a woman is just as a man in order to be valuable.
Yeah, in all categories, which doesn't make sense. Like you don't have to be you don't have to be valuable in identical categories to the identical degree in order to be of value.
Or to have equal dominion over the earth, right?
Dude, oh man. So I get really frustrated because, for instance, like the Steven Crowder thing, where I feel like he has a very, if he's biblical, if he's even Christian, I feel like he has like a very shitty interpretation of the best parts of like biblical relationships or whatever, where he's like, man is authority, he's the head of the household, et cetera, et cetera. He has dominion over everything, he's godlike in this respect, which I'm sure you can find scripture to support. But there's also like scripture that I believe says, if I remember correctly, that basically says like, it's basically two becoming one flesh, and the way that a man treats his wife is the way that he has to treat himself. And so if he's like abusing his wife, then he's abusing himself and he's committing an error as if he was, insulting God and the church and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So like you can read that very patriarchally and just say, I'm a man, what I say goes. Or you can read that and say, actually, we both have our roles to play, and if I abuse you, I am breaking my covenant with God.
Totally.
And so that's the thing. It's like obviously it's up to interpretation and all that kind of bullshit. But I'm just saying, like, even in the most conservative interpretation of the Bible, you can still arrive at women having incredible value.
Totally.
Yeah. So that's frustrating.
Yeah. I agree with that, and I think that I think that that's this is so interesting because the distinction. I mean, I read a quote from Right Wing Women the last time we talked, the Andrea Dworkin quote, and
Yeah.
I think that a conservative men. There's a sect of conservative men who are the most respectful to women and the female body than I have seen from the extreme right and most of the left. Like
Yeah.
the left, like I said, values whores too much. They value hypersexualization. They don't value an actual woman's, like an actual female, and not only not her gender role, but her role in society as the person who is able to carry the child,
Right.
and also the things that come along with that. Like I listened a little bit to your conversation with Boots and her talking about like Eva, Evo Psych, you know, and how women are not suited to be more nurturing. Every single mammal, the female builds more of a connection with her children than any male mammal, right?
Right.
There's a reason that when we breastfeed, it releases chemicals in our body to help us feel more connected to the child. That is evolutionary biology. Like there are some things that are just so, and this is the thing, this is what liberal feminists do, is they're like, no, women are just as, cold as men, just as hard as men. First of all, I always thought that it was really weird that we valued coldness over nurturing in a society, right?
Right.
Like I always thought that was very weird. That's why I identified as a cultural feminist for a really long time. I think that feminine traits, what we attribute to females and what females naturally exhibit, is just more conducive to a society that runs better. But it is so silly to say that there are some traits. Of course, there are some women who do not feel maternal.
Right.
But when you're talking about generalities, it is just so, most women will have children. Most women find purpose in having children, and most women are happiest when they have children. That is just true.
This is where I, unfortunately, just my fucking centrist brain is like flying like 1,000 miles an hour. So, like Jordan Peterson, part of the reason why I liked him was because of his like biblical and psychological lectures from like 2016 to 2018. I feel like he needs to eat a vegetable. I think he needs to take different pills. I think he needs to relax. I think he needs to get off of Twitter. If he wants to smoke a blunt with me sometime and we'll talk about like Jungian psychology, I'll be more than happy to do that. But he often describes how the stereotypical behavior sets that are gendered can have both positive and negative. It's basically a double-edged sword. So you can have the father figure, the paternal figure, who basically like raises with like discipline and sternness and authority and knowledge and wisdom and like all of these things that can be bad, but also have like are completely necessary to develop like the top tier of human beings. But then you have the negative inverse where it's unquestionable authority. It's a
Totally.
brittle social structure. They never give praise. They never give positive reinforcement. It's only negative enforcement. It's only punishment. It's only basically coming down on somebody because you think if you don't destroy them, they'll be stronger as a result. And we're filled like history and families are filled with these stereotypes of the tyrant king, the tyrant
Sure.
father, versus the loving father. And so, like, if we can acknowledge that there's like a positive and negative binary to all these like gendered attributes, then I don't see why it doesn't stand to reason that you could have the positive and negative of the other gendered attributes, where like women, of course, like need nurturing, need parenting, need all that kind of shit. But then also, if you never let your kids take risks, or if you love your children so much that you coddle them from danger, then eventually you're going to raise like fragile, Oedipal children.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean I agree with most of what you said. I've been toying with the idea that one of the only problems with patriarchy, or one of, not the only, there are a couple, but one of the biggest problems with patriarchy is just how inferior it sees feminine traits as.
Yeah.
Because in a patriarchy, or even in, let's not even call it patriarchy, right? Because patriarchy would imply that men would be the superior. I believe, well, it's hard to
You
when
can
you
just call it
bring it.
patriarchy. I'll still know what you say, and I
Sure,
won't associate. I won't associate a negative implication for it because
sure.
I think that patriarchy. I'll try to be brief because I know you want to talk, but
Mhm.
if you're saying that patriarchy can be this oppressive, brittle, violent, rapey, evil institution, I think that there are positive attributes of masculinity that could be pulled out that would still be necessary for a healthy society.
I completely agree. I completely agree with that. And that's that's a that's pretty conservative as a radical feminist. I believe like I have some very contradictory views when it comes to stuff like this, and so I get in trouble on both sides. That's sort of just like the centrist way, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's sort of just a little mad. But yeah, I think that in a world where I what I was just gonna say was that I think naturalistically the bigger, stronger thing
Mhm.
is going to take control. And that's just it just makes sense, right? I don't think that that's the way that it should be, right? Or and I don't believe that, the problem with that then becomes the bigger, stronger thing thinks that the smaller one is subordinate, stupid, and useless.
Mhm.
That is the problem.
Well,
But
in
I get it.
Mhm.
I get patriarchy, right? Like, it's the reason why we want to protect women from men. It's because there is this bigger, stronger thing. It doesn't mean that it has more dominion over the earth. It just means that there are certain like, we have to we just have to there has to be I argue that there has to be
balance.
more restraint. There has to be balance and
Yeah.
more restraint for men. I think
Yeah,
that
I
men
forget
should
if it's
practice restraint.
it's like Strykos or Graya. I forget. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Meek shall inherit the earth. Greek word. Sorry. Um. Sorry if I'm pausing. Prouse. So Prouse. There's at least like a modern interpretation that I'm totally sympathetic to. Which is basically like there's the old quote, "The meek shall inherit the earth," and
Yeah,
for a long time, Christians preached pacifism as a result, where they basically said, "Turn the other cheek," just get hit in the face, allow yourself to be killed, et cetera, et cetera, et
totally.
cetera. But what Prouse has been interpreted in a modern connotation is Prouse in Greek basically meant disciplined, and it was a specific word used for war horses, where war
Mm,
horses were broken. So you still have like a fierce
mm.
2,000 pound animal that you're riding into battle, but in order to get it to be useful, you have to give it Prouse, which is restraint and discipline. So it doesn't mean being weak. It basically, and quoting Jordan Peterson directly, it basically means those who have weapons or virtues or violence within them, but they keep it sheathed or restrained. And
Completely.
I think that's the kind of like positive masculinity that we all fight with as men, because I feel like as juveniles, when we're first, getting our high hits of testosterone, we
Mhm.
tend to be aggressive, we tend to be sexually adventurous, we tend to be very risk taking, we tend to be assholes basically. And through a decade of mistakes, you're supposed to learn restraint and prouse. And if you
Yeah.
don't learn that, then you basically become a fucking 50-year-old man child who's still trying to fuck 19-year-olds.
Yeah, completely. Not only that, but you become extremely sexually aggressive. I mean, yeah, it's a whole thing. I think that Boots, for some reason, Boots calls herself a radical feminist, but then will go on to, um, like not acknowledge the differences between the sex classes, which doesn't make sense, I think, to be a feminist and not recognize the difference, because so much of feminism is advocating for women because they are the smaller, weaker sex. So I don't know, it just becomes very weird. And then whenever I say that men have a predisposition to violence, people get very, very like kind of touchy with me. They're like, well, not every man is a rapist. And I'm like, well, I'm not saying that every
Of
single
course not.
man is a
Yeah.
rapist, certainly. But I'm saying that it is clear that there is, something within uh most men as a sex class that whether it be socialized, whether it be biological, that is more violent.
Yeah.
um it is just so. and I don't know how to explain it, but the only thing we could do is try to quell it and to protect the people suffering because of it.
But the way I think that you would approach that, at least from my perspective, where I think that there could be such a thing as like positive patriarchy, or at least something that we could take out of like our current system that would still be positive going forward. It would be learning prowess. It would be learning restraint. It would be learning dignity. It would be learning to value your partner. It would be some level of monogamy after maybe an adventurous phase when you're younger. But even during your adventurous phase when you're younger, I think we talked about this previously. I don't think it's correct or right or fair to treat women not as women, but as experiences. So instead of being like a full flesh and blood human being who has interests and ambitions and family and all that kind of stuff, they're a fuck for the night, basically. That's what it is. So, you know,
and they've encouraged women to go along with this. Somehow leftist men have advocated for it.
You know how they
I
did
talked
it,
to Relevant about this.
You know how they did it though is they basically said, "Oh yeah, well that's just women becoming their fullest selves is allowing them
which
to
means
be
as a man."
Yeah, completely uninhibited.
It's completely
Don't worry about pregnancy. Don't worry about diseases. Don't worry about whether or not you're fucking dirtbags. Don't worry about any of that kind of shit. Just allow yourself to go on the basically misogynists call it the cock carousel. But just jump on the fucking cock carousel and ride that shit as long as you fucking want to, because basically it's all a fun and free ride.
And I've talked about within a patriarchy, men have attributed to themselves what it is to be the prototype to be human. So all of their behavior, and a lot of liberal feminists will hold this up. A lot of liberal feminists will hold this up and be like, yes, women, we're being oppressed by motherhood, by all of these things. And it is just so sexist to me to think that because we see it, we know, like, it is so clear that, when you look at the gay community and how much they're fucking each other and how casual it is and how without women, male sexuality, untethered to women,
volcano. It's fucking insane.
It is a volcano. It is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So clearly there's a difference. And we know, and there are so many studies about how, women pair bond and how we are happier when we are in monogamous relationships, regardless of whether or not we're married or not, because marriage is sort of a sham. But I wish that it wasn't a sham, right? I wish that there were more incentives to be married. I think that marriage is very good for society. There's really no way to
just before Max and I had a conversation, he called me homophobic for saying that gay people were promiscuous. But basically, like, yeah, I know. Anyways, just as an example,
the more I read books and actually gather information, the more I realize Max is an idiot.
Listen. He's incisive and fucking intelligent, but at the same time, obviously, he believes his own fucking shtick a little.
He's
bit
just he's his own philosopher.
Yeah. So my beef with what he said and me doubling down and tripling down on my homophobia. Basically, like, I worked with a guy named Generic American Guy. He's on Discord. We did volunteering during the hurricane shit, and basically we chopped down trees for a fucking week. And we wanted to get a drink when we were done. And so we're like, well, we're both not homophobes. We're not gay men. Let's just drop, and there's a gay bar right here. Let's just go to the fucking gay bar. And like within 20 seconds of us fucking sitting down, the bartender is like, ooh, the guys out back are gonna love you. Why don't you go back there and get a little blowjob? It'll be fucking great. Burp, burp, burp. And I'm like, bro, I just fucking sat down. Like, relax. Like, I don't need a bro job right now. Thank you.
A bro job.
Yeah,
that's
and
hilarious.
and so we're sitting there and we're just kind of chilling, like drinking whatever. And he probably brings it up 3 or 4 times. And I was like, man, like, even if I was gay, even if I was a dude who wanted other dudes to blow me, I would not accept a blowjob from a fucking 50-year-old stranger within 3 minutes of meeting you in a fucking dingy, shitty, dirty fucking bar in a random fucking strip mall that I just fucking came into. You are fucking crazy for thinking that that is something that I would do. And I didn't say that shit. Obviously, I kept it to myself. But at the same time, I was thinking to myself, it's like, how is it possible that people can deny that there's like really aggressive promiscuity, particularly with like male homosexuals, when this is like my first experience within 20 seconds of going to a fucking gay bar that this guy doesn't know me and he's already propositioning me for a fucking blowjob aggressively 3 or 4 times.
Anyone who's saying that the gay community is not hypersexualized has never met a gay person in their fucking life. Like,
but they take offense to it. Like, it's like, oh no, like, no, we're just like you. We don't love sucking cock, and it's like, obviously, like, come on, like.
Yeah, it's men.
We're among
it's
friends
men.
here.
It's men. Lesbians aren't like that, certainly. Lesbians move in together immediately, but it's not. It's not as, you know. We want to home build the second that we find
right.
another
You want to
woman
nest.
Yeah, exactly. But
That's
even
funny.
that, right? Like, we can so obviously see the differences in the sexes, even in the gay community, even in gender non-conforming people. We see biological sex differences. We do.
But I'm okay. I am okay if like if people are taking offense, like let's say that there was a gay guy who was like, actually, I'm the exception to the rule. I'm not particularly promiscuous. You know, I've been looking for my husband for a long time. He was also pretty chill. Like, he only had a couple of boyfriends before me, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. We've cornered off into our own nesting things. We are not stereotypical of promiscuous young gay men. I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't give a fuck at all. I'd be like, good for you, bro. Like, that's awesome. Like I'm happy that you fit some of the stereotypes of being a male or a man, where you produce sperm, you have a penis, you got testes, whatever. Maybe you like football or guns or some shit. But then you also happen to be homosexual and you were monogamous and wanted to fucking nest like a fucking lesbian couple. I don't give a shit if you don't fulfill the specific sexual or gendered expectations of our society, as long as you're a relatively chill person.
Well, here's where the gender abolition comes in, right? And it's so funny. Kyla said that I couldn't call myself a gender abolitionist and said that I didn't understand it. Kyla's so out of her fucking depth. She should stick to the fucking red pill dating shit. She has no idea what the fuck she's talking about.
Well, but that's where I felt like Boots was saying that you weren't saying that sex was something solid, and I was like, I'm pretty sure
I have been called.
Say that. I'm pretty sure I heard her say that, and I'm pretty sure I heard King Critical say that like 4 hours ago.
Listen to how stupid this is. Listen to how stupid this is.
I'm listening.
Whenever I say I'm a gender essentialist, they say, no, you're a sex essentialist.
Okay.
So, do you know what gender essentialism is?
I would gender critical or gender essentialism.
So gender essentialism is essentially if you are a male or female, then you are you are predisposed, or you are going to have the trait. If you're a female, you're going to have the trait of being homemaker. You know that gender and sex are completely tied, and there's no way around it, right?
And they're saying that you believe that, or you're saying that you believe that?
They are saying, so sex essentialism isn't a thing. It's just, it's not a thing. If you Google it, nothing comes up. Gender essentialism comes up. Sex essentialism, what they're arguing is that I believe in male and female.
Right.
That is sex essentialism to them, right? So it is just so stupid, because in gender abolition, they're like, well, gender abolition is when anyone can be anything. That is true. That is absolutely true. But it's when you don't hold up arbitrary laws that make someone something, right? So it's having an interest or doing an action without it being masculine or feminine, without it being man or woman. Right. That is gender abolition. And they seem to not, something won't click for them. Like something's not clicking for these people when they say gender abolition. They're like, oh, anyone can be whatever they want. I don't care if a man wants to get breasts, wants to I mean, for a great example, Taftash is a great example. Someone who's like, you know what? I live in the fiction of the fantasy of being woman. I am a man, and that's it.
See, this is where I would distinguish language, and I would actually separate our worldview a little bit. Drazar literally just gave me $5 and just asked if we're on a Counterpoints turf arc, and the answer is no. So for me, I guess I would call myself like gender agnostic, basically. And I'll explain that briefly. So when I agree, male and female is descriptive of something real. 99% of the time, without being like talking about hermaphroditic people or intersex people or whatever, we're talking about people who have testes and a penis and they produce sperm, or we're talking about people who have a uterus and eggs and they produce eggs. And even if there's people who can't produce those specific things, I don't give a shit. Fall back on XY, XXXY, whatever. They were designed to have these things.
Yes.
Yeah. So and rules necessarily by their creation they have exceptions. So basically, like, citing to me exceptions does not eliminate rules. That is not a compelling argument to me.
Yeah.
Anyways, so we have male and female. Then we have gender on top of that, which is the social expectations, that the social performance, whatever, that we have on top of that, that is correlative with sex, but not determined by sex. So you might have feminine men, or feminine males. You might have masculine females, et cetera, back forth, et cetera, et cetera. So when you say that you have a man that is pretending to be a woman or doing the social performance of a woman or whatever the fuck, the reason why that doesn't hit home for me and transphobic or whatever the fuck is because you're talking about the gendered social superstructure that you want to eliminate, and you're saying that this person is moving from this part of the infrastructure to this part of the infrastructure, and it's not a fully coherent movement. Whereas I think what would be more difficult to argue against is saying that underneath, with sex, with male and female, this person was designed to have a penis and balls and produce sperm, but they are moving into the social category of woman through performativity or whatever the fuck. And then
Sure.
it's up to you on whether or not you decide that they are a trans woman who falls under the category of man, or if they're a trans woman who falls under the category of woman. And frankly, I don't give a shit because I'm not going to have that conversation with a person on the fucking street.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem, right? Is that people are trying to say that trans woman is a subset of woman when it is a subset of man. It is.
But as a gender abolitionist, why are you so aggressive about that statement?
Because
if you want to eliminate the categories.
It doesn't matter what you perform. It does not change your sex, and it's important to keep sex class distinctions because of legal definitions. Because when we make laws, we need to assert that a female is different than a trans woman.
Okay, so what I'm trying to distinguish here is let's say that we had an Excel spreadsheet and we had sex and then we had gender. Okay, on sex, I am putting the words male and female, and I do not think that you can really change those. I think that you're born a certain way, and you can remove your testes, you can remove your penis, you can have surgeries, you can get breast augmentation, you can take estrogen. At the end of the day, you're going to be male, right? Or assigned male at birth or some shit like that.
Yes.
Then vice versa, right? And then under gender, if this was an Excel spreadsheet, under those terms, I would put man and woman. And so
the
problem
is that people are doing that.
Yeah, I think a male could be a trans woman and potentially fall under the category of woman, but I don't think that they could become female, if that makes sense.
Yes, but we have words to describe female, an adult human female, and the word is woman. So if trans women wanted to make another word for gender, this is why most radical feminists or most gender abolitionists prefer masculine and feminine, right? Cool. If we're gonna have a role, if you need to classify an action as feminine or masculine, then those are the words, right? You should not describe them as man or woman. You shouldn't.
Okay.
Because those words are to describe an adult man and an adult female.
Adult human female or adult human male.
Yes.
Okay. So, for me, the reason why I would say I'm gender agnostic is because I have trans friends. I have trans friends in the space. I got,
So do I.
Yeah. So Top Todders is fucking great. I love Riley Grace Rochong. I think she's fucking great. I think I'm friendly with Zonia and a few other fucking people. But basically what I would say is I don't care so much as applying the rigid definition of adult human female or adult human male. Because if somebody says, oh, I'm a trans woman or a trans man, I know what the fuck they're talking about. They were assigned male at birth or assigned female at birth. And they're performing the social role of a man or a woman.
Yes. So what you're saying is you are engaging as a courtesy in the fiction of them being a man or a woman.
But I don't know. So here's the thing where it becomes fiction versus nonfiction. That maybe some questions have to be resolved, some questions have to be dissolved in order to quote the great trans philosopher Counterpoints. So basically for me, once we reach into this like social categorization, I don't so much give a shit because if we're interacting on an interpersonal level, then I'm gonna treat you like a woman. And the reason why is because I'm gonna use she and her pronouns because I'm not gonna offend you. If you look like a fucking woman, talk like a woman, dress like a woman, act like a woman, even if you don't pass well, I would still treat you like a woman. There's plenty of ugly fucking women. I mean, let's be real about that. And then
Sure.
also there are women who are cis women who have not they either cannot or will not fulfill the
This is
sexual part of the category. Like
sure,
reproducing or producing eggs or whatever the fuck.
but this is where we get into the problem because treating someone like a woman, the social role of womanhood, the only role of womanhood, of femaleness, distinct from a man,
Uh-huh.
is that they can carry a child. That is it. We are as smart as you. We are as hardworking as you. We are across the board. We are more similar than we are dissimilar
Okay.
as human beings. There are some key things that are slightly different. But when
I
you
was about to
say,
say, aren't we kind of missing? I'm sorry for interrupting because I know you're making a point. But
Mhm.
for instance, when we're talking about some of the things that we talked about previously, like testosterone and aggression and
Yes,
estrogen and nurturing and
yes.
those like behaviors or whatever the fuck. Like
But surely a man can be nurturing.
well, and that's what I was going to say. These things are not inherent, and there are
Yes,
exceptions.
so when these things make a trans woman a woman, when these
Hmm.
things make a man or woman to hold these traits, that is reductive, that is regressive. Surely if a man is exhibiting this trait, it is then a male trait, right? This is the problem that I have with the brain argument, the
Uh-huh.
male and female brain. I mean, I have many problems with the male and female brain argument. But one of them is that, if first there's a couple I'm ready
Hold
there's a
on,
video essay I have
I
coming out
gotta
on Monday.
correct my editor real quick because he's freaking out because he doesn't like you.
Okay.
Um, she, okay, he's like, she's doing sex essentialism. One, no, because we already defined that. What she just said, you could say it's sex essentialist because she's basically boiling down male and female to their sexual roles or whatever. But we were talking about gender. So gender is the social performance that is not necessarily gendered one way or the other, which by the way, I'm about to be a cis hetero patriarchal snob about. So if you didn't lose your point, sorry, continue.
So if you look up sex essentialism, the
Uh
only thing that comes up is gender essentialism. Sex essentialism is not real because two sexes exist. Like
well,
it's not
and I was about
fucking
to say,
real.
even if it was like you could just cop to it and say, yeah, I think that sex, the way
Is a
that we define
material
it,
reality.
yeah,
Is it a
is
material reality? And
there are
we
females who
experience
produce eggs and there's males who produce sperm in general, and
yes.
there's exceptions to the rules, but the rules largely stand. So right
Yes.
now, I'm a sex essentialist. I'm just not a trans exclusionary radical feminist, and I am
This
agnostic
is
on the conceptions of gender, and then we'll talk about
what
gender
do
in a
you
second.
what does trans exclusionary mean to you? Because I get this when you talk
It's
about being a
basically
turf, you
forcing
are
them out
you
of the
are
category
turfy.
of yeah, sure, whatever. But I'm also misogynist too. So like the misogynist, and I think that gender has a little bit of a social role to play.
Right.
So we're talking about like trans exclusionary radical feminists or whatever. I would say that I would, in my mind, I, because I'm a generous God. I
Mhm.
would allow a woman to transition into the role of a man and a man to transition into the role of a woman, and I wouldn't skip a fucking beat.
Yes. But
I would just let them fucking do that.
yes,
So,
but Connor, you also
mhm.
have a lot less to lose than women
True.
do, if that is the case, right?
Yeah.
So when you call someone a woman who is male, that opens the door. This is what Jordan Peterson's whole thing that opens the door. Language then becomes reality, right? So
Hmm.
if you call a trans woman a woman, then now she's able to contest her access to a female space, which I should not. I this it's not that I'm a trans exclusionary radical feminist. It's that I am male exclusionary in a lot of ways because I believe in single sex spaces, because I believe in the protection of women against the stronger, stronger, bigger sex. When you think about trans women, you don't often, you think of the Blair Whites because we're on here. You think of the Blair Whites, you think of the Gigi Gorgeouses. Most trans people who are around you do not pass. They look like men if they are men. They are on hormones very late, so they have been socialized as men. They have the same bone density, muscle density as men, and you need to keep these men out of female spaces. You need to.
So, because I'm a centrist, I would be looking for solutions that would accommodate everybody's needs as much as possible. And you're right. I don't
Sure.
have as much skin in the game. I'm 6'4", 230 pounds.
I'm 5'1". I couldn't.
yeah.
I don't want to have to deal
Sure.
with that. Most
Right.
women are tiny, right?
Sure.
So
okay. So, but trying to get to this thing, I think that the progressive counter argument would be one, trans. So, and also there's like a subclass of social categorization from a legislative standpoint that I would want to get to. So, but let's just deal with this first. I think that most trans women or most trans men, I'm sure there's some psychopaths and sociopaths out there. Most of them are probably just trying to live their lives. So they wouldn't be trying to make noise in their new space or whatever because they don't want to get fucked over or
You would think so.
disincluded. Okay.
You would think so. Unfortunately, trans women show the same criminality patterns as any other man. They're 16 times more likely than a female to commit a violent crime and 6 more times likely to commit a crime in general, right? Now, with self-ID laws introduced in New York, New Jersey, California, Massachusetts, Argentina, etc., now anyone, regardless of whether or not you take hormones or not, if you say you are a woman, you can be put into a women's prison. Right? There is no checks and balances because there can't be, because there is no tangible way to empirically trace or measure gender identity, right?
Yeah.
So and it's seen as transphobic to say that any of this doctrine is not real. Right. So what I argue for repeatedly, because I know not only are trans women more likely to commit violent crime, they are also more likely to be the victims of it. I completely recognize that. Demon Mama came on to talk to me in this and was like, you don't realize that, you're not talking about that. I have always advocated for trans women to be in male prisons, but isolated from general population. And also, we know that male prisons have a rape problem.
Yes.
But women should not be collateral in trying to keep trans women from being raped, because trans women come into female prisons and they commit crimes against women. They just do. These are also women. Most of the trans women in prison have committed violent crimes. A lot of them have committed sexual violent crimes against women. A lot of them have. So, I don't think that's okay.
Okay, so I'm going to answer a question from chat, and then I'm going to answer you as well. Sue, why is I think Alice McGee, you wrote a lot of words, mucho texto, but I think you're asking about trans men. Because trans men, nobody gives a shit because they're basically 5'5" fucking passoids on a shitload of fucking testosterone, and they just get treated like men because they act like men, because of T. So. Well, I want to address you.
But also they don't have the physical disadvantage over men, so they're not going in. There's no threat to men when a female enters their space. There is a threat to females when a man enters their space. Right.
Which, if I want to be all fucking, so I'm a trans inclusionary radical misogynist. So that's
so stupid. I can fix you.
I don't think you're going to succeed.
That's so stupid. That's so stupid.
It's okay. Well, let's move past the memes and into the substance. So I am perfectly okay, 100% okay. And I don't care about being called transphobic, particularly when it comes to legislation. I am perfectly okay, like putting reasonable limits on access to certain spaces. So, for instance, like I think that how we have those like third gender or family bathrooms or whatever the fuck, like all over the place. I am perfectly fine saying like, hey, you just transitioned yesterday. You're not even on. You're going to see a therapist. You're barely starting your fucking HRT or your fucking puberty blockers or whatever. You need to be on this shit for fucking 2 years and continue with your shit for 2 years before we're gonna let you into the female dominated spaces or whatever. And then until then, here's a third gender family room accommodation until we get there. I'm perfectly fine doing that.
But why not? But why not keep the third bathroom forever? Why can't they not go into the third bathroom forever? Why do we then need to integrate them into female spaces?
Because I think particularly if somebody
because
obviously
of the way that they feel.
We're talking about material access.
Okay, so this is the problem.
Well,
with
hold
that.
on. No, I'm not talking about material access to a bathroom. I'm talking about material access to the ability to transition, right?
No, but that's okay. So this is the problem. So the problem is that there is legislation based on the Yogyakarta principles to protect gender identity, which is a subjective state.
Oh, I live in a conservative state. I don't give a fuck.
I'm talking about that we have no other laws ever to project a subjective
I'm
state.
sorry for laughing, but Butters has a compromise. If your dick is smaller than 3 inches, you're not allowed in the men's room. God damn it. All right.
No, but what I was saying, we're trying to protect a subjective state, which is gender identity. There is no other subjective state in human identity that is protected. Okay. What there is protection of is freedom of expression, right? Okay. So you are able to get breasts, you are able to get your penis chopped off if you are an adult, a legal consenting adult, right? Mm-hmm. You are able to do all of these things. You are able to present looking like a female if you want to look like a female. I don't care. I will respect that. I will fight even for any person's right to be able to transition to become a transsexual. I will do it. I will always do it. However.
Yeah, now we're getting just real quick point of the words because the words are getting so fucking so mixed up or whatever. Mm-hmm. So in my conception of gender and sex, transsexuality would not be possible. Because basically you're talking about transitioning from male to female. Like that's not possible. But being
it's not
transgender
it's
would be possible.
But what you are doing is actively confusing your body with hormones to mimic something that looks like intersex, which would be transitioning if you were on hormones. It would be transitioning from to somewhere that empirically sort of looks in between. You are still always a man or a male or a female. That is true. But transsexualism means that you are trying to emulate the other sex. It doesn't mean that you are the other sex. It means that you are trying to emulate it. So again, most of this is fiction. This is fiction.
So chat brought up a good point. Not trying to make you argue with chat, but sure. The exception that I think is worthy of consideration is we do have some protections for religious identity. So that is something that is subjective, that we do protect with some limited accommodation.
Not in the same way.
Oh yeah, if you're a Muslim, you don't. Yeah, if you're Muslim, you don't get access to a fucking certain bathroom.
It's also the way that you express that religion, right? So you can pray wherever you want. You can wear a kippah or a yarmulke. You can wear, a burqa. Like it's the expression of the thing more so than the subjective state, right?
Yeah.
Like when people say that it should be a hate crime to misgender someone, I'm like. Okay, dude, just make it illegal to be mean to people, I guess. But
yes,
what I was I forget what I was saying, but
no, I'm sorry if I fucking derailed it, but we were primarily talking about why are we catering access to female spaces based off of the subjective impulses of people, and why not keep the third-party accommodations?
So then we have to talk about this thing, which is the elephant in the room when you talk about dysphoria, which I don't know if you've heard Smith talk about it, but Ray Blanchard, who is a sexologist who worked with people like Kurt Freund and who has, gathered information on transsexualism since the 19th century, since the earliest reporting of it, came up with a typology. Well, he didn't come up with the typology, but he observed a typology.
Oh God, is this the Autogynephilia and the fucking whatever and the homosexual transes?
of two different types of transsexuals, which is homosexual transsexuals and autogynephilic transsexuals.
Okay, can I put a preamble, because I already know I'm gonna catch shit for letting you fucking do the things, even though
This
I'm
is
bringing
so
contention.
annoying.
I know it's annoying, and I don't want to have a max meta conversation, but I do gotta say I will happily listen to you talk about autogynephilia and homosexual transsexualism. However, I'm familiar with the concepts. I don't think they're robust, but go ahead.
To say that you don't think that they're robust is so stupid. Like,
Why?
it's because it's not just people like to say, well, Ray Blanchard is just one guy. This has been recorded over centuries at this point. Ray Blanchard is not the first person to bring up this typology. It has been autogynephilia and automonosexual disorder has been brought up for so
hold on.
long.
So if let's just say, because I have half a dozen fucking trans friends. I think a majority of them are trans women. So but let's just say that I instantaneously had access to all of the trans women on the planet. We just got them in a fucking stadium. We all sat there and we were able to do fucking written surveys. We got them we gave them truth serum and acid just for fun before we made them fill out a fucking questionnaire. And then we asked them, hey, have you spent long periods of your time meditating about being a woman and either fucking yourself or being fucked? Or are you a homosexual?
Wait, hold on. This is again. So a lot of people misrepresent autogynephilia as a sexual fetish based on predation, right? Or that it's
I'm
disgusting.
not even saying predation. Maybe they just want to fuck themselves a little bit.
It is even then. It is described
Maybe they think they're
as
hot.
is an autogynephile would love themselves as a woman as they would love a sexual partner. So it's not some perverse thing. It's not some disgusting, awful thing. It's just so. It's something that they can't control and whatever. And I don't think
I said anything malicious.
Well, I just hate the framing of like, if I don't know. I think some people certainly put on a dress and they're like, yeah, this is fucking hot. And then they like Smith talks about how it's like a degradation thing. And I'm like, okay, I don't think that that's all of it. That's not usually how Ray Blanchard even explains it, or how most people who conducted research about it explains it.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying based off of the way that I was phrasing it, you thought I was trying to be degrading to these people, but you don't think that this is actually like a
it was
degraded
oversimplified.
Behavior. Okay.
It was yes, it was oversimplified.
Well,
the problem, I think that I think
can
that
you
a
expand
lot.
on my second oversimplification? So,
what do you mean?
So I was just going to oversimplify the homosexual one, and then you could explain both from your perspective. So then the other one for the homosexual one, maybe it's the straw man or the oversimplified one, was that there are homosexual people who are consciously or subconsciously ashamed of being homosexual, and as a result, they think it's easier to transition in order to be the gender or sex or whatever the fuck you want to call it, that they desire in order to continue the sexual attraction that they actually feel.
Sure. And I also think that these people are probably more sexually submissive, so they enjoy a more feminine role, especially in like a pornified society. You grow up watching straight porn and you're like, this is what sissification, basically. Which I think, listen, I'm not here to kink shame. I don't care. Honestly, it doesn't matter. If someone's AGP, I don't really care. Like, I don't really care. The only thing that is the problem is that then we talk about whether or not a sexual paraphilia can make you a woman, right?
Hold up. So,
and we know, we know that there is at least a small portion who die hard are autogynephile activists who say that we know that there are a lot of people who admit to being autogynephilic. Ton of transsexuals who admit to this. So if even 10% of transsexuals are autogynephilic, I don't think it's appropriate, especially because we know that, of course, there's an incentive to lie about this because of the social stigma. I don't find it appropriate to allow these people to be in single-sex spaces with females.
Okay. So the AGP. So we moved one step ahead, and I just want to take us half a step back. So, talking about AGP versus homosexual, if we accept that this is the paradigm, then I think one of the things that a lot of trans people resent, at least from like my passive absorption of information, is that if they were homosexual transsexual or homosexual transgender, however you want to phrase it, is that this comes from a place of like gendered self-hatred. And so but I also hear like a lot of radical feminists, I guess, say that that is the way that they view homosexual transsexuals or homosexual transgender folk, is that they view them as like self-hating women or self-hating men who want to become the other thing.
Yes. We find that is uh very easily traceable in trans men.
Okay. Even if you think you're correct, can you at least understand why they're fucking pissed?
Yeah, it sucks to have people psychoanalyze you, I think. And it sucks if you think that you're not that way and a third party is telling you that it is that way. It sucks because that's not your reality. However, there are plenty of things that we don't know about ourselves that other people know before us first.
Well, okay, hold up. So I want to back up to the other question too. Do you think that if we were to get, all the trans women and all the trans men in the world and gave them a questionnaire and gave them truth serum, they would be able to identify like maybe some of the like underlying symptoms of either AGP or
Wait, so
homosexual
did you know the
shit?
test that do you know the test that Ray Blanchard administered?
No.
It was not always he did a self-report portion and then he did a phallometry portion, which is
Okay.
measuring the blood increase in your penis if you got an erection to various scenarios that were audio relayed.
Okay.
So it did not depend on self-reporting. It depended on a measured phallometry response to AGP material. So
Okay.
we know that at least a large portion of transsexuals are AGP, and we know that a lot of them lie about it because of the social stigma. Ray Blanchard and Kurt Freund both, and even Anne Lawrence, who is a sexologist and pro AGP advocate, has, because of the social stigma, has relayed this information that a lot of people lie, because Ray Blanchard saw that in a lot of people who would self-report that they weren't feeling aroused by some of this AGP material, their penis would still increase with blood. So, and
Yeah.
also for a really
Mhm.
long time, there's also a medical stigma with AGPs. So if you acknowledge to a doctor that you're having autogynephilic tendencies, or if you have any of these tendencies, they're less likely to give you estrogen. Because
Why is that? Because so for instance, like my curiosity, let's just say that, we just accept the binary AGP between AGP and homosexual, transgender, or transsexual people. And we say that there's, like a treatment program going down this path. Why would
I don't
AGP
even
be
think you need to
less?
treat it. I don't think you need to treat AGP.
Okay. Why?
I think that you can live as an AGP as long as you don't hurt anyone. Fucking knock yourself out. I don't care. The problem
Well, hold up. What's the what's the Wait, okay. So read Steelman AGP for me again. Because basically I just think of it as like wanting to fuck yourself as a woman. So
Sure, and even if you think of it that way, even if you think it's that way, I don't consider it something that needs to be cured. I
well,
think that
yeah. So
people do cure it because also, this is a very intense paraphilia, so it becomes very obsessive for a lot of people. So in
does
that sense,
transition alleviate it?
so some people report yes, some people report overwhelmingly no.
That's
Um,
terrifying.
Yeah, so plenty of people, there's no treatment for this obsession. It lies somewhere between narcissism and sexual paraphilia. Which, is its own thing. And again, I am happy to live in a fictional world in which a trans woman calls themselves a woman. I'll go up to a trans friend and be like, "Hey girl, what's up?" Use their pronouns, do whatever. But it ends in fiction. It ends in fantasy, and I will engage in it as a courtesy to the people that I love and who feel comfortable, right?
Mhm.
But we should not change laws because of this fantasy, because of this fiction.
So okay, so let's talk about legislative compromise, I guess, because here's the thing, like from my perspective. I think I think I'm perfectly comfortable building my little Excel spreadsheet where I identify gender as the social construction that stands on top of gender that's correlated but not causative necessarily. I think I'm okay with identifying sex as different. I think I'm perfectly comfortable basically treating trans women as women and treating trans men as men. And then I don't really give a fuck if there's some social categorization
Wait,
that identifies them.
treating trans women as women.
Uh-huh.
What does that mean?
That means that if we go to dinner and she wants me to call her fucking she, her, and, you know, be nice and polite and hold the door and all that kind of bullshit, then I'll fucking do that shit without dropping a fucking hat.
Okay, but you're not treating someone as a female, as a woman. You're treating someone as someone. The reality is that you're treating someone who wants to be called woman. You're not treating them as a woman because they're not a woman.
So just to say, I don't
The
care.
way you treat females and the way you treat males is different, certainly.
Yeah, I would never hold a fucking door for a man. Open that shit yourself.
But what if Leah Thomas comes around, someone who obviously looks male?
Then I'll say good evening. Wait, hold on. Leah Thomas, doesn't she have fucking long ass hair and fucking dress in feminine clothes and all that bullshit?
Yes, but Leah Thomas has the fucking shoulders of a linebacker.
Hold
is
up.
6'4", has
Hold
the
up.
wingspan of a fucking American condor.
Hold
like,
up.
I don't...
This sounds like a lot of fucking self-hating fucking misogyny and misandry right here. That's what the fuck that sounds like.
What?
You know how many fucking ogres I see at Walmart on a fucking weekly basis? You know how many fucking people that I see
Hold on a second,
that do not stereotypically
less than 2%
fit
of women are over 6'2".
I don't give a fuck. Like why would I give a fuck about somebody's height?
No, I'm sorry. There are so few women who look like Leah Thomas.
Uh-huh.
That Connor, be fucking for real.
Yeah, I'm for real. If I go to
see
Walmart,
Leah Thomas, you're gonna be like, oh, that's a trans woman.
Either she's a trans woman. Evening, ma'am. Hold the fucking door. What's the fucking problem?
And then you are, as a courtesy, engaging in that fantasy.
I didn't. So okay. So this is.
And also, the Mr. Girl argument is that could be destructive.
Okay. Well, hold on. So hold on. I want to nail this down because I think this is pertinent, at least to my perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I think that all human beings, regardless of their paraphilias or fucking sexual identities or gendered bullshit, literally except for pedophiles. It's literally if you want to fuck kids. That's pretty much my line. That's like where it's like you need to take that idea, you need to stick it in a tiny box, you need to shove it into the back of your fucking head, and you need to forget that you even thought you had that thought. And you need to never socially express it. And if you do, all bets are fucking off. Okay? Literally, pedophilia is the fucking line. Okay? So, if it comes to treating... Well, fuck them. So, if I was to go by what people look like with how I treated them, I would treat so many people like shit. Because I think there are plenty of ugly, weird-looking, stupid motherfuckers out there.
Why would you then treat them like shit? That's weird. It's weird that you do that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't. So if I go to Walmart right now and I just strapped on a fucking GoPro, there are people who are obviously cis women. They have boobies, but those boobies are sagging down to the floor, and it's on top of a fucking belly that is protruding by fucking 30 inches, where they're basically a giant circle shape. And they have scraggly fucking wiry weird goddamn hair and unkempt fucking mustaches and all that kind of bullshit and moles out the ass. And I'm still going to hold the door for that motherfucker and say, good evening, ma'am. I'm still going to be fucking nice to them. Like their height or physical appearance has nothing to do...
doesn't make you less of a woman.
Damn, I only have sexist retorts.
Yeah, this whole line of thought is disgusting because this is why I get so upset with this whole shit, because I know that this is the logical conclusion to all of your arguments, is that this is why people always talk about, trans women are women just like black women are women. And I'm just like, how could you seriously say that with your whole chest? Like,
that's pretty funny.
It's so retarded. And so it's just like, whatever. I mean, you treat people however you want. It's weird that you treat ugly women like they're not female. But
No. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I don't treat them like they're female. I do treat them like they're female. I'm just saying that if I was to use like physical characteristics as my sole metric of judgment, then I would treat some cis women poorly.
I'm not telling you don't need to treat trans women poorly. Like, you can even treat them as you would treat a female.
But I was about to say, you do understand that like trans women, if you were to say, if you were just having like a theoretical conversation about this shit, and then
wait, hold on. Actually, this is a great point. Before I forget it,
sure.
And you go on one of your tangents. So you can engage in fantasy with this person, where you can call them a female, you can treat them as a female, right? So, but when it matters, when material reality matters, like lawmaking, or when you're at the doctor, a doctor is not going to check you for prostate cancer if you are a female.
Sure.
Right? So there is a reality. There are ways that you cannot be treated as a female if you are a male, and vice versa. There are realities. And like I said, you can engage in fantasy. I advocate for people engaging in fantasy to some extent. Like I said, Mr. Girl says that this is destructive, and I might agree in some cases, especially with children. I think it's destructive to affirm transgender identities in children. But it has to stop somewhere. There has to be a line drawn.
Okay. Then let's talk about the line, because I don't think we're going to be able, like, you're saying that my behavior is acceptable and appropriate, but then you're calling it a fantasy, which I don't care, because I'm not the person affected by this. But trans people obviously would be offended by that, because they believe that they're, transitioning genders or whatever the fuck. So, and by the way, like, here's another thing too. So this is always like put in existential terms, and I understand that's because we're online, and we have a lot of trans peers and all that kind of stuff. But I think that the amount of people that I've actually met who are trans in real life are 3, maybe 4 in my entire life. And I live in a metro area of like 300,000. So what we really need to do is we need to get into legislation. Because the truth is that I think the reason why the trans shit is so hot is because we don't know where the fucking lines are, and we're all trying to figure out where the lines are.
You're also a fucking boomer, right? There's like there are places where 10% of children are reporting transgender identities in their schools.
But
so
it's
also a social contagion, especially for young females.
I was about to say, do you agree with me that probably 80% of the fucking transgender youth are fucking she, they, fucking non-binary girls with septum piercings and blue hair?
Sure.
Okay.
But those people are also getting pushed TikTok
You're worried about
algorithmically.
You're worried about the actual. So I can say that as a joke because it doesn't affect me. But you're actually worried about the outcomes for those people, because if they're confused,
I was one of those girls.
They could end up doing horrific shit.
Yes, I was a gender nonconforming queer person. I wore a binder because I didn't want to be a woman. I starved myself so I would not grow boobs or hips. Among other reasons, I starved myself. But this is so pervasive in female social structures, and there are every day 5 new transitioners come out, and they are all female.
Okay, all right.
So
that's
a whole separate issue.
No, it is so easy, and like this is where like I admit like white privilege or cis privilege or whatever is a fucking thing, because it's so easy to be a fucking liberal or a libertarian as a man, because literally it's like, y'all do whatever the fuck you want, I don't give a shit, let me know who wins the fight, and as long as it doesn't affect me, I don't care. Yeah, literally, like, I'm gonna go to my job, I'm gonna work my job, I'm gonna pay my bills, take care of my family, let me know who wins the culture war.
Yeah.
But let's get
pretty funny.
Yeah, like honestly, it's a very.
Let me know who wins the culture war. Yeah,
I'll be over here. So I'll be over here commenting on how everybody is so stupid, but it's
Yeah,
something that
yeah.
I can only do because of my position, because it doesn't actually necessarily affect me
Sure.
until it gets really macro. So let's
Yeah.
talk about the macro then. So there are obviously, I think that there could be like, for me, for sports, I think the reasonable accommodation could be like, if there is something like a competitive advantage, like weightlifting or whatever, I think you could ban trans women from those fucking sports. I wouldn't give a shit.
No,
But
Connor!
what?
No. There are women fought so hard to get
Uh-huh.
sex segregated sports because we were wiped. If you have 600 people doing any sport, women
Uh-huh.
are going to be the last 30 slots. They don't measure up to men. The differences between men and women biologically is so vast, we might as well be different species, okay?
Okay.
Women
Hold
fought
up.
so hard to have single sex sports. So
So,
hard.
okay, hold up. So having one assigned male at birth volleyball player is going to destroy the league.
It is taking an opportunity away from another one female
This is
who
where
worked their whole life to get there.
okay.
And now this man who identifies as a woman gets to take her spot that she was given, that she should have access to through birthright of being female, not through feeling female, whatever the fuck that means, and potentially having a paraphilia to being female. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous.
Okay. All right, so we're not going to see there. So you're okay with banning assigned male at birth people from sports in their entirety?
Yes, if they want to have their own sport, or if they want to, I don't know why they can't play sports with other men. I don't get it.
Because probably if you get bottom surgery and take estrogen for 2 years, you're probably going to get fucking stopped.
Then you have to make that sacrifice. There are no solutions, only trade-offs, right? Then you have to take the
I mean, I
sacrifice to
I,
not
I would
engage
say
in that
that
sport anymore.
I would say that
And
in
that
the
sucks.
inverse, but that's my
I
trans
don't
inclusionary radical
using
misogyny coming out. It's fine.
yeah, I
So
think that
we're
that's
not going to agree
ridiculous.
here. It's fine. God damn it! Somebody in chat said skill issue. So
It is a skill issue, literally.
No.
It literally is a skill issue.
Have you considered getting good?
It
Okay,
literally
I'm
is a
sorry.
skill issue.
It's mean. It's fucked up. All right. I'm trying to tamper down on my worst impulse. All right. I'm trying to show some prowess. That's what I'm trying to do. So
Great.
all right. So we're off of sports. We don't agree there. I get it. So let's talk about bathroom accommodations. So bathroom accommodations. You basically said not I say third gender, but what I really mean there is like, there's the bathroom, there's the men's bathroom with the urinals, everything's covered in piss and shit and fucking blood and the fucking, and like skulls and shit, and there's like satanic rituals going on in the
This is gonna be
corner.
really easy. This is gonna be
Yeah.
really easy. I
Sure.
think, in the same way that we used to, like, in the medieval times, throw up in front of each other, shit
Uh-huh.
in one room all together, and then convene in another room and not pretend like nothing happened. Now we're saying, oh, that's so uncivilized. I can't believe we do that. I
Yeah.
think 20, 50 years from now, we'll be like, we all shared bathrooms. That was fucking weird. There should just be single stall bathrooms. There should just be single stall bathrooms where there's a mirror, you do your business, you can lock it, and nobody's fucking bothering you. Like, that's just what I feel like should be. Also, with the bathroom thing, I think that it should be potentially illegal to be going into the wrong sex bathroom, probably enforceable by a fine or something. And I think that that will deter enough people. And then, if you are someone who passes and nobody is none the wiser to you coming in, you just are a jaywalker, right? Worst case scenario, you're a jaywalker. And if you never get caught and nobody's none the wiser, it's fine. I don't give a fuck. If you come in, do your business and leave, and I think that you're a woman, I don't care. But if any woman should have the capability of, if they clock you as a man or whatever, or if you look like a man, or if you're a man doing weird shit in the bathroom, they should be able to report you, and you should be able to be punished. Like I said, I don't think you should go to jail for going into the wrong bathroom, but I think I don't know, you should probably get a fine, or at least like a please don't go into this bathroom again. You know what I mean?
Okay, then that obviously brings up like weird shit where we don't have the accommodations necessary for what you've talked about. But I'm not going to hit you with like 10,000 fucking hypotheticals because, again,
Also, if it's a private business, do whatever the fuck you want. If it's a private business, that's where the libertarian it kicks in. I'm like, if you want to have an all gender bathroom and it's a private establishment, do whatever the fuck you want. Then I'm coming into your private establishment. I should play by the rules of your establishment.
So, so let's just break that down real quick. So, ideally, let's talk about the designs of bathrooms because, basically, I think gender bathrooms are probably here to stay. I think that it's okay that if you mandated new construction and you said as a part of new construction you can have gendered bathrooms or whatever, but you're going to include a family washroom, single stall bathroom, et cetera, that way, if somebody is gender nonconforming, or if they are simply a shy peer, or
if they need to take a gnarly poop,
if they need to take a gnarly poop, or if they're trans but they're beginning their journey and they don't feel like they're a passoid yet, then they can use the third gender bathroom. I do think it's a little weird to find people who might be like fully identified as trans, but and are wearing feminine clothing, blah blah blah. But we don't have to agree. So I think that would be fine. But you
also don't have the biological evolution to be able to detect a predator. Men don't have that the same way.
Yeah, you're right. I don't care. I could be hanging out next to a fucking jaguar and I'd be like, ooh, pretty kitty. Yeah. But let's that's not totally true. I'm kind of memeing. But the point being, so you were mentioning like single stall construction. So I just mentioned the way that I think that thing should be constructed. How would you build public accommodations?
Maybe 4 individual stalls, all gender neutral, all lockable, all single.
Okay.
So
I don't think that would be able to. I was about to say I don't think that would be able to logistically handle the amount of piss and shit that humans create. But okay, at least we got an answer.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. There are so many places with just one unisex bathroom, and they seem to do just fine.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like stadiums and shit. You know?
Well, if it's privately owned, you can decide whatever the fuck you want to do.
Okay. Okay. So we got bathrooms, and then finally, prisons. I think I already know your answer. You basically said like pretty much individual accommodations for trans folks, so they don't get raped by the males. And
also, there's a male rape problem. Fucking figure it out, men.
And the only reason why I'm going meh is because I think the way our prison system currently works is part of the deterrence of committing serious crime is
the fear of getting raped.
Is the fear of rape? Yeah, I literally think that we've created like a subconscious psychological terror in the American people that you don't want to commit serious crime because if you do, you will either have to be a rapist, a warrior, or a victim, and that's it. Like you could spend 20 years in prison, and you can either have homosexual sex with somebody else, you can have homosexual sex forced upon you.
I don't think we should ever threaten rape as a punishment for anything. I detest that.
It's pretty bad. It's
not great. You guys should fix that.
I'm 6'4" and 230 pounds, so we'll be all right.
you can't get raped.
Yeah, well, no, like obviously you can get fucking, oh my god, you can get your shit kicked in, but I'm memeing. Okay, so then you basically said transgender folks should be alone, or they should have accommodations where they're with people where they're less likely to be victimized.
Yes, or special supervision, or honestly, it seems to be that there's so many trans people committing crime, and people bus inmates all over the U.S. constantly. Maybe there should just be a gender inclusive trans prison, or at least a couple of them in the U.S.
Okay. All right. Well, we don't agree on a bunch, but I do think that I like descriptively understand you, and I would say to Boots, I feel like tell me that like for the first like 10 or 15 minutes, I didn't relatively articulate what your perspective was pretty immediately.
Yeah, I think that this is what everyone has always tried to straw man me on everything, and it's because of dislike and distaste for me. Boots obviously has a bias because she's dating the world's worst person and someone who is clearly fucking obsessed with me. So
I was getting so pissed when Boots, sorry, real quick. Boots was shit talking me in the fucking comments. I know she'll say that she wasn't, but she was like, Connor understands 0% of this fucking conversation. And I was like, all right, then get your fucking ass in here, you fucking smart ass.
Dude, she
So-
doesn't.
Well, okay, so she was talking shit. We had a productive conversation or whatever. And then DK was fucking simping for her the entire time where it's like, I just don't think that Connor knows what he's talking about. I normally like him, but I think he's a fucking idiot. Burp, 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 burp. And then I didn't realize that it was Boots from your conversation who was partnered with fucking DK, and then it all came together. I appreciate like a good shit poster and a fucking asshole, but man, now I have to look out for their fucking avatars, so I know if I'm getting shit talked, it's just them being fucking smart asses.
Yeah, so there's like Boots, and then there's, people who already have distaste for me for whatever reason. One of the many who just try to straw man my arguments. You could disagree with my arguments, that's fine, but to misrepresent them, I think is very silly. Like, especially when Kyla does it, when Kyla tries to talk about that I don't know what gender abolition is, as if this is something I've dedicated like so much fucking time to. I've read as much as I can. I've created my own coherent integral philosophy around it. I am someone that a lot of people look to get information on this. So I consider myself, not an authority on the subject, but at least well read.
I think it's because it's niche, and it's very vilified. So and by niche I mean like I just bumped into fucking King Critical, and he's got like content going back like 2 or 3 fucking years. And it's all pretty coherent. Like I understand his argumentation, but I don't think I've ever heard that argumentation anywhere else. I think you get the half digested, kind of crouched language from people like J.K. Rowling, where they're kind of saying what you're saying, but they're not saying it with their whole chest. And when
there's a lot of she has a lot to lose. So there's not many women like me who have nothing to lose talking about this shit. So yeah,
and that's kind of my thing where I like my social construction because I think it accommodates the most amount of people. I know that conservatives won't like it because it's too accommodating to trans people.
And you don't care about using women as collateral, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, inferior gender and fucking sex and all that kind of shit. So, I mean, whatever. Like, get good.
Yeah.
Skill issue. Learn how to fight.
Oh, geez. But there is this, draconian, and I talked about this earlier, this draconian air around this whole gender argument. If you go against the doctrine, if you're a progressive and you say something that might be might be construed as transphobic, whatever the fuck that means these days, anything's transphobic these days. It is just so impossible to navigate that I've decided I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna navigate it. I'm just gonna say what the fuck I want. But also, I want to maintain that I don't want to treat anyone differently. I don't think that anyone should be treated with hatred. There are a lot of TERFs who are very rude to trans people, who actively try to, make them feel bad for no fucking reason. People who will just target, trans people for no reason. There have been times where people are like, you've targeted people. And I have, certainly, like with Zonia. Zonia called me a washed-up porn star. Sorry, I don't give a fuck about your gender identity. If you call me a washed-up porn star, an eye for an eye, baby. I'm gonna fucking call you a man.
Okay,
I don't care.
Listen. I called out Destiny on this. I'm gonna do it because call you out too. Because but we're here, so why not? So it's kind of like I have no problems. Like, so I've been friends with some pretty I would say morally questionable people, and I'm friends with killers. Like I'm friends with people who have like just actively taken human life.
Cop moment, ex-military moment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so basically, like saying mean words on the internet, while it is hurtful, I'm a sensitive soul. People hurt my feelings. But on the scale of like what human beings are capable of doing that's evil, it's actually relatively low, being mean on the internet. But what I would say is I try to steel man you as much as possible because I feel like 95% of the internet is against you and basically just constantly talk shit about you.
It feels that way.
Yeah. Within our world, within our little world.
Within you're like a DGG or world, yeah. Certainly within that world. Outside of that world, I'm actually not well liked, but it's pretty neutral.
Right. So yeah, Twitch and YouTube both.
Yeah.
So what I would say though is it's like I can steel man you on one side, but then it does seem like you wake up and choose violence a healthy chunk of the fucking time.
Well, this
And
is
so
this is why I get so fucking mad at you. I have never listen. This is the thing. I've never cared if someone listen. It hurts my feelings briefly for Zonia to call me a washed-up porn star, right? When
Yeah.
I'm talking about the harassment I go through, it's not fucking people leaving mean comments. It's the volume and it's the real life consequences.
Yeah.
When I
so,
when I
mhm.
call Zonia a man in a wig, I don't like okay. Like there's
It's
nothing
fucking
there.
mean. It's fucking
Being
mean.
mean is fine. When people are mean to me, I am hurt for a moment and then I fucking get over it like a normal person, right? It's other things that
Nah.
are
I'm
that are
not saying for you. I'm
actionable.
saying for me. So no. So
What are
let me
you
explain something.
talking about?
Let me let me explain my perspective. So
Only be mean towards women. Misogyny is permitted. Any other meanness not.
true.
Stupid.
Our queen lab. So no. The what I would say is I try to go along to get along with people as much as fucking possible, and in this space and in most spaces, there's very few people that I can't get along with. I would say it's literally like Mike from PA. That's like the one guy I fucking hate. I also like President Sunday. I don't think we would get along. We haven't had any paraprofessional
I'm
interactions
ordering a
yet.
hit.
Yeah, it was his content is very rough on my brain. So there's very few people I can't get along with, so I try to get along with everybody. And then what I would say is I try to be like the capybara of fucking Twitch and YouTube politics. I literally like just hanging out with fucking alligators and snakes and fucking venomous creatures and all that kind of shit. I'm just over here fucking vibing. Like, don't come after me. I won't come after you. But what I would say is like the reason why I think that's a successful model, while it is a slower pace, like I only got like 60, 70 people watching right now. While it's a slower pace, I feel like I can still maintain a lot of really good relationships, and that helps me grow as a result. Whereas I feel like being tribal and then lashing out, that actually would hurt my fucking feelings. If I had thousands of people, even if it was just a critique of my perspective, but they're like, your perspective is fucking retarded, and then I got that same comment 10,000 fucking times, I think that would hurt my fucking feeling.
Sure, and there's a difference there. Me calling Zonia a man in a wig and her to hundreds of people telling them that I killed my cat is the line, right? So
Yeah, it's
then
fucked up.
I'm not making content on Zonia.
Right.
I'm not. I'm not directing my audience to give hate to Zonia. I'm acting as an individual actor. And a lot of people can do that, right? If Steven was in my DMs calling me a dumb bitch or whatever, if that's the extent of it, if he would just called me a dumb bitch or whatever, okay. And then if he would have been like, you know what, shut the fuck up, guys. Like, we're done with this. I don't want to hear this anymore. It would have been literally fine. Like, it literally would have been fine, right? The
I know. I
problem
just no. This. Okay. The. You can tell me your problem. My problem is Prouse. That's my problem.
Sure. And I listen, and I apologized to Zonia after that even. I was like, you know
Yeah.
what? I didn't feel good to be mean to you. Right?
Yeah.
But it's not weighted very heavily. Like
Sure.
that's not the thing that I'm talking about when I talk about like abuse of this space
Sure.
or the
I.
toxicity of this space.
Okay. So, what I would like. I know you're not Christian or whatever, but
Mhm.
I think Prouse. Restrained violence, restrained capacity for violence. I think it's a good virtue, and it's a very masculine virtue, but maybe it could be feminine too. And so I would, I don't mind
I
having
think I have a
any.
very masculine disposition. I
Sure.
think I have a pretty masculine disposition.
I think sometimes you do, but also I also wonder sometimes if that's like your fucking Jewishness or some shit because like Jewish women. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. Fucking
Jewish
Irish.
women are women, just like black
Yeah,
women, just like
just like black women, they love to fight and yell. Yeah, you're right. You're
Oh
right.
jeez.
Thanks for being sexist with me. Oh, not sexist, racist. Thanks for being racist
Oh
with me.
yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, but as a cis hetero blue-eyed, brown-haired white man imposing my privilege upon you as a cultural Christian. I would like it if you cultivated some prowess and if you
I
tried to
agree.
restrain your violence.
And I've been
then-
trying, and I've been trying to. I've engaged with. I mean, I've completely ignored Zonia. She obviously has still made content about me. I've completely ignored Cherry for months
Right.
at this point. I really am trying to, you know, be above it all. Also because it's super cringe to be the person who's like quote tweeting haters. It's like that's
Although
the
I love it.
fucking worst. Yeah,
I love
that is just awful and cringe. The problem is that that I have, especially with the Zonia thing, is that there is now this moral weight over me misgendering Zonia over her calling me a washed up porn star. They are the fucking same thing. I don't give a fuck about your gender identity. It's not fucking real, dude. Like I don't as a gender atheist, I'm like, okay, you feel bad because you have a penis. Why is that my problem? I obviously, you know that I feel bad about being a sex worker and you're using it against me.
Okay. This is not Prowse, and you're gonna make me snap optic nerves into the back of my fucking head. So, anyways,
It is. Listen, I'll show restraint. I'm just saying that it is the
Uh.
same thing. She obviously knew that I am very sad about being a sex worker. That I very much regret it. That it's been very hard for me to leave. All of this, and she used that to hurt me. It hit the same place. It hit the same place that I hit her. There's no. It's not.
It's a gut stab. I get it.
Yes.
So,
of course.
okay. Then the other thing. I appreciated that in our last conversation, you were saying that your rhetoric is your rhetoric and you speak the way you want to speak and you don't necessarily want to get into the debate bro bullshit and you don't want to think the way that debate bros think. However, if you ever want to have a conversation online or off about being more of a debate bro, then I have no problems with that.
You know what? I think I've gotten better the past couple weeks. I think that it was also let me also just say it's really hard to navigate when most of your debates become very personal.
Yeah.
So not only in my debates prior to, let's say, February of this year, were always tinged with, first of all, it was like 5v1s usually, which is always hard to navigate for anyone. And then also it was tinged with very personal anecdotes and personal perception of me. And it was always about drama or it was always whatever. And also, I hadn't read any fucking books yet. Like in September of last year, when I was talking about sex work and stuff, I had heard of Andrea Dworkin. I had read nothing. So I was just going off of my feelings. I wasn't well read. I didn't know how to articulate anything of what I'm saying. Now, a year after, literally when I quit OnlyFans, I think it was May of last year, the first time. Now I am able to. A year later, I'm a year older. I've also read probably 30 books at this point about all of these topics. Last year I wouldn't have been able to put together the opening statement even that I put together in my argument with President Sunday. You know, I think in one of your videos you argued that, you know, in this debate sphere especially, you need to have a point and then bullets, right?
100%.
I have become much better at that over the past couple months. I did not, but I've been like training, and everyone's been watching me train for debates, right? You have the luxury. Most of the people in this space don't have the luxury of that not being the case.
Mm-hmm. No, the whatever podcast showing, I haven't seen anything particularly negative except for some like alleged behind the scenes drama or bullshit, but I don't even like that kind of shit. But what I would say was what was interesting, at least to me, was calling out the format of the show. 8 chicks who are literally being called out by the call out of the format of the show, fucking staring daggers at you. The host insisting that he wasn't doing that, and I might have been a little bit more tactful with my call out, but I still appreciated that it was like very direct. And then the call out being reaffirmed at certain stages through the conversation, and then constantly being reinforced for the entirety of the fucking conversation, where like every single $100 plus super chat was
crumbling. It was
calling
crumbling.
every single girl on the stage fucking whores whose wombs were going to shrivel and they wouldn't have kids, or if they did have kids, they'd be ashamed of their moms and all that kind of shit. And it's like, you pulled and stabbed at the most sensitive part of the fucking format, and then everything just snapped into place for the following hour. So, you know, I did think that your directness and tenacity in that moment was impressive. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that you're really gonna like my gender video that comes out hopefully on Monday.
Nice.
It'll be my first video, and it'll be edited, and it'll be my first video essay, and it's called The Gender Thing, and it's basically what we've been talking about, but it goes more in depth about some of these concepts, and it's a philosophical argument, so I bring up what I need in order to think that any of this holds any weight. I bring up two things in which I need for any of this gender identity shit to hold up, and then I kind of tear it apart in bullet points, and I think that you'll like it.
No, good. I'm shit. If you know, we're obviously all in the fucking orbit and all that kind of shit, but I think it'll be infinitely healthier if we kind of move into this thing. And also I think it'll be infinitely healthier for the space too, because the truth is that this is what happened with Twitch Bowl, in my mind, is a lot of progressives got used to dealing with centrists and libertarians as like evil fascistic fucking overlords, and they've never had to deal with like a real fascist or a real authoritarian or like a real fucking turf or a real fucking rad femme or a real whatever. And so as a result, they got really, really comfortable just contending with neutral or mid moderate people who are trying to articulate the steelmen of more aggressive ideologies, but their reaction was like, you're a fucking evil fascist homophobe transphobe piece of shit and you should go eat a fucking bullet. And they got used to that dynamic, but then if you actually show them the steelmen, they almost have like no defense against the steelmen.
I noticed that
is really scary.
I noticed that when it came, Demon Mama called in, Demon Mama, who devotes, her whole life to this shit. I noticed that while I was talking, at least in my opinion, and I think to a lot of the rad femmes who were watching because of me, it like didn't hold up. She was floundering. And so I think that I have such a fresh new perspective that people really don't know how to argue with the shit that I'm saying. And they also apply past arguments that other people have brought up to me.
I had to stop listening to the President Sunday conversation. The reason why I called you was because you articulated your view, you showed how it was internally consistent, and just because I don't agree with it doesn't mean that I can't see the logic from your point to point to point to point, and it's an internally built structure. So if you put pressure on any side of it, it's still going to hold up because each side is all mutually supportive. Yeah. And then you asked him for his structure, and instead of giving you a structure,
he said nothing is real.
He danced around. Yeah, he danced around how the structure was. He danced around everything it wasn't, which wasn't an answer. And then he allowed it to be this amorphous blob when it was convenient for rhetoric, and then when you pushed him in a certain direction, he was like, oh, no, this area is actually firm. And it's like, well, it's really convenient for you to use social constructionism as this completely amorphous rhetorical blob in which you can't define anything firmly or concretely. But when we start moving in a productive direction, from my perspective, you suddenly have like a reinforced, coherent vision of the law. And it's like, shut the fuck up, you fucking pedant. And I'm sorry, President Sunday, I'm not trying to make this a personal attack, but holy fuck, was that frustrating. But anyways, I do think that this is kind of I do think this is like a default rhetorical strategy for a lot of leftists, for a lot of progressives, and a lot of social constructionists and a lot of postmodernists. They just got used to this as a default rhetorical strategy, and it doesn't really work when you have people who have coherent worldviews that are all mutually reinforcing. And sorry, I'll stop ranting in a second, but this is how I felt about Keith Woods and Cultured Thug. They are fascists or nationalists. but they understand fascism and nationalism as a coherent fundamental philosophy. And so instead of being like, oh, you're just a racist piece of shit, that's going to be like duck off a water, or
Yeah.
water off a duck's ass, because that
Yeah.
means nothing to them. Whereas if
Yeah.
you actually try to start ripping apart their ideology, it becomes infinitely more tricky.
Totally. That's what I actually feel that when I talk to Big Tech. You know who Big Tech is?
I haven't talked about him. I only know him tangentially through the drama.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Big Tech is like that. Big Tech, he really does have just like the worldview is so sacrosanct within him that it really is just like,
Mm.
I'm just like, well, fuck, I just have to be Jewish next to you and hope that you don't hate me. Like, literally, it's
Yeah.
literally just like exposure therapy, honestly.
Yeah.
But
hey,
yeah,
there's something to be said. No, but there's something to be said for that. And like I know that like we're in like a leftist progressive shithole, so like unless we completely agree on like every single rhetorical perspective, then we have to believe that the other person is fucking evil and can no longer associate with them. But I think there's something to be said for Stardust having a fucking cult following in dissident right-wing circles, because even though
yeah,
she's a fucking brown Muslim, well, I don't even think she's Muslim, but a fucking brown Indian fucking seductress hedonist piece of shit, she's still a cool, funny, weird brown woman
yes,
who they can say, okay, well, I'm not racist against her.
totally.
And
Totally. When I first joined Big Tech streams, they I mean, they would say horrible things like,
oh yeah, they're like Jew.
R word, the Jewess,
Yeah,
killer, scalper, like crazy shit.
yeah,
And now they're saying, wait, she's actually cooking. Like when I talk about
yeah,
radical feminism, these groypers are saying, wait, to radical feminism.
yeah.
So
Well, bear in mind it's gonna be the same. It's gonna be the same shit as me, where because this is where like descriptive and prescriptive get a little bit different.
sure.
And
But it's
yeah,
planting the seed in a way that is very tangible and where you can measure it and you can look at it and at least we can coexist with each other. And they don't think that I'm crazy and stupid. They get some of it even if they don't agree, right?
yeah.
So yeah, I think that that's really really valuable.
No,
And
and it could. I'm not going to say like you're going to change the entire dynamic of the space or whatever, but what is possible is some people would basically be like, okay, Lav articulated all these descriptive things that I felt were correct, but I disagreed with her prescriptions. But let me
yeah,
still dig into alternative philosophies and worldviews, because if something that's so radically opposed to me agrees with me on ABC but not on
yeah,
XYZ, then maybe there's other worldviews that I would agree with besides the one that I'm 100% bought into right now. And I think that alone
totally.
is valuable.
And it's more individualistic, which is I think good for just intellectualism
Yep.
purposes. But yeah, there's and also I would like to also say that I've been in this space for a year now and I have not engaged with one other radfem. Radfems
Yeah.
avoid this space like the plague for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Because of the misogyny, because it's so male dominated, a lot of these people are sex separatists and they just don't want to deal with all of this. I have a lot of patience when it comes to this shit because
Yeah.
I grew up with a very misogynistic mother. So I had it was a strength test. So
Yeah.
I can get through a lot of it. So I think that my place in this space is a pretty important viewpoint in response to you know
There's a lot
debate. It's very
of
fresh.
danger with it, of course, because with the platforms or whatever, they're very fickle, right?
Yeah,
So with the articulations that you made tonight, where like, I want, particularly adults to be able to choose how they express themselves because I want to abolish the conception of gender, and if you follow XYZ ABC worldview and you do it, I don't really give a shit, more power to you, but I'm participating in the fantasy or whatever. I think quote unquote participating in the fantasy, that alone, at least on some really progressive platforms, and then for me on YouTube, that's like a 50-50 shot. Whether or not somebody's going to be like, oh, this is hate speech,
yeah,
and like, and on YouTube, YouTube I think is a little bit more lax, because they obviously tolerate like Steven Crowder and all that kind of shit. So I think they're more
yeah.
lax. But I think on Twitch in particular, it's obviously hyper sensitive to all that kind of shit.
That is true. That is true. I did get a 2-week ban for saying that I don't think that trans women are women, so they
Yeah,
take it pretty fucking seriously.
yeah.
But
Okay.
but
All
yeah.
right. All right. Well, I disavow everything you said, and good luck. So, like,
Well,
yeah.
everything you said was transphobic, and I
Yeah.
disavow.
And your evil, Jew
Yeah.
ass
Also,
who's
stop
corrupting the youth.
caveating my intelligence. It is so fucking annoying. Don't.
Hold on.
Who gives a
What's the
shit about all the
sentence?
people who think I'm stupid? Who cares?
What's the sentence? Say the sentence.
What, like when you were like, I know everyone thinks that everyone gets mad at me when I call Lav smart. Just say Lav is intelligent, and if people are like, yeah, right, say
But
fuck you. I don't care.
okay, but here's the thing that I want people to realize, because this is like an articulation that I put into the I think my 10-minute rant, if I remember correctly. Oh no, I think I definitely put it into the Destiny one. So I don't view intelligence as something that has anything to do with correctness. So for instance, like I think Keith Woods is crazy intelligent. He's a fucking
Mhm.
nationalist. I think Cultured Thug is crazy intelligent. He's a fucking fascist. I think Nick Fuentes is very intelligent. He's a fucking groiper. He's a Christian nationalist. So there's Richard Spencer. I think is probably intelligent. So there's like a lot of like really nefarious characters who I still think are
You
capable
think I'm a nefarious character
a little bit, but in a fun way. Like
because of
you're a fun villain. It's just because you're Jewish. I'm an anti-Semite. Just deal with it.
yeah.
It's
I'm
fine.
like, what is? But this is so silly. Like I
No,
don't.
no, it's okay. The real reason why you're nefarious or whatever is like the turf shit. Like it is that, and like it's not like even if you reject the term or whatever the fuck, it's just that
Dude,
I
two
can be
years from
very
now, this whole gender shit will be so over.
I
It will
fucking
be
hope
so
so.
fucking
Oh
over.
God, if in the next 5 to 10 years it can be over, I'll be excited. So
There's a tide turning, and I
I
am
I feel
championing
it.
it.
Well, I don't feel necessarily the rad fem tide turning. I do feel a general tide turning where it seems like the progressives have overplayed their fucking hand to like a billionth degree, and they
Yeah.
don't realize that the water is like receding back into the ocean. They still think that they're making progress on the fucking beach, and they're just
Mhm.
not. So, anyways,
I don't
um,
know, dude. It is coming. Like there are so
it
many
could be a
people
pendulum
who
swing. It could be rough. Yeah.
it is going to be big. There are millions of people, women are getting millions and millions of views and cheers on TikTok. Women are waking up to this whole gender shit. They're waking up to to what has been happening to us because they have the tools now, they have the education. The same way that everyone opened up to systemic racism when the George Floyd protest happens, it's happening with feminism right now, and it is really cool to see, especially in
Okay.
my generation. You're a boomer, you don't get it. In my generation,
That this is the where I say that you're nefarious because that felt like the perfect like clippable like, hey guys, check out the channel, burp, burp, burp. Like that's but hey, it was perfect. Don't worry about it. So, anyways,
I'm not nefarious. I'm a little
okay,
nefarious.
exactly, I know. So
You're a little
the
nefarious.
of course, but I'm nefarious for something that I'm very open about. So I am a civnat, centrist, pro-American, whatever the fuck. I try to be as tolerant as many as people as I can, but then I feel like
And
if you're
I'm
not
just pro woman.
yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, you're tribalist in a sense. It's true. No, that is part of the issue.
That's true.
But what the fuck was I gonna say? So but then part of the caveat is I'm trying to get people, at least the people who watch me, to disassociate intelligence with argumentative correctness. So where like an argument can be, I think somebody tuned me into sound versus valid. So valid means that like each one of your arguments follow each other, where sound, I believe, I could be totally wrong with this. Sound means that not only do each one of your arguments follow each other, but they are correct, where they're just like
Yeah.
factually verifiable and correct. So you can have
Yeah.
a lot of people who have valid arguments where everything logically follows, and if the argument was sound, they would be correct, but then it's not ultimately sound. So what I want people to do, because oftentimes what happens is if they don't recognize the validity of arguments or the chains of logic or anything like that, if they think that the soundness of the argument is incorrect, they believe the other person is stupid. But I think that's incorrect because you can have somebody who's operating off of incorrect premises who still builds a very complicated and interesting worldview. And yeah, so anyways,
I think yeah, in that sense, I think to some degree it was easy, I think, to call me stupid, especially last year when I was building my framework, right?
Mhm.
Now that I have it, I think, one of the comments I get the most right now is like, I've gotten so many messages in the last few days that are like, "Holy shit, you're really getting it together. Like you're
Mhm.
really cooking now. Like you're in the kitchen and you're cooking and the heat's on and, my arguments are more put
Coherent.
together."
Yeah.
So, I think that with time, people will, you know, people start to realize that things
Yeah.
are the gears are moving.
But
The
okay,
gears are
then
moving.
my only words of warning, and then I think we're probably wrapping it up at night. I saw you yawn a few
Yeah.
times, so I'm starting to feel it a little bit myself.
Yeah.
So basically, I would just say what I've noticed, at least through my experience, is it really does come in waves of positive attention, negative
Oh, sure.
attention.
I've
Yeah,
I've been on
no,
the
no,
internet for a long time. I get it.
no, but not just positive attention, negative attention, and also no attention too.
Yeah.
Where you feel like you're doing all of the right things, you're grinding out the content, you're grinding out your worldview, you're doing the correct rhetoric, you got the editing down, you got the philosophy down, you got the academics down, and you always just have to keep churning away at it. So yeah, that's basically what I would say is you'll probably feel really confident, and then you'll get kicked in the dick again, and then you'll be like, oof,
Sure.
that one hurt, and then you'll be like, all right, let's pick it back up and get back to it.
Yeah,
So
definitely. But I think it was a series of kicks last year, and I think I'm
oh,
starting to.
you and Max collectively, regardless of
We took a
whether
couple L's. We took
yeah,
a couple.
regardless of whether or not people deem you to be nefarious Jewish plotters, you took both of y'all took some of the biggest dick kicks in history and kept moving. And so I think like you can deem you nefarious or misguided or not you. Max, I think a lot of people view him as believing that he is correct and true, but basically being like a warrior prophet zealot on a false crusade. I think
Oh
that's the way
yeah,
people view him.
yeah.
And then what the fuck else was I thinking? Ba, 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 ba. Fuck, I fucking lost it. But I did have
Yeah.
two things at THC, and fucking, I'm tired of shit. So, anyways,
Well, yeah. It was a great talk.
no, I appreciate you
Wait, did
clarifying your
your
perspective.
wife have the baby?
No, not yet. So,
Oh damn.
we are. I went on baby watch on the 22nd, and I hope Human Resources doesn't use this against me. But I went on baby watch on the 22nd, and then we are scheduled for induction on the 10th.
Oh,
So
so
he
she's really pregnant. She's over
Oh,
it.
she's fucking done.
She's so
She's
over.
fucking done. And like we were kind of thinking it was going to happen any day. I'm not going to be graphic, but there were some like physiological things that basically
Sure.
said like it could happen now.
Yeah.
But it just never did, and he's still dancing to
Oh,
music
she's
and moving
probably
around
so
in there.
pissed. She's
Oh,
probably so pissed.
her
Oh
sciatic
no.
hurts, her fucking hips are out of place.
Yeah.
She's a vegetarian and she's eating Five Guys cheeseburgers
Oh, I
because
love Five Guys
yeah,
cheeseburgers.
because she needs the blood and the B vitamins and all that kind of shit.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
and
yeah.
like and she's like, I'm normally a vegetarian and thinking about cows for too long will make me really sad, but I
Yeah.
fucking physically need it. So
Yeah,
yeah,
she's on
yeah,
a different set of rules right now.
yeah, which is
She's on
basically
baby time.
survival. Yeah,
Yeah.
survival. But
So, all
yeah,
right. Well, yeah. Thanks for talking. It's always a pleasure.
yeah,
And I'll see you around.
appreciate you. Have a great night.
All right. You too. Bye.
All right, ladies and germs, final donations. Send them my way. Me money. Me a lot of money. Money me a lot right now. And then I'm going to bed. But I'm just gonna check in on chat real quick. I like talking to Lav. I get it. It's fucking dangerous waters. Fucking DGG hates her. She's an evil, lying, manipulative, whatever. But I do think she's intelligent, and I do think the femcel rad fem shit. Oh, let me do my my disavows real quick. Let me do my PPS things. So when I was talking about like my sexual versus gender definitional thing, I feel like my construction is as coherent as anybody else's. So I think that if you say sex is describing a real thing, which is males are born typically, on average, 98% of the time, with penises, testes, and they produce testosterone when they enter puberty. And that's a male. And then I think if you say females, 98% of the time, are born with a uterus, ovaries, and they produce eggs. And both of these categories are required for human procreation. All right? We've just defined male and female. That is sex. It's relatively immutable. There are exceptions, but every rule has an exception. Boom. We're done. We're on solid ground here. Then we move into gender. And with gender, gender is the social set of behaviors that are bimodal, that there is a distribution, and there are feminine men and there are masculine women, but largely these series of behaviors correlate with sex. Not 100% of the time, but a healthy chunk of the time. Then, people can be transgender, meaning that they are born male or they are born female, and as a result of an endocrinological issue or some genetic issue or some psychological issue, I don't know, not a fucking scientist, I'm not a goddamn wizard or a magician, they feel like they should be the opposite gender. So as a result, a healthy chunk of them will desist versus detransition are two different things. Desistance, a healthy chunk of people who have gender dysphoria will desist through puberty, and maybe they need puberty blockers, maybe they don't. I'm not a fucking doctor. And then in a lot, like I think it's between like 50 and like 90% of people who have some level of gender dysphoria will desist. So leave it up to the doctors, leave it up to the psychologists. Then when it comes to trans folk, seems like a majority of them who do transition, who have gender dysphoria, it persists and they go through with gender transition. It seems like a healthy chunk of them are staying trans and are healthy and happy with their decisions. Freeze your sperm, freeze your eggs, whatever. If you're rich and you can get FFS and all that fucking shit, go for it. I don't give a fuck. But if it was my family, transition would be an absolute last resort. I would have to make sure that it wasn't social contagion. I would have to make sure that it wasn't peer pressure. I would have to make sure that it wasn't just this weird fucking culture that we live in. I would have to make sure through psychologists and doctors and all that kind of stuff that transition was the last resort, but it really was the right thing to do. That's what I would have to do. And I would come to that as a very, 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 very last resort. And if it came to a daughter, if I had a assigned female at birth daughter, I would probably tell her to wait until she's 18. Because I think you can take T as an 18-year-old and you'll basically transition just fine. So, all of that being said, I don't care if trans women fall under the umbrella category of women or if trans women fall under the category of man. But the truth is, if you are dealing with a trans woman or a trans man, then you treat them socially as the gender that they are performing as, both as a courtesy and because it's very clear what they're fucking going for, and you don't want to be a dick to other human beings who are worthy of moral consideration. And I will let the eggheads and the gays and the lab coats and the scientists fight over whether or not trans women are women or whether or not trans women are men. But I still think you should be courteous and kind and loving to all of God's creation. So that's where I'm at. And I love my trans women. I love my trans men. I wish them nothing but the best and good health. And I love my cis hets as well. And yeah, I want everybody to do well. That's what I'm trying to do. All right, so I'm going to scroll. What a weird moment for when I realized Connor is a trans ally versus Lav. Yeah. I try to be pretty centrist. I try to be pretty chill. Would you kiss a man that wears lipstick? Only Henry Cavill. I always knew that Lav was anti-trans, especially compared to Connor. She was always going to go down the femcel rabbit hole. True. But it is interesting. And I think I understand it better than Boots did. So she can call me an idiot. And I like Boots and DK too. They were fucking funny as fuck. So I'm not talking shit about them either. I thought it was great. It was great to fucking hang out and talk shit with these folks. Trust me, when I spent time with him in Florida, he's grim dark, but only when he's away from the kiddo and the wife. Yeah, I'm pretty fucked in the head, but it's in a fun way. Cunt kicks are valid too. True. We call that an upper cunt. But let's make a t-shirt, Taze. Let's get some let's make some merch with upper cunt on it. Gender reveal party that destroys half the state incoming counterpoints. No, we know it's a boy. Ultimately, there is no truth, only guesses. Get out of here, you fucking pomo. We're not pomo in this bitch. We got some hard reality. I respect your opinion. I think some of the inferences can be made from it based. IQ is as meaningless as gender. Oh my god. Fucking... I hope this is opposite day. That's fucking horrific. IQ is absolutely a fucking real thing. I hate people fucking saying that IQ isn't real. It fucking drives me crazy. IQ, I mean, it's a rigid and outdated method to gauge raw intelligence. All right. I'm just going to go KMS. I don't have energy for this fight. Yeah, Eugene, I think we did mention Destiny one time, but it was very much in passing, so it's good. A male penetrated a female, a baby was born, that's the bottom line. I mean, that's true. I'm here for Lab being less garbage than usual, and you did a better job getting the best out of her than Destiny did that one time. Thank you, Nihilus Anonymous. Thank you for the dono. I sincerely appreciate it. Jonah Boy for the baby fund. Thank you, Jonah. I think you've given me a couple, so don't feel... If I'm hitting up chat for donations, do not feel obligated to dono. As a matter of fact, let me make that clear. If I ask for donations and you've already given me $5, $10, whatever this month, I do not want to bankrupt you in any way, shape, or capacity. I will probably be okay this month. It might be a close thing, but I will probably be okay this month. So, if you have money and you want to spend it on me, that is fine. If you don't have money, then just watch and give me ad revenue. I am happy either way. Wait, hold on. Do you think that biological sex is the same as chromosomal sex, or is there some room to say that cross-sex hormones can change some aspects of your biology? Yeah, they can, but they're not going to change your chromosomal sex. Yeah.
For more Five Guys.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Or males trying to be valid. True. Ew. Is it because I said I was going to kiss Henry Cavill? Thank you, Christian Valeras. And thank you, ACAB Badasui. Too bad Counter doesn't know about Scotty. Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in our car every Sunday. I agree with everything you said. Based. Thank you, King. I'm trying to be centrist. It is very annoying. Quick chat, just positive things. Can you DM me text? I'm literally about to fall asleep at the fucking computer. I am falling apart. Should presidents be allowed to wear wigs? Very true, yes. But you would probably kiss Henry Cavill even without lipstick. True. Should presidents wear makeup? Of course, if they're on TV. I mean, hormones are biological, but more changeable than, say, chromosomal. You can adjust your hormones as women who are going through menopause take hormones. Yeah, sure. I don't give a fuck. Whatever the fuck you want to differentiate it as. Your gender could be your present as a gender. Yeah. So I like my not divorcing, but my correlation of gender and sex. I feel like it's pretty defensible. Why do you think black people have lower IQ than whites and Asians? Probably because literacy. Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese folks have the highest IQs, and they've basically been reading for 2,000 years. Whites have the next highest IQs, and we've probably been reading for like 500 years. And then black people were literally like prohibited from learning and reading, and they were given shitty schools for the past 400 years. And also West Africa is probably underdeveloped. So I think that IQ will probably catch up over the next 1,000 years, providing that we don't end our species as everyone gains access to education and literacy and abstract thinking and all that kind of stuff. So I think, obviously everything is partially biological, partially environmental, but I think you can optimize environment. The shit Lab says is more offensive than what J.K. Rowling says? Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, thank you. I didn't even know it was fucking Lab. I know I keep calling you Lab instead of Phemoid, but thank you, Miss Phemoid, for the $50 donation. It is very much appreciated. Bearded girl. Sure. Do you like sex? No. What the fuck is going on in Twitch chat? Y'all are fucking bananas. Yeah, I get that. I'm just not sure how true that is. Chromosomes don't change. Chromosomal sex doesn't change. But if your chromosomes can't pass on their instructions, then how determinative of your sex is it really? I mean, a healthy chunk, if 99 or 98% of the fucking, if it's determinative for 98% of the population. Thank you, Taze. I didn't get as stoned as I should have. Should have just platformed her, let her say whatever the fuck she wants, uncontested. Yeah, to compare IQ of races, you have to have people raised with the same education, relatively same upbringing and culture. Exactly. Quadrail, M-Lock, or Key Mod? I'm pretty sure. No, I don't want to. I don't want to guess wrong. So I was raised Quadrail. I was raised Quad, but obviously M-Lock and Key Mod are the ones that took over. I feel like isn't M-Lock, isn't it kind of like Apple versus Android, where Keymod was kind of like Android, and then it kind of like came and was really favorable, and then kind of dipped out, and everything is still M-Lock. You'd have to tell me, because I went to Iraq with an M16A2. I had fucking plastic handguards, so my rifle was like fucking 18 inches or 20 inches long. What if smartness, IQ, is a myth? Then I would say look at society, because it's very clearly not a myth. There are so many fucking retarded people in our society. And you were the last person to receive the memo. Nice. Nice. I vote we stop giving online people information. It would make for better and more entertaining content, that's for sure. I will start a feminist YouTube channel if you give me 5 guys. Nice, based. Okay, I still want an opinion. The Her app controversy. I don't know enough about that shit. Her app. As a matter of fact, I'll just Google it since it's here, and I'll very obviously forget it. Her app controversy. The app's social media team has been responding to an onslaught of violent messages from anti-trans activists who took issue with the fact that Her welcomes trans and non-binary lesbians. Anti-trans bigots reported the app's Twitter account in droves, and Twitter issued a temporary suspension. Man, just this is the thing. Like, trans gals. Listen, I know the world is treating you like shit. I'm sorry the world is treating you like shit, but just disclose it. The people you would end up fucking hooking up with who don't want to hook up with a fucking trans girl, you don't want to hook up with them anyways. So don't fucking do it. Alice McGee. Hers is a lesbian app that banned lesbian women for hate speech for lesbians, saying they want only bio women. That's fucking cringe. Yeah, that's cringe. But progressive's gonna progressive. It is what it is. Don't speak to Twitch chat, they're all subhuman filth. True. I remember when there was no World Wide Web. We were even bigger morons back then because we had to wait until we could get to the library before we could resolve any factual dispute. Yeah, what a wild world we live in now, where you can literally resolve it in your fucking pocket. They say this was the straw that started the Second Civil War. Actually, I would not be surprised if Phemoid, the Jewish American princess, started the Second American Civil War. Are you more upset because the USA enables open disagreement, or because your old religion is suffering because of open disagreement? I love disagreement in the United States. Yeah. Dual wielding Judith Butler right now, bruv. I want my burgies. True. It's not wrong to hook up with someone who has a male and went to a doctor to try to change it. Yeah. People have preferences. Fucking deal with it. I'm racist. I'm anti-Semitic. I get it. It's fine. Just try to be nice. Try to be nice to everybody. It's okay to be a little racist, a little sexist, a little homophobic. Just be nice to everybody. It's cool. Be cool. Be chill. But anyways, parasocial love to you and yours. We had, I want to say, like 50 people on YouTube chat, and I think we maxed out at like 20 or 20 and change on fucking Twitch. So we were 70 cross-platform, but it wasn't the heated hippie. It was just debate review and talking to Lab and talking to Boots and fucking people. So hopefully this one isn't as contentious. Hopefully people have a good time with this one. I parasocially love you guys. I appreciate you hanging out with me tonight. I hope you have a beautiful night. Thank you for the donations and your time and attention. And I wish you well. I hope you have a beautiful night. Bye for now.
I don't know Finster's identification.
So
I know
Finster
what he
identifies
avows.
as a